yeah, again, I don't want to speculate. I mean, perhaps they have found some value to keeping some public communications open for their own purposes, for their own decision-making processes. But that's just a speculation. I don't know.
And then I have one follow-up on the deconfliction line. If it's going to be used for
communication vehicle at that level, at an operational level, to reduce the risks of miscalculation and to be able to communicate in real time if need be.
The contested airspace has Ukraine's government asking the U.S. to participate in a no-fly zone, but U.S. officials say they have no plans to do that over fears it would put U.S. and NATO fighters directly against Russia. But defense officials insist the U.S. is helping Ukraine's military even without that no-fly zone. They point to the ongoing weapons shipments into Ukraine and the massive military aid already distributed. Still, some lawmakers think the Pentagon could be doing a whole lot more. Alaska Republican Senator Dan Sullivan tweeting on Saturday that President Zelenskyy of Ukraine urgently requested more lethal military equipment for his forces and to defend his people. The Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State should make this happen for his forces and for the defense of democracy. Defense officials tell Fox the U.S. is not stopping other European countries from sending fighters to assist Ukraine, and that Poland specifically has that option. But Russia is warning the U.S. and others to stop pumping weapons into Ukraine, the country's foreign ministry claiming those weapons could end up in the hands of terrorists threatening airliners. But lawmakers in this country will simply see that as pure propaganda, and they say nothing will stop the U.S. from showing its support to Ukraine's government and military. At the Pentagon, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Thanks, Mark, for that report. If you're just now joining us, welcome to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next few hours here as we continue to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine as it enters day 11. It's been dragging on for more than a week now, and President Biden is actually under some pressure to keep Russian exports of oil and gas from getting into the United States. Many Americans feel that buying Russian energy is only helping to pay for its attack against Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Huff has that story.
President Biden met with national labor union leaders Saturday afternoon in Wilmington, and that event took place just as the call was wrapping up between President Zelenskyy and U.S. senators. And lawmakers say his plea was emotional.
I've been on a lot of Zoom calls. This was one I'll never forget. Zelenskyy spoke from the heart. You've seen the images already. He had a military green T-shirt on. This Ukraine flag. There was no script. He spoke from the heart. He referred to the United States as the most powerful and the biggest hope.
Zelenskyy requested more help in acquiring aerial defense equipment and called on the U.S. to sanction Russian oil and gas imports. Senator Tim Kaine told our Neil Cavuto this.
I think the U.S. should shut down imports of Russian energy. We should do that. We can do it unilaterally, and we ought to do it right away.
Bipartisan legislation is being pushed to do just that. The White House has said that this could hurt the U.S. more than Russia, since Russian oil and gas makes up just about 10% of what we are importing, but a tiny fraction of what Russia exports. The fear is that the impact would be on already high fuel prices, but the president said he is weighing options on how to make up for that gap. The White House is also requesting $10 billion from Congress to assist Ukraine and European allies. Senator Mitt Romney said that Democratic leadership should expedite this bill. A major point that was brought up during this call was the creation of a no-fly zone over Ukraine. This is something Zelenskyy has been pushing for, but that U.S. and world leaders have pushed back on, not wanting to incite a world war. President Putin has said that the mere establishment of a no-fly zone would warrant military retaliation. In Wilmington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Ukrainian civilians facing days of bombardment from Russian forces, prompting nearly 1.5 million to evacuate the war-torn country. Russia pulling back on a temporary ceasefire on Saturday, blocking thousands from fleeing. Now, they're hoping for a second chance at a humanitarian corridor. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
Hundreds of thousands now desperate to get out as Russian troops continue their assault on Ukrainian civilians. Russian forces intensifying their shelling of the besieged port city of Mariupol hours after a promised ceasefire collapsed, sending 200,000 to live in fear with little water, no food, and no electricity.
The humanitarian corridors, if they don't open up, the catastrophe that already exists will be so much worse.
Cities around the country under siege. The capital of Kyiv encircled by Russian forces who remain at bay for now. Ukrainians not cowering, instead hundreds lining up to join the fight.
It's my duty. I want to protect. I want to fight back.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy certain the determination and the unity of his people will win over Russian President Vladimir Putin's army.
Our people, our Ukrainians, are not retreating, are not giving up, are not stopping the resistance.
Saturday evening, Zelenskyy spoke with President Joe Biden, who promised more military, financial, and humanitarian assistance. Putin lashing out at the West for imposing sanctions that have crippled Russia's economy.
These sanctions that are being imposed, they are akin to declaring war.
A third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected on Monday. In Przemysl, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that report. The United States and European sanctions leveled at Russian oligarchs as well as Russian President Vladimir Putin is now spreading to Russian-owned properties in New York City. Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shawn reports.
They are elegant Manhattan mansions from the Gilded Age and super luxury apartments on Fifth Avenue. Fancy townhouses owned by Russian oligarchs who support Russian President Vladimir Putin.
The fact that people who are associated with the very regime that is brutalizing the people of Ukraine today are using our island, Manhattan, as a way to launder their ill-gotten assets. It is truly offensive, and we're not going to stand for it.
Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine is calling for Russian oligarchs to be evicted. He is pushing for the properties to be seized as a way to punish Putin and his cronies.
This is a city which has the largest population of Ukrainian Americans in the country. And this borough, Manhattan, has the most famous Ukrainian neighborhood, Little Ukraine. So this is personal to us here.
Estimates say rich Russians have poured hundreds of millions of dollars and more into Manhattan residences. This neo-French classical limestone townhouse off Fifth Avenue was built in 1915 for a prominent American steel magnate. But reports say it is now owned by Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska, who plunked down more than $42 million for it in 2008. Deripaska is said to be worth more than $3 billion and is under U.S. Treasury Department sanctions for being an agent of Putin's government, but he has denied it. A few blocks away, these three mansions are being combined into one massive compound. Reports say they were bought for more than $90 million by the billionaire nicknamed Putin's banker, Roman Abramovich. Abramovich is said to be worth more than $13 billion and has not yet been sanctioned.
While people inside Russia have often suffered, now people in the grips of Russia in Ukraine are suffering under the hand of Putin and his cronies who are using Manhattan as a playground. And it's reprehensible. We want it to stop. And the way to do it is to put these oligarchs on the sanction list and to seize these assets. That is the right thing to do in the name of justice.
If you see a yacht, seize the yacht. If you have a house, seize the house.
Former National Security Council official Richard Goldberg of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies says Putin caught the rich Russians off guard.
I think it's quite clear from some of the public statements you're seeing from some of these wealthy oligarchs already trying to distance themselves from Vladimir Putin. They did not expect this. They're hoping that they can run a PR campaign to distance themselves. But the truth is they are absolutely complicit in Putin's crimes, and they need to be held accountable just as much as Vladimir Putin.
I'm Eric Shawn, Fox News, New York.
President Biden says the United States economy has roared back faster than most people predicted as he celebrates the February jobs report. However, even with the good numbers, the economic strain on families is worsening as prices, particularly for gas, continue to drive higher. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has the story about how and what factors into the Ukraine crisis.
The President of the United States.
Positive news to cap off a turbulent week. Jobs growth accelerated in February, the biggest monthly gain since last summer, with 678,000 jobs added and the unemployment rate dropping to 3.8%, a new pandemic low. President Biden taking a victory lap.
Today's news is a welcome reminder that we're coming back stronger as a country and as a people.
In a sign inflation could be easing, wages barely rose in February. But with gas prices still high, the White House is hesitant to ban Russian energy imports, despite mounting pressure from the left and the right. But they're weighing options to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy while maintaining supply and market stability. Translation, getting more from somewhere else.
There are both international and domestic options.
So far, the administration has not tapped domestic producers to ramp up production, even as the White House announces a new Buy American rule to bring down costs and limit reliance on foreign supply chains, requiring any goods purchased with taxpayer money be at least 75% made in the U.S.
It's worth it for us to ensure that we have a domestic capacity to protect us from shortages and price spikes in the future.
Also mounting, calls from Ukraine to establish safe passage corridors.
Is that something that the U.S. is at all working on? And then how would it be enforced? Because in 2014, the Russians killed a whole bunch of Ukrainians who were trying to flee in a similar fashion.
Well, we are in close contact with Ukrainian leadership to support their efforts. And you're absolutely right. Humanitarian corridors are absolutely critical.
One sitting U.S. senator sees a solution to the crisis the White House did not embrace.
The only way this ends, my friend, is for somebody in Russia to take this guy out. You would be doing your country a great service and the world a great service.
We are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
The White House announced today the vice president will go to Poland and Romania next week to show support for NATO allies. This as the president today met with his Finnish counterpart amid renewed discussion about whether they should join the alliance. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A convoy of truckers is making its way to the Washington, D.C. area to protest vaccine and mask mandates. Here's that story. Authorities are monitoring their plans closely, wary that it could possibly turn into a protest like the one that paralyzed Canada's capital for weeks. Fox's Caroline Shively reports from Washington.
After days of traveling and rallying, at least 3 truck convoys from different corners of the country are converging on the D.C. area this weekend with a message.
Quit mandating us. We're here to stand and say we're not taking it anymore.
They're protesting COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates, but a lot has changed while the truckers and their supporters drove cross-country toward Washington. Under guidelines issued by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, less than 10% of the U.S. population lives in an area where masks are now recommended.
Their cause seems to have been dissipated right out from under them. You know, their mandates are dropping.
Some protesters who've gathered in Maryland, about 70 miles outside of D.C., aren't deterred.
They're going to put the mandates back on. If somebody gets that next sniffle or a cold comes out, and they're going to just put them back on, so we have to at least fight for that so they don't do it again, you know.
It's unclear if the convoys will even enter Washington, but law enforcement agencies are monitoring the situation, hopeful that it stops far short of the Freedom Convoy that blocked roads in Canada's capital city for 3 weeks.
Including restaurants, will come to an end on Monday. The mask mandate for public school students K through 12 also being lifted. Mayor Eric Adams pointing to the city's 1.8% testing positivity rate as a benchmark for ending the requirements, which have been in effect for almost 2 years.
This is about giving people the flexibility that is needed to continue to allow not only safety, but we have to get our economy back on track.
The move follows similar announcements from other big cities, including Los Angeles, which lifted its indoor mask mandate Friday after the CDC revised its masking guidelines. According to the updated map, about 90% of Americans now live in areas where indoor masking is not recommended. And while some folks are more than ready to ditch the masks, others say they're still not sure.
I've been walking around without one. I'm so happy to see other people's faces and interact.
We're still trusting the science, but it's definitely nerve-wracking.
And as case numbers continue falling, fewer parents are getting their kids vaccinated, especially in rural areas, leading to new warnings from doctors and health officials.
Things can change and variants can emerge, which would then put us back into the pandemic stage again.
According to a new CDC study, about 40% of rural parents say their child's pediatrician did not recommend vaccination. That's compared to only 8% of urban parents. In Atlanta, John Passeri, Fox News.
7:23 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for streaming live now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next few hours here. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, we'll tell you all just how you can talk to your children about the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
All right, 5:45 right now. Television and social media are flooded with terrifying images from Russia's attack on Ukraine.
It's hard to avoid. It's also hard enough for adults to understand the horror of war. So how do you even begin to explain it to your kids? Geopolitics, economics, historic boundaries, they're a little much for a dinner time conversation. Here to help us help your kids is Deborah Farmer-Chris, a former teacher and current education journalist for PBS. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So our first question is, what do you do? Do you bring it up? Should you bring it up? Or do you wait for your kids to ask you about it?
At this point, we have to bring it up as parents, because there are probably very few kids in America that haven't heard, whether it's on the bus or a headline they're seeing or something flashing on the news. And if we're not bringing it up and talking about it in age-appropriate, calm terms with factual information that is tailored for their age, then they're going to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. And that can actually be more scary for them than us sitting down with a map and saying, let's find Ukraine, let's find Russia, and let's talk in really simple terms about what you might be hearing.
See, I think if I were a parent, if I had a young kid, I would not want to bring it up. So what is age appropriate?
So I will start with my 8-year-old, then you can move up and down. And I brought it up, but since then he's heard about it from all of his classmates. And we really began with a globe. And we began by talking about a metaphor that I want you to imagine that somebody who was bigger than you came into your room and said, all of this is mine. That wouldn't feel good and it wouldn't be right. And that's what's happening when a much bigger country is coming into a smaller one and saying, this is all mine. For younger kids, it's a very similar metaphor. There's a leader who wants to come to a place and say, these things are mine. And there are countries all over the world who are saying that's not right. And they're doing their best to stop it. One of the other cues I take, though, which I think is important, is from Fred Rogers, who says, when there's anything scary in the news, help your kids look for the helpers. Because when things feel scary, sometimes tragedies can bring out the best in people, and showing that. So, for example, I don't want my children thinking that all Russians. You know, it's easy to conflate and say this means we're enemies with Russia. No. So I showed my young son pictures of some of the Russian athletes who have spoken out against it because he loves sports. I talked about how we can help refugees and how we can donate some money. I showed pictures of people helping refugees. And those are the type of things that make him see that there's something big in the news, but there are a lot of people trying to do something to make a difference.
You know, even for adults, I think that's always a good thing to take a moment and focus on the good, because it starts to mentally impact you, all the negative images. But for a moment, let's talk about younger children, because it makes sense. When they're older, you want to give them the correct information, not have them fill in the gaps. But for younger children, for example, I have a 5-year-old, and she hasn't asked me about it because I've made sure the news isn't on, and it's not like her kids at school are talking about it. They're in kindergarten. I've gone out of my way to make sure she doesn't come across the horrible images and hear about what's going on.
Yeah, and I think at this age, one of the things to be mindful of is you might even say, have you heard anything about something happening in Ukraine and Russia? Because you might be surprised that she is from somebody at school. And she may have heard some words, but not putting it together. And you can just ask some questions and say, you know, if you hear anything and you want to ask questions. And for young kids, often they'll come with a concern, and then as long as you assure them that they're safe and loved, that's what they need, and then they can continue on. But they know, if you've at least broached it in a small way, that if they do hear something on the bus and they can come to you, that, you know, you're the adult who already knows something, that you're the safe person to ask. And so by even at a very, very simple level, you know, saying, you might be hearing about a couple of countries that are doing some fighting. If you ever have any questions, you can come talk to me about that. That might be enough for her to come the next day and say, someone at school said blank. And then you can take that parent role of, you know, providing, again, very simple, age appropriate, with that constant emphasis that you are safe and loved.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it. It's an important conversation to have, and we appreciate you having it with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, fine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, during a Saturday Zoom call with more than 280 United States lawmakers, said that the country needs fighter jets more than it needs anti-aircraft missiles that the United States had originally agreed to. Now, under this proposal, the Ukrainians would receive Russian-made MiGs that Poland inherited after the Cold War ended. Bringing us more on this is Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Friday night. Right now, we want to hear from Fox News foreign affairs correspondent Trey Yingst, who's been in Ukraine since the very beginning of the war, with the latest on how things stand on the battlefield.
No radiation was released from Russia's successful assault on the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in the southeastern city of Enerhodar, according to international monitors. But this video shows how close things came to disaster. Fires spread across the plant overnight, but were extinguished. Workers remained on site, reportedly at gunpoint by occupying Russian troops. The country's president blaming Moscow for reverting to what he called nuclear terror, and later rallying Europeans to support his nation's fight.
This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery.
This attack, part of a larger campaign by Russia to consolidate its gains across southern Ukraine. The strategic cities of Kherson, Melitopol, and Berdyansk reportedly now in Russian hands. Ukraine's leaders expressing concerns that cutting off access to the Black and Azov Seas could further cripple the country's economy. In Mariupol, heavy fighting continues on the outskirts of the port city, knocking out electricity and cutting food deliveries. Medics there rush from house to house, where artillery fire leaves unknown numbers of civilians at risk. Doctors operating on a 16-year-old boy caught in heavy shelling while playing soccer near his school. But his injuries are too severe. His father convulses in grief. Russian and Ukrainian delegates have agreed on humanitarian corridors, allowing civilians to flee. Here in Kyiv, fresh satellite evidence, the 40-mile Russian artillery convoy ringing the capital remains stalled. But nearby communities are under constant bombardment. The attacks indiscriminate. Ukraine's army says a school in Zhytomyr, west of the capital, was hit by a Russian rocket. Local residents aren't waiting in silence. They continue producing makeshift weapons to defend their country. and learning urban warfare skills from ex-soldiers.
I made a decision for myself that it is necessary to teach as many people as possible, not to kill, but how to survive in the best way possible in the fight.
Tonight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy slamming NATO once again for a decision against implementing a no-fly zone over his country. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thanks so much. Right now, let's hear about the refugee situation, also the thousands of foreigners who have come to aid Ukraine in the fight. Here's Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson.
We were getting hit by every side, but not only soldiers, civilians at the same time.
This volunteer medic, one of thousands of foreign fighters lured to Ukraine to fight the Russians. During the early morning hours when the invasion began, their unit came under attack outside the capital by Russian helicopter gunships.
The ground starts to shake. You feel like an earthquake is going on. Walls start cracking, like grass just gets broken from like the wave blast. And like you can even feel sometimes that like your blood is rushing through your veins.
The volunteer battalion, called the Georgian National Legion, has been on the ground in Ukraine since 2014. Its leader has been fighting the Russians since 1993. Was once locked up alongside his father, later freed during a prisoner swap.
We are here just because we love freedom and we love Ukrainians. It's not because we hate Russians.
The unit also has a platoon of Americans, some 30 in all. The Pentagon does not want U.S. citizens here to fight.
This is not the place for Americans to be in Ukraine right now.
The stalled Russian offensive on the capital, personified by the slow-moving, miles-long Russian convoy, making one American fighter question Vladimir Putin's strategy.
The Ukrainians have killed a lot of Russians in this past week. I'm surprised how fast the Russians want to throw their troops behind enemy lines to die.
Paul thinks the Russians have lost a lot more than 500 soldiers. He says the Russian leaders don't want the world to know the true number. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thanks so much for that update. Right now, as always, we're going to bring in Hal Kempfer, national security expert, to this conversation to answer my questions, to answer probably your questions as well about where we are in this war. Hal, thanks for being with us on your Friday night. You and I spoke at length yesterday as we watched the security footage at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station in Ukraine. As it got shelled, there was a fire. It's under control. The shelling stopped. The conversation now has gone to, is this a war crime? Does this violate the Geneva Convention and the UN Charter? There is some mixed messaging on that. And so what say you about that, and what does it mean if it is?
Andrew, well, good evening. And I would say that part of that is it depends on the intent. If it was an accidental shelling, if it was they were moving forward but they weren't paying attention to what they were aiming at, I don't know that that would be a war crime per se. You could take that up another level of echelon in the command to say that they didn't exercise enough due care or caution or something like that in terms of marking out these areas that should have been by doctrine either been no fire areas or restricted fire areas to avoid something like that. Obviously, you have a deadly hazard on the battlefield, and that should not be targeted because one could make a strong argument, and I'm sure some lawyers will, that if it's hit, it can cause mass damage, destruction, death, if you will, to the civilian population, and literally it's almost like a salted earth concept. If I could go back to a couple of eons back, that's really what we're talking about with this radiation, and that's what we have up in Chernobyl. Now, if it's an accidental thing, under the at least as far as I know, certainly under Geneva and under Hague, I don't know anything specific that would say that that this was a violation of the law of war. I don't know. There's no international convention that I'm aware of where if it was inadvertently or accidentally hit, that it would necessarily be a violation of the law of war. I think when President Zelenskyy is saying this is an act of nuclear terrorism, there's a little bit of hyperbole in there. Certainly, if it was intentional, to go in there to create a release of radioactivity with the idea that this is a expedient radiological dispersion device, if you will, on the battlefield to deny territory to the Ukrainian forces or to inflict harm on the Ukrainian civilian population. If there's that clear intent, as I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, although I have had quite a bit of training in the law of war, as I understand it, it wouldn't necessarily be a violation of international law, a violation of law of war, or any of the conventions therein. However, one can make an argument that they were being reckless, indifferent on the battlefield. And certainly, if you go out there and do something that causes a lot of civilian casualties, one can always go in there and argue. It's like you should have been more careful. You knew what you were doing, and you weren't using the caution required, and you caused in this case, a humanitarian disaster.
Well, I mean, yeah, and how this was condemned just so widely today, although at the United Nations, Russia's ambassador denied Russia's military attacking the facility last night. He called it lies to kindle artificial hysteria about the situation in Ukraine. Now, something that is a little more clear-cut when it comes to, war crimes and the weapons that violate them. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said today that NATO has seen the use of cluster bombs by Russia in Ukraine, which from your and my conversations, that is a violation of Geneva Convention.
Absolutely. There's really, well, it's the 2008 Convention on Cluster Bomb Units. And this has been going back and forth for many years. In 2008, International Convention was signed getting rid of cluster bomb units. Cluster bomb units really came into public knowledge back in the Vietnam War. What they are is they're small bomblets that are packed into a larger bomb. And so, for example, how I've seen them usually employed, and it can be employed different ways, is it'll be airdrop. So you have a large bomb that drops them, and then these little CBUs burst out. It's almost like some sort of pod thing where they break out and they spread all over an area. And they're kind of smart pods. There's some settings and things you can do with them. So they can go over an area, for example, and they could, if they hit armor, they would react a certain way to punch a hole through armor. They can also be set so that they're anti-personnel. So they can, sit out there and blow things up. Problem with them is that they don't always blow up. And this was an issue we ran into at Desert Storm. There was an air base called Al Jaber that they were moving up towards. Al Jaber is out there in the Kuwaiti desert, and there is a lot of soft sand around there. And so we dropped a lot of cluster bomb units. They had tremendous effect, but one of the things was they didn't all blow up. So as we literally were uncovering territory and seizing ground, we rolled into an area and we had all of our vehicles set up and tactically and everything else. We got out of the vehicles, we were kind of looking around the area to set up some other stuff. And then we all of a sudden noticed these little silver things sitting in the sand. And we realized that we were in the middle of an area that we had basically covered in CBUs. And at that point, you could become the target, all right, inadvertently. You could be a friendly fire target. So we did something completely non-doctrinal, which kind of tells you how well we controlled the ground. We actually broke out little chem sticks and put them on stakes and marked out we walked around with our flashlights, which is very non-tactical. And we're going around looking for CBUs because we didn't want to start taking casualties because, a Marine or a sailor had walked out there and accidentally stepped on a CBU and blew themselves up.
Wow.
Now, with that said, we didn't have to worry so much about the Iraqi counterattacks because every time an Iraqi would show up, they'd surrender. They were surrendering to us. They'd surrender to drones. They surrendered to CNN. They were surrendering to everybody. It was, in fact, that my biggest issue is I'd have these little units go out with 50 people, and next thing you know, he goes, "I've got 1,200 prisoners. What am I supposed to do?"
Oh wow!
I said, "Well, be careful."
Yeah, Hal, I just want to move the conversation to Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the Ukrainian president. Interesting because he gave a very impassioned plea, I guess, today. He posted a video on Instagram essentially going after, in very harsh terms, NATO and saying NATO has not done nearly enough. He said, is this the NATO we wanted? Is this the alliance you were building? He said, all the people who will die starting from this day will also die because of you, because of your weakness, because of your disunity. That is stunning. And then he, kind of, praised NATO again in the same video statement. But we haven't heard something like that from Zelenskyy. He's been quite thankful to, Western allies and partners. And then, of course, there are these reports that he has survived several assassination attempts already. There's also Russian disinformation out there saying that he's not even in Ukraine, that he fled the country. He might be in Poland, of course. That's not corroborated. That's not true. So what's your assessment and status on day 10 of the Ukrainian leader?
Well, first thing, if I could just address the security piece, I think that whatever was done prior to the invasion and what's being done now to ensure his safety appears to be very effective. And that's something I've been noting is that, that's if Putin has a particular area that he is focused on and put a lot of work in, it's assassination. And it's been practiced throughout his entire tenure. And I think he put a lot of confidence in the ability of his own organization, his own forces to go in there and do this decapitation strike on the Ukrainian government. I think their repeated failure to do so has allowed Zelenskyy to, and others around him, but particularly Zelenskyy as really a motivational individual, somebody on Churchillian level to enable the resistance to the invasion to metastasize throughout Ukrainian society. And I think no matter what happens, history is going to praise him for his tremendous leadership and his ability to inspire the Ukrainian people to resist the Russians and the Russian invasion. The other thing, though, is he's coming into grips with some really hard realpolitik, as we'd say. I would hear the language over the last few days about no-fly zone, no-fly zone, no-fly zone. Why? Because we have done no-fly zones in the past. We did them in specific instances. For example, in Iraq at the end of the war, we did it on humanitarian grounds to keep Saddam Hussein from further attacking the Kurds to the north and the Shiite groups to the south. So we set these no-fly zones to limit what they could do. To say at least you can't go in there with aircraft and use aircraft to bomb them or to go in there and deliver troops or whatever it is. That was the idea, was it would curtail the ability of the Iraqis to do these atrocities, if you will, on their own people. And so that was an example. And there's other examples too. We did no-fly zones over the Balkans and stuff like that. So they're looking at that saying, why can't we do that here? The reason is very simple, because we weren't going up against a nuclear power. And that's the thing, is to do this is to go up against Russia. And there is no way to separate this. When you set up a no-fly zone, that means you're setting yourselves up for air-to-air combat. You're setting by the way, here's another question. If you're getting shot at from the ground with anti-air missiles, if you have a no-fly zone, can you respond to that ground attack? These are things that lawyers in war work through, and it gets to be tough, because inherently, as a military person on the battlefield, you have the inherent right of self-defense. So there really is no way to set up a no-fly zone without inevitably getting into combat with the Russians. It's just simply it's an impractical matter from every take, but there's just no way around it. And the other part is, so we're going to prohibit the Russians from flying air support for their troops. They're in a pitched ground battle with the Ukrainian troops. I don't think the Russians are going to sit by idly and just allow that to happen. I think they're going to push it. And once we get into combat with the Russians, we're in combat with the Russians. And that's what the U.S. and NATO is trying to avoid. I know I just heard former Ambassador Volker was on talking about this, and he thought there might be a no-fly zone. And I would just beg to differ with him.
Yeah.
I think NATO's decision today was a well-thought-out, reasoned decision. So.
Yeah, Hal, I guess I'm getting kind of irritated, and I'm getting a lot of questions. You know, why can't we use American firepower with the no-fly zone? Why can't we do something more militarily? And it just, and I apologize to our viewers if I'm casting them all in the same light, but it just appears that many people in my life forget that Russia is a nuclear power, and that is why you cannot. And so having to kind of each and every night explain why we are not putting a no-fly zone in place, you know, I can't say it enough. I feel like you feel the same.
You know, I'm a cold warrior, and there's a certain, that's the logic of what we call MAD. And a lot of people think MAD is over with. It's not over with. MAD stands for mutually assured destruction.
Right.
That has been the overriding philosophy of our strategic deterrence program going back to literally the 1950s, certainly the 1960s. And it was something that was talked about a lot when Nixon was reaching out and they were originally getting the agreements put in place with Russia, was this idea of MAD, mutually assured destruction. In fact, that's one of the things that hamstrung us for years in putting up a missile defense program, more substantive missile defense program, was that to do that would to unhinge mutually assured destruction. And so that's why we don't do it. You know, look, I've been in there where you work these issues of, okay, so this happens, and then a tactical nuke is here, or a tactical nuclear weapon is used here, or a nuclear weapon is used here. It's really tough to cap it off. You know, it's, you know, optimistically you'd say, oh, then everybody would suddenly take a deep breath and stop. Not necessarily. It's war. Passions run pretty high in war. And, you know, it is so easy to escalate. And there have been instances inadvertently where nuclear war almost happened. Don't forget the Cuban Missile Crisis back in 1962. That thing escalated very quickly because the Russians were moving nuclear weapons into Cuba. By the way, you may have seen in recent weeks, there was talk about what happens now in this situation if the Russians decide to move nuclear weapons into, say, Cuba or Venezuela. I found that a very disturbing discussion, and it definitely puts us into a strategic quandary as to what the U.S. response would be to that. It's a different situation than it was in '62. So there's a lot of things that you look at with this. You just look. What's happening in Ukraine is horrible, but it's tough to explain to people. A nuclear Armageddon is worse.
Right.
And there are limitations on what we can do and what anybody can do on the world stage.
Right. And Hal, you know, the intent is there, and I get it, and I want to do more as well. But there are limitations. I want to move on because let's talk about Vladimir Putin today. He spoke to another world leader, the German Chancellor. Basically, he told the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, that it was pure propaganda, that Russians were bombing basically Ukrainian civilian centers, kind of what you would expect from Vladimir Putin at this point. Also, let's talk about the economy, how the Russian economy, for that matter. The Moscow Stock Exchange will remain closed through at least next Wednesday. It has been closed since Monday, making it the nation's longest shutdown. Also, major moves underway in the Biden administration, kind of catching up to where Congress is about a potential oil embargo, banning oil and natural gas imports from Russia. So where do you think this all stands at the moment, because the Russian economy has essentially collapsed?
Well, this is interesting. All right, sanctions can have a bite. And I think the sanctions are having a bite. I saw an interesting statistic that now we're only 2 months into the second quarter. I should say the first quarter, but the Russian economy is collapsing. I've heard it's down a third, the GDP. Now, having just gone through COVID, we've seen these drops in domestic product, but their drop is caused by another issue. Beyond oil and gas, I think wheat prices are up about 37–40%. Corn prices are up somewhere between 22 to 25%. It's a global marketplace. Now, with oil and gas being banned from the U.S., obviously there's a lot of steam on Capitol Hill to ban the importation of Russian oil. The reality is, we ban it from the U.S. We can get that oil from other sources. The reality is, it's a global oil market. So within that global market, that oil will be absorbed somewhere else. It's more of a symbolic thing than anything else.
Okay. Because from what I've been reading, how that, Russian oil and energy companies, they can't sell their product right now.
That's the issue. Yeah. Andrew, you hit the nail on the head there. That's the issue. They can't sell. There are tankers in the Black Sea right now that were going in to pick up oil who literally stopped. And they're turning around and going back because they're afraid they'll have a tanker full of Russian oil that they can't sell. And it's fascinating to see this second, third order effect. You're absolutely right. And same thing's going to be with gas to a lesser extent. The interesting thing, though, is you look at the gas lines. Nord Stream 2 was in the news.
Right.
But one of the things, Ukraine, of course, that's the main pipeline for gas and oil going to Europe. And of course, that's one of the motivations behind what Putin is doing, is to quit paying the Ukrainians so much money every year to use those pipelines going through Ukraine territory. When the Soviet Union had built them way back when, it wasn't a big issue because it was part of the Soviet Union. But when Ukraine became an independent republic, then all of a sudden Ukraine was in a unique position to capitalize off of all these pipelines that run through their country. So Nord Stream 2 was big because it actually bypasses, it goes around directly from Russia to Germany. It bypasses shipping natural gas to Europe. And now Nord Stream 2 is suspended. So I think that you're going to see prices just continue to accelerate. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're like $115 a barrel today for oil on the spot market. So, if it gets up to like $150 a barrel, which some analysts have projected, we could be seeing, $7 to $9 a gallon.
Wow.
Here in the U.S. We're going to pay a price. And by the way, as you know, it's not, gasoline does not sit in isolation. Everything we do in society is tied to fuel. So if it's $7 or $9, that means extreme inflation across everything that we buy. So the longer this goes on, the tougher that's going to be. But it is a global market.
Right. Hal, I wanted to ask you too, because there's seemingly, basically right now, a boycott of businesses in Russia. An American kind of led boycott. Businesses are pulling out of Russia. You really can't do business with an American company in Russia right now. Are we going to see more multinational corporations pull out? There's been a lot of talk about Coca-Cola still doing business there. But I can read you a list. I have it in front of me. But so many American corporations have ceased operations in Russia. Is it time for more of these high-profile ones to do so?
I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, it was interesting. I get involved in a lot of different things. When I saw British Petroleum and Shell Oil cut their ownership of the joint ventures in Russia, those things are as about fixed in the firmament of international business in Russia as you could talk about. I mean, those are things that right after the fall of the Soviet Union, I mean, the Soviet flag was coming down, and I think there were oil executives from Shell and BP that were getting off the plane at the same time. That's how fast that thing happened, and that's a major fixture within the economy of Russia. You got to remember that the government's revenue, the Russian government's revenue, half of that comes from oil and gas. That's how big that is in Russia. It's an enormous source of revenue. It literally is what pays for the war. It's what, without that gas and oil revenue, I don't know how the Russian government can actually continue for a long period of time. So that's a double-edged sword. Of course, the other side is we talk about $7, $9 a gallon. It's not something that's painless for us to try and impose on. But I think you're seeing things like McDonald's, obviously Pepsi. There are a number of Western companies, particularly companies with a extremely well-known consumer brand, that do not want to be associated with what's happening in Ukraine.
Right.
And I think that's going to continue. Yeah.
All right, Hal, just last question. This is on the diplomatic front. It seems like member states in the EU, surprisingly, want to, or maybe not surprisingly, want to fast track Ukraine's membership. And so adding members to the EU, all this talk of adding members to NATO. The Finnish president was at the White House today meeting with President Biden. You know, I hear a lot of questions as well. What is going to be stopping Putin from going into the Baltics, from going into Moldova, from going into Poland, if he's running roughshod through Ukraine? I know NATO can invoke Article 5, so that would set up its own kind of military conflagration. But do you worry about that? Does that keep you up at night, that he has some of these, expansionist designs?
It worries me to an extent.
Okay.
He's not acting like a particularly rational actor right now. So he might try. I'm going to just say this, based on what I'm seeing of the Russian army.
Yeah.
If I was out there in a war game and I had an opposing force that was conducting themselves that poorly, I'd be smoking cigars and having a good time. All right. I know that sounds a little cruel, but I'm in the, what can I say? I'm a warrior, but I will say this: look, they're not able to maneuver. They're not able to support themselves logistically. Heck, they can't even get down to Kyiv, and that's really not a long haul. That's literally a 2-hour drive from the border. So they're having a very difficult time. So I don't anticipate that they are really the big threat to NATO. Although, obviously, if it was a rational discussion, he wouldn't have done what he's done so far. If he gets to any of the NATO countries, it will be a fight. But we have the capability of causing enormous attrition of those forces and blunting certainly what would ever happen. We have that capability. When they say, "Oh, when they're talking to Western analysts, or they're talking to retired military guys like me, and they talk about what would you do if you saw that convoy?" Well, we know what we would have done, and there wouldn't have been a convoy left.
Yeah.
All right. So that's something the Ukrainians can't do because they just simply don't have the resources to do it right now. I still think he's going to have a tough time. And we have not seen the pitched urban fighting. I mean, we saw where they rolled into cities like Kherson, where the Ukrainian military pulled out. We have not seen where he's rolled into a city where everybody's going to fight. And that's coming, and it's going to be gruesome. I don't know that the public is really prepared for what's about to roll out. This is going to be like watching Stalingrad in real time. And I don't know if we're quite ready for that, but it's really going to cause devastating impact on the Russian army.
Hal, you're saying that, Kyiv could possibly end up looking like Aleppo circa 2015?
I hope it doesn't look like that, but I think there's going to be a fierce fight. One of the things, forgive me if I digress a little bit, the javelins have been in the news a lot.
Yeah.
This is something that's a little bit different about javelin. All right. The missiles that I came in, which were called Dragons, the problem was that with a lot of those missiles, they had this huge backblast. So if you were in a building and you fired them, you literally were firing yourself up, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Because of the backblast. All right. So you had to be very careful where you would set up. The Javelin was designed specifically to avoid that whole problem. It has a compressed air cylinder that shoots the missile out about 20, 30 feet before the rocket takes off. What that means in an urban setting is I can sit up anywhere in a building any window, doorway, whatever, anywhere in that building, and I can employ that javelin system. The other thing about that is I can employ it with a range that many times exceeds the range of the main gun of the tank or whatever weapon they have. So I'm employing a weapon on them, and they are not able to come back at me and immediately put fire on my position. I can fire. It's also fire and forget. So if I see that tank or that armored personnel carrier out there, I can lock onto it. I can fire the missile, and literally I can break down, leave the room, and go to another part of the building.
Oh, wow.
By the time they realize that is a tremendous capability in the battlefield. That's why you heard that one Ukrainian military official saying, you know, come on down here. I got more javelins than you've got tanks. There's a simple reality. By the way, that interesting thing, that fire and forget, not just ground vehicles. You come in with a helicopter, I can do the same thing. I can walk on that helicopter and send that missile at them. So, I mean, I have no connection to the people who produce javelins, but that's something we've sent, and I think that's going to be a game changer. Every once in a while, in every war, you find a certain weapon system that's a bit of a game changer. I think this war, javelin will be one of those weapons that really is going to be written about later on. So.
All right. Well, Hal, have a good weekend. We thank you for your insight and expertise into this as you guide myself and our viewers along the many complicated questions this war has provided. Hal, we'll talk to you again. All right.
Thank you, Andrew. Have a good weekend, and hopefully nothing horrible happens when we have to talk sooner. But
yes, but I'm afraid we probably will. All right, Hal.
It's very likely.
See you. Welcome back here.
All right, a huge thank you to Andrew Kraft bringing us that segment here just past the 8 a.m. mark. Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and I'll be with you for the next few hours. But let's stay on top of the situation in Ukraine. Our news partners over at Fox 26 Houston are going to elaborate a little bit more on the topic in this next segment called What's Your Point? They're talking about the 11th day as Russia continues to invade Ukraine, as well as other national political headlines. So again, let's listen into this segment courtesy of Fox 26 Houston.
Ballot fraud going on in either primary, that's a bad thing. But this all goes to the seat of the county judge, Lena Hidalgo. Lena handpicked this person. The buck stops there. And the voters get a chance to vote on her in November, and they need to send her packing. She has failed once again.
All right, Tony Diaz. Final word goes to you. And you're committed to the democratic process, and it didn't work really well.
So they screwed up. Yes. Can they fix it? They have to, or heads will roll. But it really is rich to see the Republicans demand someone quit or apologize. They have no moral ground to stand on, because in the Republican Party, unless you're indicted or under FBI investigation, oh wait, never mind. That doesn't solicit an apology or quitting. On the other hand, I am happy that they're trying harder. Now, they need to get those votes, of course. I'm glad they screwed up and are acknowledging it. They had new rules. I do like the paper trail. It takes longer. I had to be educated on it. It's a long process. I do like that there's a backup for that. I don't like that the Republicans, we're not talking about all the votes that were in early voting by mail that are lost as well. That's more sinister, because that's a law. You can't fire someone for that. That's a law that's got to be changed at the legislative level.
Okay, we're going to talk more about this. Still to come, a deeper dive into the statewide winners and losers of Tuesday's primary election. And in our Sunday survey, we're asking viewers if the multitude of problems and delayed returns should cost Harris County Election Administrator Isabel Longoria her job. Let us know what you think. Go to fox26houston.com and click on the poll at the top of the homepage. Or you can use our news app, click on Vote Now in the sections list. But up next, we're hearing from Democrats who claim any miscues in Tuesday's primary should be blamed on Republican-sponsored election reform. Stay with us. What's Your Point? We'll be right back.
the laws that they pass would create these massive delays. Why are we surprised?
Democratic State Representative Jean Wu engaging in some blame shifting for the dysfunction in Tuesday's primary. Pamela, you heard it. Wu says Republican-sponsored election reform set Harris County up to fail. You buy that, Bill King?
That is one of the worst pieces of dissembling I've ever heard in my life. These delays had absolutely nothing to do with SB1, whether you like it or dislike it. You know, it had nothing to do with this. And the way we know that is 253 other counties in the state ran their election under SB1, and they reported their results on time. Zach Despard has a good story in the Chronicle where he outlines that all 5 other major counties operating under exactly the same law all got their votes counted within a few hours. None of them took 18 hours. And by the way, none of them lost 10,000 votes.
Tony, that sounds like a pretty good argument.
Well, I'll tell you what, for blame shifting, I think the Democratic Party has to take this head on. You got to break it down. And everyone's giving them step-by-step consulting of how this went wrong. They have to look that in the eye. But I do not dismiss the idea that Harris County is the target of every Republican in the state and looking for everything that can go wrong and will go wrong. So it takes us away from a serious discussion. I want every election to go smoothly. We're not in a bipartisan moment in our state or the nation. But at the end of the day, I would like for every voter to feel that their vote's safe. It will be counted. And let's talk about voter suppression profoundly.
Tomorrow, I can't help but remember they took this job away from 2 elected female Democrats. Correct?
Hell, I can't either. I can't forget that either. They took it away from 2 elected, competent women, Ann Bennett Harris and Tanisha Hudspeth, and created this monster. And like Sue said, this is not the damn kind of job you get training wheels for. You got to come in knowing what you're doing. You don't practice being an elections administrator while you on the job. You don't. You screw up, you get up. That's what needs to happen, because that is what happened. And this ain't got a damn thing to do with SB1, which I hate, which sucks, which is why so many absentee ballots got disqualified. But counting them, that ain't got a damn thing to do with that.
Final 30 seconds to you, Gary.
Well, look, basically we have children in charge, and that would be Hidalgo and Longoria. And when children are in charge, they don't take responsibility, they make excuses, and that's what they've done. So what do we need to do? It's clear. We need to really, I actually would agree with Tamara, send it back to the elected officials. Let them do the job. Bring the people that a nonpartisan basis who know what they're doing. Otherwise, we have election chaos and excuses. And accountability matters. One other thought I have to mention, Greg. We spent a record amount of money for this primary. Harris County did. And we saw the dismal results we got.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Just ahead, the field in the fight to lead Harris County is down to 3. We're talking Lena Hidalgo's easy win and the 2 strong Republican survivors set for an intriguing runoff battle in May. Among the most closely watched primaries here in Houston were those for Harris County Judge. Tuesday, with 70% of the vote, incumbent Democrat Lina Hidalgo easily dispatched her challengers with no need for a runoff. Over on the Republican side, West Point graduate Alexandra de Moral Mealer was the top vote getter, followed by well-known attorney and businessman Vidal Martinez. Panel, their 1-2 finish sets up an intriguing head-to-head battle of accomplished conservative Latinos in the coming runoff. I'm going to start with you, Sue Lovell, because I think you're one of the most astute political observers in this town, and I learn a lot from you. What's your take on this?
Well, thank you. I think it's exciting. I think it's great. I think, having, in full disclosure, Alex Mealer has been a friend of mine for many, many, many years. And I do. I think it's very exciting. I think it's going to be interesting. You have two young women out there saying, I want to lead the county. They're both Hispanic, exciting, and they're very different stories. Houston loves good stories. You're going to be hearing about two women that come from very different backgrounds saying, I want to lead the county, and why they want to lead the county. I think it's great.
All right, Gary, you heard Sue. She's put Vidal in the also ran category.
Yeah, well, I think that's not realistic. I think it's going to be a hotly contested race between Mueller and Vidal Martinez. I think they're both good candidates. I think they both bring a lot to the table, and I both think they are far superior to the present occupier of the county judgeship, Ms. Hidalgo, who is proven to be incompetent in decision after decision. And it's going to be a fascinating race in the fall. I think the tide is switching nationally to Republicans, and hopefully that'll continue in the fall. And if we can put Vidal Martinez or Morel Mealer into that position, I think the county is going to be in a lot better shape. So I have great confidence in both those candidates, and it's an embarrassment of riches for Republicans this time in that case. And I'm happy that we found such wonderful candidates who wanted to run.
Hey, look, Bill King gave Alex some much-needed attention early on in this race by a pretty powerful column. Bill, how do you break this thing down?
I think she's got the edge going into the primary. What Greg's referring to is there was a smear by one of the other campaigns, we never forget which one, that tried to depict her as being a Democrat, and it turned out to be a complete fake, made-up record that they did. And so I just called everybody's attention to that. But I think that made people stop and take a look at her. And her background is really amazing. West Point graduate. She's a Iraq, Afghanistan veteran. She commanded a bomb diffusing unit over there. I mean, this is going to be with real grit. Then she came back and got a Harvard MBA, a Harvard law degree, and was working at a very high level at Wells Fargo Bank when she decided to step down and try to save the county. I mean, I'm super impressed with her, and I think she's going to have a real good chance in the fall to take out Hidalgo.
All right, Tony, you should be pumped up. You're guaranteed a Latino will be running Harris County.
Well, I'm pumped up because County Commissioner Lina Hidalgo, shock and awe, really amazing win. But I think if you are in tune with the Latino community, if you've ever been to an event that's predominantly Latino, you will see that our community adores Lina Hidalgo, especially Latinas. I think that's part of this turnout. You're going to see that even more at the general election. She can rest. She can just keep building that base. And I think what's going to be fascinating, you mentioned the Spanish surnames of all the people running for this particular position. What's going to come down to it, too, is who is pandering to Latinos and who is Latino, proud of being Latino, and touching on issues that Tejanos really care about. And I think this is going to be a great election for those issues because we're going to see what defines the heart and soul of Texas Latinos. And I think we're going to see some complicated issues. We're going to see a great race. I want to see a lot of Latinos running at every position in all parties so that we get more involved and our issues get to the forefront.
All right, Tamara, bring this topic home.
How can I get in contact with Alexandria Mueller? What's the number? I need to find her number. I need to find Vidal's number because I don't change.
I have Vidal's number, and I can get you both.
Let me tell you,
I'll get them to you.
He's doing an incompetent job. That's fine that you got your pride in your race. I ain't got no problem with that. More power to you. But I'm looking for intelligent leadership. I'm looking for leadership that cares that we are dying daily because of that stupid ass felony bond reform. I'm looking for a leadership that doesn't select someone to count ballots and count votes who can't even count without taking off her shoes. I need somebody incompetent in that seat.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Up next, accountability at the courthouse as voters oust multiple incumbents criticized for cutting loose violent criminals on bond. Happening as it did amid an ongoing crime wave, Tuesday's primary produced some extremely rare results. That is, 4 out of 6 incumbent felony court judges who've routinely granted bond to repeat violent offenders were defeated by fellow Democrats. Panel Crime Stoppers victim advocate Andy Kahn called that outcome encouraging and a trend he's very hopeful will continue in the November midterm. Gary, what do you think of that?
You know, I'm looking at that, and part of it, you know, I'm thinking, is that part of it? And it's true that the district attorney's office did do some recruiting of candidates to run against some of the incumbents, but not all of them. But it looked like a lot of the white males got wiped out. And if you look at civil races, some of the white males lost races to the Court of Appeals and other places that were well-respected judges. So is it a continuation of the Democratic Party eliminating white males as candidates going forward? I don't know. It may be a connection. Is this going to be a big issue in the fall? It should be, but it has to get the attention of the people. Fox obviously has given really good coverage to the problems with bonds given to violent offenders. Tamara has also been a great spokesman on this issue in the county. I think it'll be important. I think actually coming in the fall, the number one issue is going to be crime. Are you for crime? Are you enabling crime? Are you against it? And again, this is an area where Lena Hidalgo's got a big problem because she's a crime enabler.
Tamara, jump in here.
I was very pleased to see, and I won't lie, I worked hard trying to get people informed and to pay attention. Don't skip those criminal judges. I agree with Gary. I was shocked at some of the very good judges that ran for the appellate court who are seated in other courts who lost. And then even one of the JP well-known judges lost in that I was really surprised at the way that came out. But I was also pleased that some of those criminal judges are gone. Some ran unopposed, which is a problem. So Harris County, once again, do you want to feel safe? Do you want to be able to go to HEB when you want to go? Not when a criminal thinks you should go or when he thinks you shouldn't go. You need to make sure you show back up and show that, because we've got to get back to a safer Houston for everybody.
Bill King, what's your point?
Yeah, I think that I think Kim Ogg did a pretty good job of recruiting some people to run strategically in those races, and it eliminated 2 or 3 of the really awful judges down there that were just letting everybody lose. But Gary Tamar is right. When you look at the 12 incumbent judges, countywide judges that lost the races, 11 of them were white, and they were all beat by African American and a couple of Latina candidates. And I think it just indicates what's going on in the demographics in the Democratic Party, especially among the primary voters.
Sue, 20 seconds. Agree with what Bill just said?
Well, no, there was some large races going on that were that pushed out African American vote more so than there were races that really pushed out Anglo vote. But hey, the voters, I believe, got it right, and they're going to have an opportunity in November to finish the job, because we don't have straight ticket voting. You're going to have to go all the way down the ballot and pick and choose who you think are good judges.
We're going to leave it there. When we come back, Tuesday's primary delivered decisive wins and new matchups in some very big statewide races. Leading our next discussion, the coming head-to-head battle between embattled Attorney General Ken Paxton and George P. Bush.
Latino.
From the politically engaged than the Republican primary contest for Texas Attorney General. Incumbent Ken Paxton, encumbered with a lingering indictment and ongoing federal bribery probe, drew three well-known and relatively well-funded challengers. Bolstered by the endorsement of former President Trump, Paxton prevailed, but not by enough to avoid a runoff with runner-up George P. Bush. Panel, On the other side of the divide, civil rights attorney Rochelle Garza drew twice as many votes as her closest competitor, former Galveston Mayor Joe Jaworski, who she shall face again in the May runoff. All right, I'm going to start with you, Gary. How do you see this Republican race for Attorney General going down in May?
Well, look, a majority of the Republican primary voters voted against Paxton. Look, Paxton, I believe, has done a number of good things as Attorney General, but he's got baggage. And I've been talking about this for months, as everyone on the panel knows. There's an October surprise coming for Ken Paxton. I believe it'll be a federal indictment. I think that will ensure that the Democrats would then win the Attorney General's race. So the question for Republicans is really quite simple. Do you really want to take the chance to put a leftist Attorney General in place in this state by voting for Paxton again? That's what it is. So I think the Republicans are going to coalesce around George P. Bush. I think he can do a good job as Attorney General. I don't think he has the ethical issues that have haunted Ken Paxton in his time there. And that's what we need to do. And I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, in our Sunday survey, you have spoken out loudly. 96% of folks believe Isabel Longoria should lose her job over the performance of her election division this Tuesday, 96-4. All right, let's continue on the Tuesday results. Bill King, what did you see that intrigued you about what happened on Tuesday? And do you think going with Paxton is problematic for Republicans?
You know, I understand why Republicans like Gary would want Bush to win, because I think Paxton is going to be a huge downdraft on the ticket. He didn't get a majority. We got 43% of the vote or something. So the odds are he's going to win that runoff, and it just is incomprehensible to me that they would nominate him again. I don't know Ms. Garza. I've heard really good things about her. I know Joe Jaworski pretty well, and he's a good guy. I can promise you, if Paxton gets the nomination, I think it's highly likely the Democrats will win that race, and I can promise you I'll be voting for the Democrat in that race.
All right. You heard Louis Gohmert last week. He believes the feds have the goods on Paxton right now. They're just waiting for to see whether he wins the runoff or not to drop an indictment. Whether that's true or not, we do not know. What's your take on this tomorrow?
Listen, I want to go back to what Bill said about him getting 42%, and that means that he gonna win. 42% means 58% of the people didn't want him. I'm an accountant. I always look at the greater number. That was 58% people who voted against him, who voted for anybody but him, knew him, have voted for him in the past and chose not to. So that's not to say that he gonna win. And I'm telling you, he is an embarrassment to y'all party. Whether y'all think he is or not, he is. He makes Tony's argument right. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree at all with what Tony said, but he makes the argument right. You all say all this stuff about what should happen to her because she did the screw up. This man has been indicted. His chief of staff came to y'all and said, what the hell? What the hell? He got to go, and y'all didn't do a damn thing. Okay? So,
all right, Tony Diaz, I suspect you're actually kind of rooting for Paxton right now.
Well, it's fascinating to watch this battle for the heart and soul of Texas Republicans, because you mentioned Trump has supported Paxton. I can see why. Paxton is indicted, FBI investigation, should apologize. Him and Trump got a lot to talk about, you know. And what I love too is it is about Trump voters versus the Bush era. George Prescott Bush, named after George Bush, the president. George Bush, the president. His name is George Bush. Here's the problem. He's a terrible public speaker. I've heard him speak in public. He's not gifted at all. So he avoids media. He's going to be on his bus, hitting the ground game. He's going to spend a lot of money on ads and phone calls. Paxton, he avoids the media because he's indicted and under FBI investigation. So they're going to dump a lot of money. It's going to be a bloodbath. And regardless of the talents, they're both going to be weak for a strong Democrat coming up. And Jaworski is strong, and Rochelle Garza is strong. She's a strong Latina who's proud to be Mexican-American and knows about her issues, but at the same time knows how to please all Texans.
All right, Sue Lovell, close us out strongly. What's your take on Tuesday statewide outcomes?
Yeah, well, I thought, Ken Paxton, who Trump has endorsed, and then Trump picked on George P. Bush's father, Jeb, all through that election. I thought the irony that the son has come back around and shoved Paxton into a runoff, the Trump person, I think, maybe it's a little poetic justice.
All right. All right. Any last word? I got 20 seconds.
Well, Rochelle Garza's an amazing candidate. Really amazing candidate.
I've heard
Bill King.
I think it was interesting that that Mike Collier, that lieutenant governor for Democrat, that's the other race where I think Democrats could have a chance. And they should have nominated Mike Collier outright. They didn't do that. And I don't know whether he'll win that runoff or not, but it'll be fascinating to see what happens in that race.
All right, we're leaving it right there. Still to come, the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol claims it has uncovered compelling evidence former President Trump committed crimes against the nation he once led. But up next, Joe Biden's plea for unity and strength in the face of brutal Russian aggression. Did he connect with the nation and the world in this week's State of the Union address?
To shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
In a moment critical to salvaging a measure of success from the remainder of his presidential term, Joe Biden, in his State of the Union address, sought to unite the nation, and for that matter, the free world, in opposition to the invasion of Ukraine. Despite imposition of unprecedented sanctions and global banking bans meant to strangle the Russian economy, Vladimir Putin's forces continued their armed conquest, with the number of refugees fleeing the war zone now reaching 1.5 million. Panel, I'm looking for your thoughts on both the president's leadership and the path forward. I'll start with you, Tony.
I think President Biden is doing a good job because he has to deal with this war of words that translates into blood and bullets. So, for example, Putin doesn't even admit that it's an invasion. Okay, that's the sort of level of language warfare, even warfare. We've got cyber warfare now, economic warfare. And here's the other scary part. All those definitions, I think, are going to be dictated by how we as Americans feel about this, because I don't think we as Americans are ready to send American soldiers to die on Ukrainian soil. I don't think we are. And I don't know if we're ready to wonder about a nuclear bomb falling on an American city. And if we want to avoid that, then we've got to play with this language at this level, because we can't even declare an airspace. If we declare airspace violations against Russia, we're basically bringing Ukraine into NATO, and we have World War III with nuclear bombs. And here's the last thing. Here's the question. Will Putin drop a nuclear bomb? I think right now we think he won't, which affects how this language is, which affects how Biden works. I think he's doing a good job for the situation he's been dealt as far as Biden goes.
All right, Bill King, part of your portfolio is global finance, I'm sure. Do you think these sanctions can worsen? Will it be enough?
Well, I saw an interesting poll over this weekend that there were over 70% of the American people that now think that the United States and NATO should establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine. And it was like 85% thought we ought to ban all Russian oil, which are both, of course, things that the administration hasn't done yet. And I think that Biden's done a pretty good job of bringing the whole world community together and isolating Russia. I mean, this is a tricky situation. And this is, this is not one of those situations where I think you ought to be second guessing everything the president does. I think that's very dangerous and counterproductive in this situation. So I generally think, I agree with Tony, I think he's done a pretty good job. But I think that the American people are getting out a little bit ahead of him right now on wanting to take more aggressive action. And I suspect you're going to see that next week.
All right. When we come back, we continue our discussion of Russia's armed conquest of Ukraine. Will waging economic war on Putin generate enough pain to stop the killing?
We're cutting off Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access.
Panel, as more Ukrainians and more Russians die, is there any chance this conflict escalates to a military response from NATO? I'm going to start with you, Gary Polland.
I don't see that happening. And look, I mean, I think that Biden has done an okay job with the hand he gave himself. but the Russians were on the border of Ukraine in November. The Ukrainians have been asking for fighter jets and other things for a long time. And remember, even when President Obama was in office, he only sent non-lethal aid. The lethal aid started under Trump. So that's part of the problem. The failures in Afghanistan, the fact that the United States looks not very strong, encourages adventurism. If Trump was president, it wouldn't happen primarily because he's so unpredictable.
You can't say
But
that.
we now have to figure out what we need to do. And it also will encourage the Chinese to think, well, they can take this, they can go ahead and take Taiwan. So it's really complicated. And the worst thing of all the week, I have to say, I read the story that the military is now mandating more woke, politically correct training about different sexual orientations and the like, as opposed to training our soldiers to fight. It's just crazy. It makes no sense. We don't have a professional army anymore, and I don't know that it can even deliver what we want. So it is a huge problem, and Biden needs to listen to the American people. Cut off the Russian oil, don't buy it anymore, and open up oil production in the United States, which he cut off first thing when he came in. Reopen the pipeline. Those are things that can make a difference for the American people and also reduce the cost of oil. And by the way, Tamara, the cost of oil was going up long before this war started.
Tomorrow, as a mom, as a humanitarian, as somebody who cares about other people, what's been going through your heart and mind as you've watched this unfold?
What's been going through my heart and mind is what Gary just skipped over. He talked about what Obama did. He talked about what Biden, but he ain't said nothing about Trump sitting up here having this romance with Putin. And I believe Putin would have done a hell of a lot more, because he would have said, oh, well, Trump, my homie, I ain't got to worry about him. He ain't going to get involved, because Trump tried to lie and say the Ukrainians interfered with the U.S. elections as long as he got in the damn race. So we know he would have done nothing. This is very concerning to me, because, you know, listen at where we are as a world. I don't mean just here, as a world. This pandemic has changed the whole world, everywhere. Anybody say, oh, it didn't, you're a lie. It affects everybody. Then you got this fool talking, oh, you know, when he went to Chernobyl, everybody should have got up and said, what the hell? There's no gas, there's no oil, there's nothing. What's in Chernobyl? The nuclear plant. That should have concerned everybody. Look, I'm with Sue. This reminds me so much, because I love to read history of World War II. Now, I know we got to walk eggshells because everybody didn't have them, just us, but this is something everybody needs to be paying attention to.
Got to leave it there. Got to leave it there. Up next, a congressional committee claims it's found strong evidence Donald Trump committed criminal acts. Will the revelations be enough to derail another run for the White House? Sorry. Welcome back. In a legal filing this week, the House committee investigating the January 6th assault on the Capitol reported that it had accumulated sufficient evidence to support potential fraud, conspiracy, and obstruction charges against former President Donald Trump. Panel, this latest development is a significant step beyond Mr. Trump merely repeating false claims of outcome-altering election fraud. The suggestion here is the former president knew he lost and actively conspired to change that result. I'm going to start with you, Gary Polland. You're first and foremost a truth teller. Is this significant?
Well, I think the short answer is it could be. But I have to go back to everything they've attacked Trump on. You know, Russia collusion, not true. The criminal charges that were coming in New York City, not true. They've been dumped. So, you know, it's kind of like trust but verify. You know, if they think they have it, they need to show what they think they have, and then we can hear Trump's response. But based on the track record of Trump critics, they sure throw a lot of mud at him, but none of it sticks.
Bill, you agree with that?
Well, I thought this filing is a little off in the weeds for the average person. It's it's trying to break the attorney-client privilege by alleging the crime fraud exception. It's very, very complicated, and I think likely will probably not succeed. It's very difficult to do that. But there is a sort of constant drip, 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 and especially of former Trump officials coming out. And I don't know if anybody saw the Bill Barr interview about his resignation. Very damning of Trump and his suitability to be in that office. I think those things are piling up on him right now. And you see that really in the numbers right now. He's gradually, just sort of fading away. And I really think going out and indicting him sort of puts him back in the middle of the spotlight. I think it could be a mistake, could backfire.
All right, Tony, take 30 seconds.
Well, I think the chickens are coming home to roost. Will this wind up him in jail? Probably not. But I think it is important to piece together exactly what he was doing, because the first impeachment, one of his impeachments was about Ukraine. Now that we see what Putin is doing, we start to add these things up. Trump was very good at looking where all the holes and pressure points were in our system. I'd like to quantify all that. And I want to remind folks, too, speaking of January 6th, I think a certain candidate for Texas, Paxton, was there, too.
All right, tomorrow, you got 20 seconds to put a bow on this.
Listen, going back to what Tony said, if any of y'all remember in the Ukraine when it first came out, Trump told them y'all can't get y'all money unless y'all interfere with Biden's election. They told him go to hell. That's why Russia over there now. He said, hey, y'all get their ass because they wouldn't help me.
All right, we're leaving it there. Still to come. Is it protection or persecution? Up for debate, Governor Greg Abbott's unilateral order to investigate some medical treatments for transgender kids as child abuse. criminal, controversial health care for Texas children in gender transition have failed to gain passage repeatedly in our state legislature. And yet, in what looks like an ideological end run around actual lawmaking, Governor Greg Abbott has ordered state agencies to investigate as abuse medical procedures involving children in transition. As justification, Abbott is citing a non-binding opinion submitted by Attorney General Ken Paxton, which defined the use of gender-affirming surgeries and puberty-blocking drugs as potentially abusive. Panel of the Texas Tribune reports Abbott's order has already triggered new investigations of multiple families with transgender kids. Sue Lovell, I'm going straight to you.
Slowly approaching the 9 a.m. mark, you are streaming live now from Fox. Currently taking a look at What's Your Point, a segment from Fox 26 Houston examining national political headlines. But it looks as though we are getting a live update from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. We know that he is continuing his diplomatic tour of Europe. Let's go ahead and listen into his remarks live, raw, and unfiltered.
To me to see one of my favorite landmarks, the Moldova. So whoever came up with that gets big points in my book. But in all seriousness, why are we here right now? We're here first and foremost because we are dealing with an egregious aggression by Russia against Ukraine, but an aggression that, of course, is having a horrific impact on the Ukrainian people, men, women, children, many of whom we saw just yesterday in Poland at the border, many of whom you're seeing every single day here in Moldova, who've been forced to flee the violence, but also an impact on the very international order that we have worked so hard over so many decades to try to maintain, as imperfectly as we do it. What Russia's doing, what Vladimir Putin is doing, is not only terrible violence to men, women, and children, he's doing terrible violence to the very principles that lie beneath that order and are working to keep peace and security around the world. And simply put, we can't let either of those things go forward with impunity, because if we do, it opens a Pandora's box that we will deeply, deeply regret, not just in Europe, but potentially around the world. These basic principles that underlie the order include the proposition that countries are entitled to sovereignty, to decide for themselves what their policies will be, with whom they'll associate, to have the integrity of their borders respected, to basically allow their own people to decide their own future. And all of that is on the line with this aggression. But all of that equally applies here to the Republic of Moldova. And just as we're standing strongly for Ukraine, for its territorial integrity, its independence, its sovereignty, so too do we stand with Moldova and any other country that may be threatened in the same way. And that's very much the message that I brought to the President, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister today. It's important that our friends here in Moldova understand that we and the world are with them too. And I hope that at the very least, one of the things that President Putin has seen in the unprecedented response to the aggression in Ukraine from virtually the entirety of the international community, starting with the United States and European allies and partners through NATO, the European Union, the OSCE, the G7, but also most of the international community, 141 countries at the United Nations, standing up and saying, we condemn this aggression and we stand with Ukraine. I hope that message is not lost on him because it applies not just to Ukraine, it would apply everywhere that we might face such aggression, including here. What you're doing every day before this episode, now during it, and after it, is extraordinary because it's supporting a relationship with an extraordinary country. I have to tell you, and I suspect many of you feel the same way, it's inspiring to see the work that our friends here are doing. At a time in the world when, over the last decade or 15 years, we've seen in many places democratic backsliding in country after country. We've had our own challenges. Here in Moldova, we see a country with extraordinary leaders trying to move forward, to strengthen their democracy, to build it, and in so doing, of course, benefit the people of Moldova, but also set an example for the world. So it's a small country, but it is setting a very big example. And you are a critical part of making that happen, because the work that you're doing, the support you're providing, the guidance you're giving, all of that, I think, is essential to the success of this project. And I just want to thank you for doing it. I also know that under normal times, a visit by me or by someone from Washington puts a little extra burden on an embassy. This is not an ordinary time. I know people have been driving back and forth 3 hours each way to the border, including to help bring some of our folks back and forth. Some of you will be doing that in just a short while. At the same time, helping the refugees who are coming in, helping our Moldovan friends, help them. And that support is extraordinary, and I really want to thank you as well, because I know we've added to the burden. And I know that some people in particular have been doing exceptional things. Is Valeriu Chernia here? Maybe on the screen. I wanted to single out Valeria, and also Sam Ludwig, anywhere here today. Oh, thank you. We have alumni from our exchange programs who are helping refugees as we speak. They are part of a community even after the exchange programs, their participation ends. It carries on. They're out there doing it. We have, I know, family members who are with us on the screen who, as Kent said, have been delivering blankets, food, baby clothes to refugee centers. We have the lifeblood of this and any embassy, our locally employed staff, opening their homes to refugees from Ukraine. All of that is extraordinary, even as it may seem ordinary to you, because it's just what you do. And then, as Ken said, I know that the last 2 years have been difficult, more than difficult, because of COVID. And you've experienced loss. You've managed, despite that, to carry on with incredible resilience, looking out for each other, having each other's backs, delivering hundreds of thousands of COVID vaccines here to our friends in Moldova, working with civil society and the new government on all of the work they're doing to tackle corruption, leading efforts to support an independent media throughout Moldova, and again, doing that at a time of personal challenge as well as professional challenge. And I took note of some of the things that people have been doing. And again, they may seem small, but they have a big impact. Providing groceries, providing childcare when someone got sick as a result of COVID, keeping in touch through WhatsApp, finding some ways, even in the midst of this, to have fun. Virtual wine tastings. I'm not quite sure how that works, but chili cook-offs. Something that I'd appreciate learning, how to make a bagel workshops. All of these things make a huge difference because it creates a sense of community, it creates a sense of camaraderie, it creates a sense of caring for each other. And especially in challenging times, that makes all the difference in the world. So let me conclude by saying this. As the ambassador said, we are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations with Moldova last month. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we have local staff who've been serving with us since 1993. Think about that. That's pretty extraordinary. And let me see if any of them are actually in the room with us today. Nikolai Jamiru, here, or maybe on the screen. I'm just going to read off a couple of names. I really want to acknowledge them because of this extraordinary service. Konstantin Mutaf, anywhere with us today. We're going to applaud all of them. Vlad Kajuri. Here? No? All right. Edward Perlea. Doran Trustianu. All right, finally, we got one. Aurel Vieru. Yes, there we go. Please accept those applause on behalf of your other colleagues as well. I'm glad, I was getting worried. But seriously, I really can't thank each of you and each of your other colleagues who've been with us so long. I can't find the words to express how much that means. We're so grateful for this partnership, for this service. It makes all the difference in the world. And let me just say to everyone here, whether you are local staff, whether you're family, whether you're an FSO, a civil servant, whether you're state, defense, USAID, Peace Corps, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think we're going to let our colleagues from the press find.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you so much again for streaming our show this morning. We are staying on top of the Ukraine situation as Russia continues to invade for the 11th day straight. Let's go ahead and check in with our very own Mike Page for an exclusive interview. He's actually catching up with an independent journalist who is there on the ground in Kyiv as this all unfolds.
Happening right now in a bomb shelter. Our next interview right now is a journalist. His name is Mark Savchuk. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it. Mark, I wish we were meeting on such better circumstances, but unfortunately we're not. First off, can you just tell us how you're doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. All of us who live here constantly every day work on trying to help our military forces fight. Trying to supply them with everything they need, because this war literally takes all our resources, and we dedicate all our time in order to help our military to fight the Russian invasion.
Absolutely. And Mark, can we maybe just rewind about 9 days ago? What was your first reaction when the invasion happened?
To be honest, I was completely aware of it happening. I even have a screenshot of email to one of your colleagues, to a Western journalist from Sky, who is talking to me whether the war Russia with Ukraine was possible. And I told him in the email that for me, it's a done deal. It's just a question of when. And this email was sent to him on 2 a.m. and the invasion began on 4 a.m. So for me, it wasn't a surprise at all. We were all thinking that it's going to happen. We just didn't know when exactly. So when it began, we were just like, well, this is it. You know, we always thought it will happen at some point. So here it is.
Absolutely. And Mark, can you just maybe explain to us, for our viewers really across the country and really around the world, what is it like right now inside of that bomb shelter as you are in Kyiv?
Well, in Kyiv, it's relatively safe, despite the initial plans of Putin to capture actually Kyiv in 3 days. Well, it's the end of day 8, and they have not even managed to circle the city. And it's a big question whether it will actually ever be able to encircle the city. Currently, there is very, very heavy fighting in the northwest of the city, where literally the best troops that Putin has is being completely scrapped by the Ukrainian military forces. So I came here from a relatively safe place from Lviv, because I just think that this war needs every person to participate. And I really have a sense of accomplishment where actually there are some amazing people here who are doing their best in order to save their country. And they inspire me like hell. Our country is literally like an inspiration for the whole world that is fighting for freedom and democracy.
Absolutely. And Mark, what we are seeing happening in Ukraine, really in all pockets of every community in Ukraine, it is amazing to see just the fight back perseverance of all of the Ukrainians. And that right there is so telling, not only to the enemy of Russia, but everybody around the world. And what is some of the feedback that you've been hearing, just all of the things hearing about the resilience of Ukrainians?
Well, look, actually, this is a great point. Thank you for raising it. You see, we don't have enough weapons to put all the volunteers to fight. Actually, you know, this is how this serious situation is. We have more men that are willing to fight than we have arms. So that's why we ask the West to please help us. I mean, the West already provides a lot of help, lots of military assistance, lots of financial assistance. But, for example, I can't join the military because they don't have an assault rifle for me, literally. So, and they don't have enough gear. Our guys are actually at the front line almost without gear, just with assault rifles. And I think because we are fighting the enemy of the world, #1, the West should help us even more, because what we are actually protecting is the world peace. So come on, West, get to work, give us more help. Please help us protect our country from this evil man, because Ukraine is really an inspiration for the whole world. The amount of resilience is amazing.
Absolutely.
So this is it.
Absolutely. So would you say you're almost like in a holding pattern because you want to help out, but you can't because you just don't have the arms? Would you say that the West and even the U.S. as well, were we just late on getting supplies and armor to you?
Oh, you see, it's yes and no. You can't really say that the West doesn't do anything, right? I mean, come on, the sanctions are incredible. The financial support for Ukraine is there. The military support for Ukraine is there. What I'm saying is just we need more. That's what I'm saying. Because if we have all the men who can fight on the front line, we're completely convinced that we can defeat anything that he throws in here. I mean, come on, look, even your analysts, American analysts, have been saying that Russian army has been performing really badly because it's very badly organized and it's completely saturated with corruption. So it's breaking down everywhere, and our local militia are able to fight it even with like very simple weapons. So we as a country has showed our incredible resilience, and we are worthy of more support, because as again, I'm stressing, we are not just fighting for our country, we are fighting literally for the world peace, because Putin is insane. I mean, this is not just a power-hungry act for him like he was doing before. He has gone completely insane. And I've seen articles from all the insiders in Moscow, and they say that they haven't been told of the Ukrainian invasion simply because Putin thought that it was gonna last for just 3 days. So why bother? I mean, it's gonna happen so quick. And now that they're actually realizing that the economical sanctions are gonna be insane, it's literally the end of their economy. So we are going to be here, we're going to fight Putin, and we are going to eventually defeat him, but we just need more assistance. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And when you bring up just how insane this is from Putin and the Russians, I mean, I never thought that I would see where just last night, into the morning hours, where they are attacking a nuclear power plant. I mean, that really just tells you just what state of mind they're in. What was your thoughts when you're hearing about that?
Look, guys, come on. All I'm saying is that Putin is insane. I'm iterating this point, right? He's been attacking a nuclear power plant. I mean, what else does he need to do for the West to realize that he is literally insane? Okay, it's not just power-hungry deals. He's attacking a nuclear power plant. This can be a catastrophe for the whole Europe. And does Europeans don't want to be, safe? I mean, come on. The sanctions against Russia should be even more. Literally, the whole world needs to stop doing business with Russia. And Ukraine should be assisted with more weapons and with more funds. Because look, his war right now is about bombing residential areas and killing innocent civilians and killing innocent women and children. This has nothing to do about the war itself. He is just mad that he can't win this war, so he will retaliate. He's angry, and so he will kill civilians, lots of them, thousands of them. West shouldn't just sit aside and look at this. They need to act.
Absolutely. And Mark, it seems like not only is it, of course, a physical assault with the bombings and the shellings, but also a psychological war as well. But it seems they will not be able to break the Ukrainian spirit. I mean, you guys are fighting very, very hard. We're on day 9 of this, and you guys have not given up at all. It doesn't seem like there's any break with the Ukrainians.
Absolutely, because we're fighting for their own survival. We will never stop, literally till the end, till the last guy. So that's why I'm saying that's why the West needs to help us, because this is a done deal for him. Look, for us, it's a done deal question. We're going to fight till the last man. What we don't understand is that how in 2022, we still need to iterate and explain why Putin has to be stopped right now. I mean, you have social media, you have internet, you see all these footages. He is just plain crazy. He kills civilians. He attacks nuclear power stations. He needs to be stopped now. And this myth about unstoppable Russian army, it's just a myth because his army is as corrupt as his economy. So because his army is incredibly corrupt, it's not succeeding because it's all full of, tanks that on paper they are new, but actually they're old. I mean, you see how Russian soldiers are equipped. They're not equipped really well, despite him spending billions and billions and tens of billions of dollars on his army, because all it ends up is enriching the top class of the military. They have really nice houses, though, which is good for us, because if his army wasn't corrupt, we had a much tougher fight for that.
Absolutely. Mark, last question. What would you say to not only Russian civilians, but even the Russian soldiers that are in Ukraine right now? If you could, what would your message be to them?
Look, I think it's obvious already from we see with them. It's not their fight. That's actually the only single message. It's not their fight. It's not their war. It's a war of a one man who is simply gone insane. That's it. He lives in a world where the West is trying to destroy Russia, which is just not true. Because there are so many American companies that did business with Russia, like Shell, BP, etc., so many companies that did business with them. No, they don't want to destroy it. He's just an ex-KGB person who lives in this mentality, West versus East. And obviously that's not true. He's just gone mad. He's just insane. He wants to kill everything in his past because he just thinks that this is the only way for Russia to survive. So the only message really for these people is just to stop fighting, because it's not their war. By participating in this war, what they're actually doing is destroying Russia itself. So if you're a patriot of this of your country, you should stop fighting, and they really actually return home and get rid of this corrupt politician who Putin is. Come on. All the Russians know that their government is corrupt. This is something that you shouldn't really tell them. They already know this, because all their top employees of the government have huge mansions. How did they get it? I mean, their salaries are so small. This is obvious.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, thank you so much for taking the time, and we hope that we could speak with you in the future as well as give us updates how you're doing and how everybody around you is doing, and we are hoping for the very best for you and all of Ukraine, because this is one hell of a fight, and you guys are showing just what you guys are all about, and you're fighting for your country at the end of the day of it.
Yes, yes, yes. So the last word that I wanted to say is just please spread the word and help Ukraine, because we're going to stop this son of a bitch.
There we go. Mark, you couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much. Happening right now in
1.5 million Ukrainians are fleeing since the Russian invasion. Let's go ahead and check in with Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson. She is catching up with a Ukrainian parliament member. A lot of them, I should say, are actually staying behind to help facilitate evacuations, or in some cases to actually fight and defend their country. So again, that interview, that segment from Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson.
Just speak to the latest development of this nuclear power plant that's been taken over. What are some of your initial thoughts about this happening and what's been going on?
Well, this is horrific, and this is the threat to the whole world. This is Chernobyl at least 6 times over. If this continues the way it is, they have forced the worst and the least educated of their units to attack the nuclear power plant. So currently it is operated at gunpoint by our specialists, but the gunpoint is from the Chechens. This is extremely dangerous. You know that nuclear accidents happened even without military interventions, and the whole world may be looking for a nuclear disaster.
And with that being said, kind of describe to us the reason why this could be a disaster, because the people who have taken over, the Russian troops, they are not educated on how to run this plant. Is that correct?
Well, of course, you can imagine yourself people who just know how to kill, who are not educated, and they somehow now need to manage people who manage the nuclear power plant. This is extremely dangerous situation. Accidents happen even under peaceful circumstances. This is completely reckless, and this can poison with radiation the whole world.
So as we've been getting some of these updates, I don't know if you heard this morning, the Russian representative speaking to the United Nations Security Council, he had said that the reason for the shelling at the nuclear plant was because of Ukrainian sabotage group had been provoking their troops. So do you have any thoughts on those comments that he had made? Of course, the narrative he had been feeding the Security Council not matching all of the other reports that we've been giving here.
I think it's long overdue to comment on any Russian narratives. They lie, they constantly lie, they promise they would not attack Ukraine. It's over. I think that they are completely berserk. I think that Putin obviously has some either mental illness or some mental distress, because the things that they are doing is completely illogical. It's even against their own interests.
So let's just go into some of the meetings that we've had, the delegates between Russian and Ukrainians. Has there been anything that's come out of this second round of talks, or do you believe that this is all just a front on Putin, just wasting everyone's time?
I believe that people even around Putin really want to negotiate and really want this war to stop, even in the diplomatic circles. The problem is that Putin controls the whole country. He is isolated himself. You can see that even to his closest allies, he is speaking from the distance of 50 meters. I think he's delusional, and his closest circle understand that. And even though some of Russians may even try to find peaceful solutions, in the end it breaks down towards Putin wanting war.
So as we've heard, you know, your President Zelenskyy, he has been asking and pleading for a no-fly zone to be put over Ukraine. That has been denied. What are some of the reasonings behind this request? Obviously, it's just to protect his people.
The reason is that Russians cannot beat us on the ground because we have strong morale, and as long as we start shooting at them, they are running away. So their only way of beating us is to bombard us from the air without any contact with us. So we are asking for a no-fly zone, and we understand that United States and Great Britain and other countries do not want a direct confrontation with Russia, because that would mean shooting down Russian airplanes. But we strongly believe that sooner or later, Russia will go into other NATO countries. We think that Baltics are especially a dangerous place they will go to, and Putin already today made hints and claims that he will attack those countries. And we think that state-sponsored terrorism from Russia, or even on US soil, is very likely. So we think that confrontation is almost imminent.
So I know another thing that's been done is obviously sanctions that have been put on Russia. Is this something that the Ukrainian government would like to see more of, is more sanctions, or what are some of the things you guys would like to see being implemented?
We think that if countries behave like they do, like Russia behaves currently as Nazi Germany, there should be no contacts with them, and they should be cut off from any interaction and any investments. We are frankly disappointed that companies like Coca-Cola decided to continue to work in Russia as some other American companies. And we also ask not only governments, but private businesses to pressure companies to cut ties with Russia due to their aggression.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there needs to be more consequences done because what's been already implemented hasn't had an effect on him pulling back on those troops. And I wanted to ask you, Marian, too, you know, we've heard some reports that there's been multiple attempts to take President Zelensky's life, but there has been also some possible warnings when those attacks were going to happen. So do you have any information on that? Of course, I know he had even said himself, he knows he is the enemy's target number one.
Yeah, exactly. We know that from the people that we captured that their objective was to kill the president. We know that members of parliament like me are also on the hit list. So we are taking precautions to keep ourselves safe. But it is true that Kremlin wants to kill the president and install a puppet regime in Ukraine, which they will definitely fail because according to recent polls, 96% of Ukrainians support Volodymyr Zelenskyy and 82% believe in military victory over Russia.
And you'd mentioned, too, you know, when it comes to the ground combat, that the resistance that your people have been putting up have beaten what the Russian troops are showing you. So what else can you tell us about what you've been seeing, what you've been hearing as far as reports go when it comes to this combat between the two troops?
Well, it's very different morale setting because Russian troops typically have no understanding why they are even in our country. They were told that they were going into training exercises, and then they were given a command to take some targets. Their salary, especially after sanctions, is just about $500 a month. So that's their only motivation to continue fighting, while our army have their families literally living in Kyiv and they are protecting them. So their motivation is endless.
And Marian, if it's okay, I just want to ask, you had posted about your own family getting out of Ukraine. We know that more than 1.2 million Ukrainians have fled since this invasion. What have you been hearing from your family? Have you been able to be in contact with them since they left?
My family is here in Ukraine. My wife is just next to me, so is my 2-year-old son. Okay. We're definitely not leaving. We're staying in Ukraine. We're just keeping ourselves safe. And just an hour ago, I was helping distribute aid to consolidate it and currently working very heavily towards supplying our army. And so actually is my wife, who is traveling daily abroad to bring supplies.
And I know that there's so many people around the world who've been showing support to Ukraine. What would be some final remarks you'd want to put out there to everyone who's been following along with what's been happening and developing in your country?
I would like to say thank you. We do feel, and every day I receive a lot of texts and SMS from our dear friends abroad, and not only just from Western world. We'd like to thank you for support and to continue doing that because we think this is the Hitler attack on Poland moment. We either stop him now or this turns into a much uglier conflict. We are ready to fight. We're willing to fight. We need more ammo and we need stronger support in the future. But I am afraid, and this is my prediction, that this will not end Ukraine. Putin has lost his mind and he will attack other countries.
And as you said, I mean, things, we don't want to see them worsen, especially since we've already seen the disaster that's been left in his path. We do appreciate you giving us more information, joining us here, of course, talking about what still needs to be done. And we're keeping you, your family, and of course, all the Ukrainian people who are still in the country in our thoughts. Marian Zablotsky joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We hope that you can continue to fight and continue to stay safe.
Continuing to cover the war on Ukraine, many experts feel that this invasion has taken a dangerous turn. Fox 13 Tampa is going to take a look at why Russia's latest attack is creating some global fears.
We begin tonight with the latest Russian attack, drawing global condemnation. Overnight, Russia targeted one of Europe's biggest nuclear power plants in Ukraine. Although none of the reactors appear to have been damaged, the move is raising a lot of concern over Russia's tactics and the risk of a nuclear disaster. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with a closer look at what happened and what kind of danger are we talking about here, Craig?
Well, let's start with Russia's motivations. That puts it in context. Russia wants to control the power plants, including the nuclear plants in Ukraine. One, to control the power grid as a battlefield tactic. Two, it also wants to gain access to railheads to fortify and actually build some of its supply lines, and that's a key point and place to do it. And three, a big part of this appears to be to whip fear and terrorize the Ukrainian people in an effort to try to break their will. Before sunset on Thursday, we saw hundreds of Ukrainian civilians forming a human shield around their nuclear power plant. But later that night, they could not stop the armed Russian invaders. The invaders attacked this plant in southern Ukraine, about 100 miles north of Crimea. And when we say attack, we don't mean firing air-to-ground missiles into the reactors. This was a firefight between the invaders and the Ukrainian forces trying to defend the plant. And in the course of that firefight, this training facility on the perimeter of the 6 reactors caught fire. Of course, very concerning because this training facility was a mere 1,500 feet from the nearest reactor. And separate from that, the structure compartment or the casing around one of these 6 reactors, it's not clear which one, also took some damage. Ukraine says Russia hit the casing around a reactor that was offline for maintenance, but does have nuclear fuel inside it.
What we understand is that this projectile is a projectile that is coming from the Russian forces.
Here's the good news. They put out the fire in that training facility. Nuclear scientists are not seeing a spike in radiation after the attack. The reactor cores are heavily reinforced with protective shields to protect them from exterior threats like an airplane crash. And Ukrainian nuclear officials say the damage to that structure around the reactor did not affect the safety of the reactor unit. Now here's the not so good news. Those Ukrainian nuclear officials assuring us everything is safe are now under the control of the armed invaders. And the company that oversees this plant is warning us that their workers there could be speaking under threat and duress, which of course raises questions about the reliability of their statements. And of course, there's also the risk that Russian troops could attack other nuclear plants. Ukraine draws more than half of its energy from nuclear power.
If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe.
While that's true, the risk of nuclear disaster here is less explosion like Chernobyl and more of a risk of a meltdown, which of course isn't very reassuring, but it's an important distinction in understanding the situation. Beyond the reactors, this plant and others have many pools of water that cool the spent fuel rods. So another firefight could rupture the highly radioactive pools, releasing a nuclear disaster, or it could reduce the plant's ability to cool, which could cause a meltdown and with it a nuclear disaster that could spread through and beyond Ukraine. Which of course is deeply, deeply concerning. And then that aside, hoping and assuming nothing like that does happen, you also have the potential risk when invaded, seized, captured, and controlled by armed invaders that the nuclear engineers within the facility may not be able to operate that facility as safely as it otherwise would.
Yeah, concerning and scary. Ukraine is asking NATO to impose a no-fly zone, at least around those reactors, to help keep them safe.
Yeah.
Why won't NATO do that?
NATO did consider it, but said at the end of the day, it simply cannot do that, because to do that, to impose a no-fly zone, means you would have to activate NATO warplanes, you'd have to fly them in Ukrainian airspace, and to enforce it, you would have to shoot down Russian warplanes and follow that daisy chain of events that would ultimately lead to engagement with Russia, a much broader war far beyond Ukraine. It would light up World War III, which is why NATO said it did take it under consideration, but at this point it cannot enter either the ground space or the airspace of Ukraine for fear of igniting something much bigger that would cause much more human suffering.
All right, well, this is more than troubling. I know you're staying on top of it for us. Thank you, Craig. We begin tonight with the latest Russian attack drawing.
A huge thank you from our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa, just past the 9:30 mark. Thanks for streaming us. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more coverage of the war on Ukraine right after this.
The situation in Ukraine continues to worsen as Russian troops are pushing their way through across the country, now also taking control of a nuclear power plant. These are just some of those latest developments we've been keeping track of here on Live Now from Fox. So we want to talk about some of these key issues that are continuing to happen. We do have Michael O'Hanlon joining us here on Live Now from Fox. He holds the Philip H. Knight Chair in Defense and Strategy at Brookings. And I know, Michael, we've spoken times before. We appreciate you being here once again. And I want to start with something that President Zelenskyy has been requesting and has continued to see people denying, whether it be from U.S. officials or even NATO officials as well. And that is this no-fly zone over Ukraine. Can you kind of extend on why they continue to say that that's just something they can't make happen at this time?
Yeah, it really is an understandable request from someone whose country is under siege, but it's a non-starter because it's essentially a declaration of war against Russia by the United States. And we've made it very clear, President Biden's made it very clear, I think almost any American president would have agreed that this is not a fight for the United States, that when you're talking about the potential for nuclear conflict with a country that, like us, has several thousand nuclear weapons, in defense of a country that we all care about but are not formally allied to. But this is just not the place where you imagine a direct American attack on Russia. And that's what a no-fly zone requires, because it sounds very antiseptic and very reasonable. And we, of course, did about 10 years of no-fly zone operations over Iraq in the 1990s. But the way you do it against a top-tier military, or even a pretty good military, is you destroy as many of their air defense sites on the ground as you can at first, so that those air defense sites cannot be used to target your own aircraft, which are monitoring the skies and making sure that any Russian planes that were to fly would be forced to land or shot down. So if you're going to operate in that kind of an airspace, and Russia has all sorts of radars, all sorts of missiles in the vicinity, you've got to constantly be either jamming or more likely destroying those Russian radars. But those Russian radars are operated by people. So when you destroy the radar, you kill Russians. And pretty quickly, we are into direct US-Russia military confrontation, even if the Russians don't try to fly, which of course they would, because they're at war and they're using aircraft in support of their ground forces. In fact, if you put this in perspective, as the early March days now unfold in Ukraine, this is still a part of the world that's typically quite cold this time of year, and then it goes from being cold to being muddy, which means that it's very hard for ground vehicles to operate anywhere except main roads, which means Russia gets stuck. There are all these bottlenecks to their movement, especially with the Ukrainians using anti-tank weapons and other kinds of capabilities against the moving columns. So what are Russia's options? Well, they're not very good, but one of them is to try to go to the third dimension, to try to go up and move around with helicopters and transport aircraft and support their forces or resupply their forces or reposition their forces, in some cases, through the air. They're going to keep trying to whittle down the Ukrainian Air Force's ability to operate. I don't think it's doing very well, but Russia right now, therefore, does have some superiority in the air and wants to turn that into outright supremacy, where the Ukrainians cannot do anything to threaten Russian aerial operations. So that's the world we're probably moving to. Zelenskyy knows it. He realizes that without that third dimension, the Russians probably do get stuck on some of these roads for a very long time. It's one of the only ways Ukraine could actually stalemate the war. I'm not sure they can win the war, but if they bottleneck these Russian columns on the roads long enough, the Russians at some point run out of fuel and supplies and food and may have to rethink the whole operation. So obviously Zelenskyy wants that kind of a scenario rather than having his cities occupied and his military defeated. So he wants a no-fly zone. But again, for us, it means war against Russia. So we're just not going to do it.
And as we've been talking with some of our folks in Ukraine, we actually had a member of their parliament join us. We also had a journalist who was in a bomb shelter. Some of the things that they reiterated when it comes to the no-fly zone is that when it comes to the ground combat, you know, the Ukrainians versus the Russians, they are saying that the Ukrainians are seeing some of those Russian forces come in. They didn't know that they were being sent here. They're giving up. So what do you think about that too? That would really play, as you said, a huge part if they weren't able to operate in the air as far as the Russian army goes.
Well, it's true. The Russians clearly have a lot of young conscripts, a lot of young recruits who are not seasoned, who were not even told what the likelihood was they would be employed in an invasion of a supposedly friendly brother country, and who didn't expect to be risking and in some cases losing their lives on such short notice for this purposeless war. And even Russians, you know, are a little bit perplexed and in many cases opposed to the conflict and the invasion of, you know, ordered by their own president. So the Russian general purpose forces are struggling, and the Russian military command may even be struggling a little to hold the whole operation together, to get logistics support where it needs to go, to bring air power in the right places at the right times to support forces on the ground. And so when you put it all together, yes, the Russians really can get stuck for a while. Now, I don't think they're going to be defeated, because even if they get stuck, even if they get stalemated, they still have a fallback strategy, which is to essentially sit on the roads that they now occupy and prevent Ukraine from using those roads for normal economic and, you know, human activity. And so the Ukrainians are potentially at risk of being strangled, even if they aren't at risk, or even if they are somehow able to withstand the invasion in certain parts of the country. So there's no good scenario that comes out of this, but obviously for Ukraine to have Russia sort of fall back and realize it can't do regime change, it can't march on Kyiv, or at least it may not be able to conquer Kyiv, that would be a big improvement, but it still doesn't leave anybody in a happy place, and it still requires somebody to figure out a next step. But it is true, the Russian general purpose forces do appear in some, if not most of the country, to be struggling to make the kind of progress they had envisioned. We're still only on day 10, and you know, if you were to conquer a country the size of Ukraine in less than a couple or few weeks, that would be a rapid victory. So the Russians still may wind up recovering here, and we shouldn't exaggerate the degree of success the Ukrainians have had so far, as much as we admire their courage. But it is true, the Russians are struggling, and they may continue to struggle, given the constraint on the quality of their forces, their logistics, and the number of roads that are available for them for moving around.
At what point then would it take us to step in, or someone to step in and declare that a no-fly zone? You know, could you see that escalation to a certain point where that would be implemented? And if so, what would it be?
The no-fly zone, I'm sorry to be blunt, but let me, because I gave a more, complex answer earlier. And you're right to keep asking because it keeps getting raised in the public debate. It's a non-starter. It really is a non-starter. We are just not going to do it because it means going to war against Russia. Now, unless President Biden is somehow rethinking his willingness to go to war against Russia, we should interpret a no-fly zone as tantamount to a declaration of war against Russia, and therefore it will not happen. It's a limited form of force, to be sure. It's not like an invasion of Russia, but it is a big deal. And when we did it in Iraq over the 1990s, after Operation Desert Storm and before the invasion of Iraq, we dropped a lot of bombs on a lot of Iraqis. And there weren't that many reporters on the ground to tell us how many people died in those strikes, but we went after all sorts of radars and communication centers and surface-to-air missile batteries, not to mention the Iraqi airplanes themselves. And this was against a country that had essentially already been defeated in the Operation Desert Storm of 1991. But even so, maintaining a no-fly zone required actual violent action by the United States on numerous occasions. So we're just not going to do it here. President Zelensky's admirable courage here is not, I don't believe, going to translate into convincing any NATO country to start going up against the Russian Air Force and taking all the actions that would be essential to be effective in that regard. And so I think, I'm not going to give President Zelensky advice, but on what he should do. But what I would say is there is something you should not do, and that's expect any change in opinion about a no-fly zone. It's just not going to happen.
Now, something else President Zelensky touched on was just that the fact that these Western allies were too late to start providing help. What are your thoughts on that? Because we even heard from some of those Ukrainian folks down on the ground, there's more volunteers than there is weapons to even be handing out to everyone who wants to help them fight.
Well, he's probably right. If our paramount goal had been to make sure the Ukrainians could resist a Russian invasion, and given that the Biden team did think that they saw that coming going back to December, if not earlier, then I guess you could make that case, especially because the Biden team didn't really seem to have a peace plan. If you had a peace plan in the works, you might not have wanted to encourage Zelensky to just maintain, this resolute preparation for conflict. You might have wanted to induce him to negotiate if there had been some reasonable compromise that we thought was attainable. But given that we were not pursuing any such compromise and that we expected a Russian attack, I could see why he would be frustrated that we didn't provide more. We provided a moderate amount, but obviously a moderate amount is not necessarily enough. Now, the United States has an interest in not provoking a direct war against Russia, and not provoking Russian retaliation around the world where Russia could give weapons to our enemies, like Al-Qaeda, and decide that, it wanted to retaliate in kind against what we had done, because our weapons are killing Russian soldiers right now. And, if you were President Biden, you might not want to double down and triple down on that strategy because you're, as much as you care about Ukraine, you also want to avoid retaliation by Russia. So I think that's the kind of consideration that might have entered in. But I still see that President Zelensky would have a point, and I can certainly see why he'd be frustrated and angry at this moment, given what he and his country are going through.
Well, and speaking of just some of the different weaponry that we have seen Ukraine use, we've seen some of those successful drones doing airstrikes on Russian troops. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to know, Michael, why they aren't using tools like that for that 40-mile-long convoy that seems to be just kind of sitting and stuck and stalled.
Yeah, I think that we have given the Ukrainians a lot of potent weapons against that kind of a convoy. And, they can operate in small teams, some of them even wearing white camouflage suits to blend in with any snow, or maybe they're blending in more with trees and buildings and terrain, but they don't give away a big signature. They're not that easy to find. They're carrying these small man-portable anti-tank weapons called Javelin or something equivalent. If they can get within a couple hundred yards of a highway, which I'm sure they often can, without the Russian troops being able to protect, what the Russians need to do is have infantry forces on either side of the highway to protect against these sorts of things. But again, those Russian forces may not be that well trained. and may not want to be out there exposed in that kind of setting. So what you're seeing, I believe, from what I can gather, without as much firsthand information as I would prefer, is a lot of these Ukrainian teams carrying anti-tank weapons, just 2 and 3 people in a squad, going around and ducking down and taking aim at a Russian tank or transport vehicle or truck, and succeeding in destroying a lot of those vehicles because they're sort of sitting ducks, you know, when they're trying to pump so much stuff through just one convoy. You know, when we tried to do this kind of thing in Iraq in 2003, and we came through cities where the, as you'll recall, the Saddam Fedayeen were sometimes, you know, manning key bottlenecks or key bridges, and we couldn't otherwise avoid that location. We would often try to send in small teams ahead of time to take that bridge or deal with the threat. Or we had air power that was good at looking for those Saddam Fedayeen fighters. In this case, the Russians have not just a few choke points to worry about, but the entire highway. They can't really go off the highway. And the Ukrainians have been expecting this sort of an attack themselves for several months. And it's in the populated part of northern Ukraine, near the capital city, where there are a lot of Ukrainian soldiers and volunteers. So whatever difficulty we had in Iraq in 2003, getting through some of those southern cities en route to Baghdad, the Russians are having 10 or 20 times that difficulty here. And it may not ease, it may continue.
And finally, I just want to ask, Michael, because, you know, there's been so many people who've still held out some hope that diplomacy would, you know, push its way through, make it, you know, something come result in resolving this issue, having Putin pull some of his troop backs. Do you believe that we could get to any point where these delegates between the two sides who have been meeting, you know, we just had a second meeting, could ever come and result into anything that would be beneficial for both parties or beneficial for the Ukrainian people to see those troops moved out?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because I do have a proposal myself that I wrote up. It's on the Brookings website yesterday. And to me, the basic trade space that we have here is the future of Ukraine in or not in NATO. And as you know, it's been one of Putin's main complaints. I think it's the main complaint. Others disagree. But the main complaint that Putin had towards the Ukrainian people and towards President Zelenskyy is that they have been asking for membership in NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that we Americans undergird, that has 30 members, an alliance that was set up during the Cold War to deal with the Soviet threat. At that time, it only had 16, but we've expanded into a lot of Eastern Europe since the Cold War ended. And in 2008, we promised to bring Ukraine and Georgia in someday. And then last year, President Zelenskyy requested that that process be expedited and accelerated. So I think, obviously, Ukraine's not going to join NATO with Russian troops sitting on its territory. And I don't think it was ever a great idea for us to extend that alliance all the way into sort of the heartland of Central Eurasia, when the alliance was created in the first place to deal with a Soviet threat that no longer exists in that form. So the question is, can we find a different way to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and agree to it? Sort of an updated version of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum that Russia has since violated. But Russia also thinks that we violated our promise not to keep extending NATO into the East. So I think you begin with the question of NATO membership, and you say to Russia, and you obviously this has to be President Zelenskyy who's doing the asking or the proposing, if you will accept a formula that would have your troops leave, we will change the Ukrainian constitution to rule out the possibility of membership in NATO. A lot of my fellow American strategists would say this is an unacceptable concession or even appeasement of Russia. I say, look at the reality of what's going on right now and what could still be to come. And let's also say to Putin, this kind of a deal would only work if we all collectively guarantee Ukraine's future security. And if you attack them again, then our promise is off too. Our promise is no longer operative. And maybe we will invite them into NATO, or maybe we'll go help, fight in their defense. So the trade space becomes this question of Ukrainian membership in NATO, which is only a hypothetical now. But I think if it were taken off the table entirely and Ukraine's security vouched for through some other formula, then there's the potential, at least, that Putin would say, that's enough face saving for me to end this otherwise disastrous war. And of course, then we should lift the sanctions on Russia, because you don't just want to use sanctions as punishment for punishment's sake. You want to use them in support of a strategy that's designed to end the conflict on acceptable terms. And then if Ukraine keeps its sovereignty and can choose all of its other international associations and policies. The only thing it has to give up is NATO membership. I think that's an okay outcome. But I have no idea if President Zelenskyy or President Biden or President Putin would agree to it.
Right. It just, but again, some results that would, end all of the casualties we've been seeing, as well as trying to give, let's say, a win to each party, especially when we have seen things continuing to worsen there. Any final thoughts you want to make sure our viewers know about? I think, though, that was a really great point on, what Putin has been using as part of his narrative as to why they had entered into Ukraine.
Right. No, that's where I wanted to conclude myself. So thank you.
Yeah, and we appreciate everything that you've been breaking down for us, of course, joining us here a number of times. Michael O'Hanlon, we want to say thank you again, and hopefully we can continue to have these conversations if this
Earlier today, Secretary Austin had a chance to speak with the Polish Minister of Defense, Mariusz Błaszczak, to discuss impacts of Russia's unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine. The Secretary praised Poland's strong commitment to supporting the defense needs of Ukraine's forces, and certainly he expressed our appreciation for Poland's hosting of U.S. forces and additional U.S. forces. The two leaders exchanged ideas on further enhancing deterrence and defense efforts along NATO's eastern flank. Now, also of note, Alaskan Command under U.S. Northern Command is currently hosting Exercise Arctic Edge 22 in Alaska, held every 2 years. This exercise consists of approximately 1,000 U.S. military personnel, and they're made up of units from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Special Operations Command. Also included are elements from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and the Canadian Army. The goal of the exercise is to provide realistic and effective training for participants using the premier training locations that are available throughout Alaska. Arctic Edge 22 is linked to other service-specific exercises, including the National Guard's Arctic Eagle Patriot, the Army's Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Capability Exercise, and the Navy's ICEX, and those occur concurrently or consecutively during the months of February and March of this year. With that, we'll take questions. Lita.
John, can you give us a little bit more detail on the hotline, deconfliction line, whatever you want to call it, with Russia? Do you know if it has been used at all? Was it used specifically during the attack on the nuclear facility, when one might think there might be some cause for concern? And would it be General Walters who would be sort of in charge or on the other end of the phone. Can you give us a sense of what this link is? And then just secondly,
You want the phone number too?
Yeah, if you could actually put the phone here, it would be good. And then just anything new on Odessa.
On the deconfliction, I don't have any information about whether it's been used. It's only been in place for a couple of days. I think it's early this week. It is basically a phone line, a phone connection to the Russian Ministry of Defense. It is being administered out of European Command headquarters, and as I understand it, it's basically staffed by staff level officers there at European Command. I have no expectation that. Unless he really desires, that General Walters would be the one managing that. It's not at that level. It's at a lower operational level, and it's being administered as a bilateral U.S. to Russia deconfliction channel. So it's that's why it's being handled out of U.S. European Command headquarters and not General Walters under his NATO hat. But again, I refer you to EUCOM to talk specifically about whether and how it's been put in place. We know it works because we did establish it and set it up with the Russians, and when we tested it, they did pick up the other end and acknowledged that they got the call. So we know it works. We think again that this is, as we've done before, like in Syria. We think it's valuable to have a direct communication vehicle at that level, at an operational level, to reduce the risks of miscalculation and to be able to communicate in real time if need be, particularly because now the airspace over Ukraine is contested by both Russian and Ukrainian aircraft. So that contested airspace now buttresses right up against NATO. So smart thing to do, and we're glad it's in place. We're glad that the Russians have acknowledged that they will use it. On Odessa, I don't have an update for you. We haven't seen, and again, I have to caveat this by making clear our visibility and our detailed knowledge of things that are going on the ground has limits. But as of this morning, we hadn't seen any significant naval activity in the Black Sea that would lead us to believe that an assault on Odessa is imminent. That doesn't mean that won't change over coming hours. It very well could. As you've seen for yourselves, the Russian ground forces coming out of Crimea, arcing off to the northwest through Kherson, are now beginning an assault on a town called Mykolaiv. That town is not far from Odessa, just up the coast a little bit to the northeast of Odessa. So we don't know exactly what to make of that. We can't assert for sure that the Russians are going to use a land route to assault Odessa, or even if they're going to move on Odessa. We're kind of watching this day by day as you guys are.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So since this is a bilateral sort of U.S.-Russia line, would then an instance like the nuclear plant not be an appropriate use of the line?
It very well could be.
Can I follow up on that question? Actually, I'm following up on that question. The nuclear line, are you saying that it was...
It's not a nuclear line.
Excuse me, the deconfliction line, are you saying it wasn't...
I'm not saying it wasn't used. I don't have anything for you on its physical use in the last couple of days.
What is the most senior U.S. defense official who has spoken to their Russian counterpart since this invasion has occurred?
No leaders here at the Pentagon have. General Milley has not spoken to General Gerasimov since the invasion. Secretary Austin has not spoken to Minister Shoigu, his counterpart, since the invasion. I'm not aware of any other senior leaders here at the Department of Defense. Now, I can't speak for NATO. That's a good question for the alliance, but I'm not aware of any senior U.S. military connections.
Just separately on the bridge that was blown up near that convoy, were U.S. weapons used to blow up that bridge, and what impact has it had on the convoy?
I do not know what specific munitions were used to thwart the convoy's advance. We do have reports that a bridge was blown up that we believe was in the path there. We also have indications that the Ukrainians have struck the convoy elsewhere and on their own on vehicles. But what munitions they're using, Jen, I just simply couldn't speak to that level of specificity. We do believe that the actions by the Ukrainians have in fact stalled that convoy and certainly slowed it down, stopped it in some places. But we also think that that it's also of a piece of Russian challenges that they've had just in terms of their own physical ground movement, sustainment, logistics. They're running out of fuel. We still believe that in some cases they're running out of food for their soldiers. So they've also been plagued by their own missteps and stumbles. Fadi.
Thank you, John. So I have a couple of questions. On the deconfliction mechanism, as you said, I mean, it's helpful, especially now with the NATO airspace as close to the Ukrainian airspace. So why was it bilateral between the U.S. and Russia, not between Russia and NATO?
I'm not going to speak for the alliance, Fadi, and it's not like we are a member of NATO. So certainly, if we can use that deconfliction line to assist with alliance communications, we'll absolutely do that. It's not so binary as that. All I'm trying to do is describe that it is set up bilaterally between the United States and Russia. But of course, look, part of the reason that we want to do this is because of NATO airspace, which buttresses up now against contested airspace. So, if I conveyed any idea that we would only use this to convey U.S. individual unilateral concerns, that is absolutely not the case.
I asked the question because a senior defense official has said before that there are ideas, including maybe a NATO-Russia channel. So was this, I mean, basically because Russia rejected such a channel and they insisted on it?
I don't have anything.
Okay, and on Zaporizhzhia, what is your understanding of what happened actually yesterday, and how safe is the nuclear plant right now?
We don't have perfect knowledge of exactly how this attack on the nuclear power plant transpired. Clearly there was one. Clearly it was violent. Clearly ordnance was used. An attack was conducted on the power plant in an effort by Russian forces to gain control of it. We cannot contest or refute reports that they are in fact in control of it. As for conditions there, again, our knowledge is imperfect, but as we understand it, there's been no leakage of radioactive material. Now, what operational status it's in, we can't speak to. Our role here at the Department of Defense is to continue to assist the Department of Energy as they work through response efforts of their own, and as they work with allies and partners. Because we have experience running nuclear power plants in the Department of Defense, we're a part of that. We're a part of that effort, providing some advice and counsel to the Department of Energy. Let me just take a moment, if I might, though this is not your question, to state the obvious about the dangers here and how this underscores the recklessness with which the Russians have been perpetrating this unprovoked invasion and assault on Ukraine and their sovereignty. Attacking a nuclear power plant is exceedingly dangerous. And could have visited a lot more damage and destruction to the people of Ukraine and to the and perhaps even to neighboring countries had this gone a different way. And we continue to call on Russia to stop the invasion, period, de-escalate, move their troops out. But certainly, short of that, to be more mindful of their obligations under international law, and certainly with respect to humanitarian concerns about perpetrating violence anywhere near a nuclear power plant, which are not designed to withstand combat. It's not their function. Peaceful nuclear power. Oh, sorry, I wanted to just get that out, Court.
Do you have any indications that that there's any disruptions to the power? I know one of the concerns is that if there's no cooling apparatus in the nuclear reactor, then that's like a real
vulnerability? Do you have any? I know that it's hard to say operationally, but do you have any indications of that?
We don't, and we don't know. Again, we don't know what the status of the plant is right now. Again, I'd point you to Department of Energy to talk about that with more detail.
And then one more thing on deconfliction. I'm not clear. It is. I get it. It's between the U.S. and the Russian military. But will there be some scenario where other NATO ally aircraft or military equipment you could be deconflicting on their behalf? We haven't heard about any other nations setting up any kind of deconflictions, and others have been sending things forward to that area.
Well, I think it's entirely possible that should there be an alliance concern that we can convey to the Russians through that channel, we absolutely will. Remember, we are also a NATO ally.
Yeah. John, on the confliction line, in Syria, we know that the Russians and American aircraft were crossing into their lines, and then of course they just were telling.
Say that part again. You know that Russian and
on Syrian airspace, Russian and American air assets were crossing into each other's line, and that's why the deconfliction line was used to say, hey, keep out of this area. We are coming here, or we are going to strike this, or we are here, we are there. But here in this setting, in this theater, there are two separate airspaces, and why, how this deconfliction line is going to be used for what? What will they say, for example, on the line? Because we don't see that.
I don't think there's like a given script that's going to be used on any particular day or in any particular instance. I mean, this is you got contested airspace over Ukraine, which buttresses. Just let me finish. Which buttresses right up against countries, NATO countries, and their airspace. It makes eminent sense for us to be able to have some way of communicating with the Russians should operations in that contested airspace pose any kind of a threat or even just pose a concern to the alliance or to the United States. We want to be able to have a way of speaking directly at an operational level with the Russian Ministry of Defense. So it makes a lot of sense to do this.
And also on Black Sea, we now see that Russians have almost taken 1/3 of the entire northern parts of the Black Sea, coast of the Black Sea. Is there a concern, or to what extent concerning is it for you that Russians take the entire coast of the northern Black Sea and just create a new geopolitical setting?
Apparently don't have your level of visibility on where the Russian ships are in the Black Sea, and I'm not prepared to cede or to say with certainty that that they have control over the international waters in the Black Sea. They have naval assets in the Black Sea. They're a Black Sea nation. They have naval assets in the Black Sea. They have already used some of those naval assets to conduct an amphibious assault from the Sea of Azov onto the coastline there of southern Ukraine. As I've said to Lita, I don't have any updates for you in the maritime environment. I can't assert for sure that they are planning to do yet another amphibious assault, whether it's towards Odessa or any other southern Ukrainian port. But we're watching it as best we can. Okay, Jim.
John, this is a little bit involved, but on February 18th, I asked in Poland, I asked Secretary Austin if the national defense strategy would need to be rewritten as a result of the Russian threats at that time. He said no, and that the integrated deterrence concept that underlaid the idea of the NDS was already sort of in use. I'd like to think, given the Russian performance in Ukraine so far, that it sort of cements the idea of China being the pacing threat. Yet I'm seeing stories that the national defense strategy is being rewritten. Has it changed since February 18th?
What I would tell you, Jim, is that the national defense strategy is still being crafted. It's going to be heavily informed by the President's interim national security guidance. It's certainly being written in parallel with the national security strategy, which also hasn't been completed yet. You're absolutely right. The Secretary was clear that it will reinforce his notion of an integrated deterrence, and it will certainly recognize that China remains the pacing challenge for the department. But it will also recognize other nation-state threats out there, and that includes Russia. And as we've been writing it as we've watched Russia over the last couple of months, build up this massive military force around Ukraine's borders. So it would be foolish for us to think that the crafting of it wasn't also informed by what we've been seeing Russia do. But is it being rewritten as a result of what we're seeing Russia do? I think that overstates it heavily. But it certainly will be informed by what we've been seeing over the past couple of months. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tara.
Thank you. Has the department seen any evidence that the invading Russian force is also reliant on the internet and communications inside Ukraine? There's been a lot of questions about why, there was an assumption early on that the internet would be brought down, that the infrastructure grid would be brought down. Why is it that all of this infrastructure has remained in place, and are these forces also reliant on that to communicate and to navigate?
I honestly can't speak to Russian plans here and their intentions with respect to the information environment. And as for their navigation skills, again, I don't. I'm not riding in the cab of these trucks. I don't know exactly what they're using to get from point A to point B. Clearly, they're not getting from point A to point B very fast right now, at least in the north. So I can't speak to that, Tara. But we have seen some internet outages. We have seen them try to impact the information and communication environment, not the least of which is striking, television towers and that kind of thing. Again, I don't want to speculate. I mean, they have found some value to keeping some public communications open for their own purposes, for their own decision-making processes. But that's just a speculation. I don't know.
And I have one follow-up on the deconfliction line. If it's going to be used for deconflicting airspace by NATO borders, could it also potentially be used for, say, coordinating a humanitarian corridor or people fleeing Ukraine, or is it just going to be military-to-military operations?
It's primarily a military-to-military channel, but that doesn't mean, as I've said before, that it can't be used for other purposes if need be. I mean, we'll have to see. It's only been a couple of days old, so we think it's the right thing to do. We've done this kind of thing before. And it makes a lot of sense, particularly when you're talking about that contested Ukrainian airspace. But could it find other purposes? Perhaps. I mean, we think it's the smart and the prudent thing to do. Barb.
A couple of follow-ups, but a question to other people's questions. But one question first: Can you bring us up to date on the thinking about whether to support any moves by East European allies and partners to send their MiG-29s into Ukraine to give the Ukrainians extra inventory?
You mean U.S. support to that?
Do you support the idea? Is the United States, as you know, this conversation has ebbed and flowed over the last several days of several East European allies and partners, including Slovakia, which wants to accelerate its F-16 purchases so they can send their MiG-29s. Is this idea something that the U.S. would be supportive of? And then I have two quick follow-ups.
I don't have a departmental position on this proposal, Barb. These are considerations that sovereign nation states have to make in their own and through their own processes. What I can just tell you is what we do support and what we are doing is looking for ways to continue to get security assistance into the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, and we're doing that to a fairly well, and we're accelerating and expediting even the most recent drawdown package that the president approved.
And let me try one more time on deconfliction because, the United States is not entering Ukraine airspace or Ukraine territory. So you have nothing you need to notify the Russians that you're doing because you're staying outside of this war zone. You said, there was concern that there could be a situation in which you would have worries that would lead you to make a phone call. And you mentioned, in fact,
have time for questions. Secretary.
Good afternoon.
It's the smart and the prudent thing to do. Barb.
A couple of follow-ups, but a question to other people's questions, but one question first. Can you bring us up to date on the thinking about whether to support any moves by East European allies and partners to send their MiG-29s into Ukraine to give the Ukrainians extra inventory?
You mean U.S. support to that?
Do you support the idea? Is the United States, as you know, this conversation has ebbed and flowed over the last several days of several East European allies and partners, including Slovakia, which wants to accelerate its F-16 purchases so they can send their MiG-29s. Is this something that the U.S. would be supportive of? And then I have two quick follow-ups.
I don't have a departmental position on this proposal, Barb. These are considerations that sovereign nation states have to make in their own and through their own processes. What I can just tell you is what we do support and what we are doing is looking for ways to continue to get security assistance into the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, and we're doing that to a fairly well, and we're accelerating and expediting even the most recent drawdown package that the president approved.
And let me try one more time on deconfliction because, the United States is not entering Ukraine airspace or Ukraine territory. So you have nothing you need to notify the Russians that you're doing because you're staying outside of this war zone. You said, there was concern that there could be a situation in which you would have worries that would lead you to make a phone call. And you mentioned, in fact, the nuclear incident concern. It was a case where you concerned that something could impact neighboring countries. So is there a way you can explain how much of this idea of needing to have a communications line with the Russians isn't really about deconfliction because you're both supposedly staying on your own side, but worry that they may not stay on their side?
It's primarily designed, Barb, to help reduce the risks of miscalculation. We call it a deconfliction line, but because that's what we're used to calling them, and that's what we typically use them for. But I'm not going to sit here, only a few days after it's been set up and try to draw bright lines around what it could be used for. If there's a need for us to be able to communicate with the Ministry of Defense in a timely fashion about a concern, I suspect that we'll use it for that. And we would hope that the Russians, should they have a timely concern that they want to present, that they would use it as well.
So when the nuclear incident happened, has it now led, because you provide support to the Department of Energy, has it led to any additional need or consideration by the Defense Department for additional protective gear, sensors, or any kind of technology for radiological or chemical or biological issues where U.S. troops are located and for the allied partners and nations and partners that they're working with? Did last night's events cause you to need to think about taking more protective measures? Because you said there was concern, one of the concerns could be the potential of impact on neighboring countries.
In general, striking a nuclear power plant would cause anybody to be concerned about, should cause anybody to be concerned about that. I'm going to point you to the Department of Energy about whatever response coordination that they feel is appropriate. We provide some support and guidance to them. I have no decisions to talk to today about any additional resources that could be needed. Again, without speaking for the Energy Department, our assessment this morning is that there was no radioactive leaks and no significant damage to the plant's operation. But again, I really would I need to point you to the Energy Department for anything more specific than that.
And for the protection of U.S. troops in the region, has this caused you, are there any discussions, thinking, analysis by this department for additional protection?
I know of no such decisions or no such discussions with respect to what happened last night. But obviously we take force protection very seriously. It's the Secretary's prime and paramount concern. Nothing to speak to with respect to the attack on the power plant. Yeah, Matt.
Thanks, John. You said the airspace is still contested above Ukraine.
That's right.
You also talk about how on the ground effort in the north it seems stalled, more success in the south. I wonder if there's any parallels with that in the air. I know it's a changing environment, but are you seeing some regions in which either the Russians or the Ukrainians are more or less dominant in the air?
You know, it's dynamic airspace, Matt. It would be foolish for me to try to carve it up for you at 2:30 in the afternoon on Friday and say that, you know, one side or the other has more dominance over a particular region because it's contested. That's what contested means. All I can tell you with certainty is that the Ukrainian Air forces continue to fly. They still have air and missile defense available to them. They are using them and using them quite effectively. And the way they have marshaled their resources and applied them to the fight in the air has been quite extraordinary. The Russians likewise have a lot of aircraft available to them, as well as missiles. They have fired over 500 since the beginning of this invasion. So that's what makes this airspace, that's what makes it so contested, quite frankly. There's a lot of hardware flying around in that airspace, and it literally changes throughout a given day based on what the Russians are doing and how the Ukrainians are trying to resist what the Russians are doing. And it's because it's so dynamic and so contested that, again, we felt it was important to have a deconfliction mechanism.
Right, and one more, if I may, off of something Barbara asked. At this point, a senior defense official earlier said that most of their Ukrainian air capability is still intact. Does it seem like that's a need, or are you aware of any requests of the Ukrainians for more aircraft? And if they already have most of their air power still intact, do they even have extra pilots to fly any extra aircraft at this point?
I don't want to speak for the Ukrainians. What I can tell you is that we are in direct communication with them nearly every day about their requirements, and we're doing the best we can to fill those requirements. I think I'll just leave it at that. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Two questions. First, Ukraine's embassy in Washington is saying it has a list of about 3,000 American volunteers, including former military, who want to go and join the fight in Ukraine. Does the Pentagon have any position on Americans going to fight in Ukraine? And is there any broader effort to track foreign fighters of all nationalities?
I certainly can't verify the numbers that you've put up there. We have seen no such list and no such compilation. I would just say this, and I talked about this I think a couple of days ago. Two things. One, this is not the place for Americans to be in Ukraine right now. And the State Department has made that very clear in urging over so many weeks for Americans that are in Ukraine to leave, and urging Americans not in Ukraine not to go. It is a war zone. Now, that's number one. Number two, should Americans want to help Ukraine, and it's laudable that they do, the best way to do that is to find ways to contribute to the many non-governmental and humanitarian organizations that are trying to alleviate what has now become a very acute humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and in countries that are now bordering Ukraine. As what the UN just estimated, I think yesterday, more than 1 million people have fled the country, and that doesn't even count the tens of thousands that are displaced in the country. So if you really want to help the people of Ukraine as a private citizen, find a way to donate resources to these organizations that are trying to alleviate that crisis. Tom?
John, along those lines, are there any prohibitions on U.S. military personnel, let's say an Army reservist who wants to go over?
Tom, the president's been clear there's not going to be any U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine.
Well, are your reservists volunteering to go over and fight with the Ukrainians? Are there prohibitions under the law or DoD regulations about that?
You know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to have to take that one, Tom. But let me be very clear. The president has made it clear U.S. troops are not going to be fighting in Ukraine. That includes in the skies over Ukraine. It is not a military mission that the United States military would take on. I know you're asking a very specific potential scenario. Let me find out rather than speculate and guess about that. Tom Squitieri.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Two quick questions. One, last November, the Coast Guard finished the transfer of 3 ships to the Ukrainian Navy. I'm wondering if the Pentagon has visibility on their status. And the second question is, a senior official yesterday talked about how at least 70 missiles were fired from Belarus into Ukraine. Is it the Pentagon's analysis that places Belarus as a participant in the war? Thank you.
What we've said all along, Tom, is that Belarus is partly responsible for what's going on in Ukraine. We've been very clear about that by the support that they have given to Russia to be able to launch this invasion. Now, we haven't seen Belarusian forces insert themselves into Ukraine. We haven't seen indications that they are preparing to do that. But clearly, they are complicit with President Putin's war of choice, no doubt about that. And as for the ships, Tom, I don't have any update for you on that. I just simply don't know. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you.
Thank you. It appears there's been some news during the news conference here. I'm reading something that says the Moldovan breakaway region of which I'm not pronouncing correctly, has demanded that Moldova recognize its independence. This is a place where about 1,500 Russian troops are stationed. Is the Defense Department concerned that this could be an expansion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Jeff, I got nothing for you on that, pal. I haven't seen this report, and I'm not going to try to wing it here from the podium on something that you're seeing online. So we'll check and see if we have anything on it. But I'm not going to take the question because I believe that that's probably a better question put to my State Department colleagues. However, I'll go see what's available out there. But I'm just not capable of jumping into something that's breaking right now. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. I have a budget question, non-Ukraine specific. But what is the status of the FY23 budget? Are the final numbers pretty much done, and you're kind of feeding it into the computer, ready for release? And has the invasion at all changed the number? Has there been a major influx of funding in the last week because of the invasion?
I'm sure it's going to shock you, Tony, but I'm not going to talk about the status of the FY23 budget. We're still hard at work at that. That effort being led by the Deputy Secretary. She's running a very tight process, and I am not going to get ahead of that process and how that's going, but we're working on that real hard. Idris.
Tony, you have a follow-up, or do you want me to go?
Yeah. Does the national security strategy and the national defense strategy have to be published first before the budget comes out? Is that the sequence?
They don't have to be, Tony. There's no regulation, there's no rule, there's no legislation that requires you have to have the national security strategy and the national defense strategy published before the budget. All 3 documents inform each other. Look, ideally, you want a budget to follow a strategy, but it doesn't have to come out that way. Idris?
Thanks, Idris.
Yeah. Just going back to the hotline, when you're setting it up, how does it work? Does General Walters talk to his counterpart saying, all right, we're going to set this up, and then some of the staff set it up? At what level does it rise, I guess? And second question is, any change to the nuclear forces, Russian nuclear forces, after they were put on high alert?
I have no changes to speak to that we've noticed in the Russian strategic nuclear force posture. We're still obviously monitoring and reviewing, as we do every day. I would just again say that Secretary Austin is comfortable and confident in our own strategic deterrent posture and our ability to defend the homeland, as well as allies and partners. And it's not a hotline, it's a deconfliction line. As I said, it's handled and staffed at the operational level I don't think there's any expectation that General Walters is going to be the only one picking up the phone. Certainly, if he wanted to do that, as European Command Commander, he could do that. But our anticipation is that this will be staffed at a lower level on his headquarters to really deal with operational level concerns that need to be expressed. Okay, one more, and then I'm going to go.
Could we get the daily update on number of munitions fired, and also if you have a breakdown of where you're seeing them come from?
I don't have that, and I wouldn't be putting that out here from the podium, Tara. As I said, we have noticed, we've assessed that since the beginning of this invasion, the Russians have fired more than 500 missiles of various types: cruise missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, medium-range ballistic missiles, surface-to-air missiles, more than 500 of them. That's about as much detail as I'm going to be able to go into from the podium. Yeah, in the back there.
I know you talked about some fuel and food shortages today that the Russians have faced. I was curious if they're making any progress overcoming that, or if it's still largely stalled, and then what the concern is that the Russians may target other nuclear plants in the future, given this is the second one we've seen here.
Again, we don't have perfect visibility into Russian intentions. We know there are other nuclear power plants inside Ukraine. Clearly, the international community does not want to see another incident such as what we saw last night, which could potentially just escalate the level of violence and destruction in Ukraine to a level that is and should be unacceptable, even to the Russians. But I can't speak to their intentions with respect to other nuclear power plants. And as for food and fuel, again, our general assessment today is that they are still struggling with logistics challenges, to include food for their troops and fuel for their vehicles. We do not believe they have overcome that. Now, as I've said many times, we would expect them to try to overcome these challenges, and I think we're seeing attempts by them to do that. How successful they've been, again, with a level of specificity, we just don't know. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good weekend.
Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 10:39 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on the top stories on this Sunday, March 6th, day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we do want to take you out live right now to a two-box here on your screens, a live look at Kyiv, Ukraine, and then also a live look at Italy as a war protest is currently happening live now, raw and unfiltered, at the Russian embassy in Italy. This comes once again on day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as things are intensifying on the ground in that country. Russia's attacks on the ground are intensifying across Ukraine's major cities, with a very evident focus on the south of the country. Port cities like Odessa and Mariupol coming under severe attack and expected to continue to come under attack in the coming hours. We also can report today that the UN has confirmed that the humanitarian crisis is worsening. Now 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine in the midst of this war in only the first 10 days. So once again, for perspective, we are on day 11 and the refugee count has already surpassed 1.5 million. We do want to get you up to speed on everything that's on your screen. So we can confirm today that the humanitarian corridor out of Mariupol has failed for a second consecutive day. Now, for those of you just tuning in and perhaps don't understand this concept of a humanitarian corridor, as we have been reporting to you all week long, Russia and Ukraine have been holding talks amongst themselves. The two delegations meeting in Belarus on neutral territory to discuss a potential ceasefire. That is the ultimate goal. They have not reached that agreement, but out of day 2 of these talks, they did come to the agreement for humanitarian corridors. And what this means is that humans, refugees, the people that are trying to flee Ukraine and get to safety, they would be able to exit these cities and supplies, food, water, all of the basic human necessities, those things would be able to enter the country. That is what a humanitarian corridor is. But reports on the ground today say that a planned evacuation of Mariupol, once again, a port city of about 500,000 people, that has become a key battleground in Russia's objective to capture Ukraine, as I said. And I do want to bring you out to a map here, just so that we all have a visual of what it is that we are monitoring on the ground. And here is that map. I'm going to remove the lower so we can completely take in this image. This is what I'm talking about when I say that there is a increased fighting on the southern portion of this country. Mariupol, as you can see there to the south of Ukraine, it is a port city, as is Odessa. Earlier this week, we reported that warships had left Crimea. Of course, that is the area all the way to the southern tip of your screen, and that was actually annexed by Russia back in 2014. We can report, and we did report to you this week, that Russian warships had left Crimea and were headed to Odessa, so that other port city. Now, the one that we are referring to when we talk about the humanitarian corridors, that is happening in Mariupol. And for a second consecutive day, these humanitarian corridors and the evacuation of millions of hundreds of thousands of innocent people has failed. Now, Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of failing to maintain this humanitarian corridor, but this is the second day that we can report this is happening. We can also report today that President Zelenskyy of Ukraine has warned residents of Odessa, so that other port city that you're seeing there on the southern tip of Ukraine, President Zelenskyy has sent a warning to those people saying, quote, they are preparing to bomb Odessa. Russians have always come to Odessa, always felt in Odessa only warmth, only sincerity, and now what? Bombs against Odessa, artillery against Odessa, missiles against Odessa. It will be a war crime. It will be a historical one. So that was the warning that President Zelenskyy gave to the people of Ukraine, a very stark warning to the people of Odessa, as we did report once again earlier this week that warships were headed to that port city. I want to bring you back out to this double box look as we continue to take you through the latest details. NATO allies have ruled out a Ukrainian no-fly zone after a meeting in Brussels. We brought that meeting to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Friday. Secretary of State Antony Blinken flying to Europe this weekend and that was actually day one of his trip in Brussels, to meet with the NATO allies. Now, despite President Zelensky's continued claims for a no-fly zone, NATO is continuing to maintain that this is simply not an option. This is something that simply cannot happen. And President Vladimir Putin has also issued a stark warning, saying that anyone who does inflict and kind of apply a no-fly zone, he would consider them part of this war as well. So NATO, once again, refusing to give Ukraine a no-fly zone. Worth noting that Ukraine is not a NATO country, and so NATO does not have the responsibility to inflict that no-fly zone. But nevertheless, President Zelenskyy continues to call for that. He says that that is what the people of Ukraine need. He said, quote, "It's easy when you have the will." NATO has been unwilling to take such a step, and of course the fear is triggering an even bigger conflict with Russia at this time. So as of right now, there is no fly zone. That is not an option, and NATO will not be putting that into place. We can also confirm today that the UN has raised the refugee count. Just a couple of days ago, it was at 1 million, and we can now confirm today that the count has surpassed 1.5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine in the first 10 days of this war. Poland, which we can bring out a map again so that you can just kind of understand why it is that Poland is receiving such a large number of these refugees. Poland, the border guard agency in that country, said that over 922,000 refugees have crossed into the country from Ukraine since the start of the invasion. And there you are seeing all the way on the western portion of the Ukrainian border. That is Poland, and that is why they are receiving such a large influx of these refugees. Now, we do want to continue to get you up to speed on how the United States is responding to this invasion and how they are planning to help. We can report today that the U.S. is considering a deal with Poland to send fighter jets to Ukraine. Now, this would involve sending warplanes to Warsaw to replace any Soviet-era fighter jets the NATO country sends to Ukraine. So some context for you. Ukrainian pilots, they are used to working with Soviet-era fighter jets. The planes that the United States have, the pilots in Ukraine, many of them don't know how to fly them. These are obviously, every plane is different. I'm not a plane expert, but this is kind of the details that everyone needs to know. So these planes are different. Poland does have the planes that the Ukrainian pilots know how to use and are specializing in. And so the deal would involve the U.S. sending their planes to Poland so that Poland can then send their planes to Ukraine. So this is kind of the situation and one of the deals on the table. Ukrainian President Zelenskyy, during a Saturday Zoom call with more than 280 U.S. lawmakers, he said the country needs fighter jets more than anti-aircraft missiles. So President Zelenskyy calling for the West to help him out with these fighter jets. And the U.S. has responded and are considering a deal with Poland to make that happen. So this is kind of a recap of everything that is happening on day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As soon as we get live feeds coming in from all around the world, just like this one outside of the Russian embassy in Italy, we will be sure to bring you all there live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is what we do here on this program. We do want to touch base with all of our reporters around the world and all of the ones that have been doing excellent reporting for us live from Ukraine. Ukrainian civilians facing days of bombardment from Russian forces, prompting nearly, as we've been reporting, 1.5 million refugees to evacuate the war-torn country. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she is in Poland with more on this story. Let's take a listen to her latest report.
Hundreds of thousands now desperate to get out as Russian troops continue their assault on Ukrainian civilians. Russian forces intensifying their shelling of the besieged port city of Mariupol hours after a promised ceasefire collapsed, sending 200,000 to live in fear with little water, no food, and no electricity.
The humanitarian corridors, if they don't open up, the catastrophe that already exists will be so much worse.
Cities around the country under siege. The capital of Kyiv encircled by Russian forces who remain at bay for now. Ukrainians not cowering, instead hundreds lining up to join the fight.
It's my duty. I want to protect. I want to fight back.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy certain the determination and the unity of his people will win over Russian President Vladimir Putin's army.
Our people, our Ukrainians, are not retreating, are not giving up, are not stopping the resistance.
Saturday evening, Zelenskyy spoke with President Joe Biden, who promised more military, financial, and humanitarian assistance. Putin lashing out at the West for imposing sanctions that have crippled Russia's economy.
These sanctions that are being imposed, they are akin to declaring war.
A third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected on Monday. In Przemysl, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We do want to lower the volume here on this live protest in Italy so that it does not disrupt your viewing from home. But there you are hearing and seeing Ukrainian flags, chants, stop Putin, stop war. That is one of the major banners there, as we are keeping a close eye not only on these protests, but on the sun setting in Kyiv on day 11 of this invasion. And as we continue to report on this refugee crisis, as the situation grows increasingly dire in Ukraine, more and more people are boarding trains out of the country to escape this danger. Our Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall, he also has a report on the humanitarian crisis. So let's take a listen.
Ukrainians are making life or death decisions in the midst of the worst fighting the country has seen since World War II. Many have fled to neighboring countries with only a handful of possessions.
We took only our dog and my backpack.
We left everything. We have no nothing. We have no clothes. We have no nothing.
This woman bringing just a few photos with her to remember happier times, as well as who she was forced to leave behind.
I took my daughter, and I hope we'll be all right. But I left my husband.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken Saturday paying a visit to a refugee camp in Poland. The border is quickly becoming overcrowded amid a flood of non-stop arrivals. 10 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, nearly 1.5 million people have fled the war-torn country. The UN estimates the number of refugees could ultimately reach 4 million, which would make it the worst such crisis of the 21st century.
When we started, I thought, well, maybe this is, God forbid we reach that figure. It's a lot, but now I'm getting worried that we will.
Talks between Russia and Ukraine on Thursday recognized the need for humanitarian corridors to help civilians escape the crossfire. But just hours after the two sides agreed to a temporary ceasefire, Russian shelling resumed in multiple cities, halting evacuations. Belarus, which has been hosting diplomatic talks, has said negotiations will begin again on Monday. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
And thank you to Benjamin for that report. We will continue to touch base with all of our correspondents stationed around Ukraine and covering this story once again as we enter day 11 of the Russian-Ukrainian war. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest imagery coming into our newsroom of everything that is happening on the ground there in Ukraine. And we will begin with the southern portion of Ukraine. This video coming into our newsroom just yesterday. And I do want to make sure that we have the volume there correct, because some of these videos can be very loud, as they are wartime videos that we are getting in live or on Unfiltered here. But the Ukrainian police say they have found victims following an airstrike which damaged close to 20 houses in the city of Bilas. This is south of Kyiv, and this happened on Saturday. Police and SES officers at the scene are helping citizens overcome the consequences of the explosion, the police said. Local police posted the video of the aftermath, and there you are seeing just buildings completely destroyed, windows shattered, debris everywhere. The cause of the explosion was not immediately clear. We are getting also images of Ukrainian officials saying that 5 civilians, including 3 children, were killed as Russian strikes destroyed at least 6 homes and 10 cars. Once again, this happening in that relative same area, the south of Kyiv. On Friday. So this is the airstrikes occurred on Friday, and this is the aftermath of what we are seeing on the ground here. According to Ukraine's Commissioner for Human Rights, those 3 children were among 32 killed in the 10 days since Russia began its invasion on February 24th. So once again, Ukraine's Commissioner for Human Rights is reporting that 32 children have been killed in those first 10 days. And those are just the ones that are making their way to the officials and officially being reported, of course. A few hours after the strikes, Chief of Police of the Kyiv region released footage captured by a security camera at a local church that actually shows the moment that one of those buildings exploded. We don't have that video for you, but we do have all of the aftermath here. And there is that video of the actual moment that the building and that church did explode. We want to continue bringing you the latest imagery, and this is a Russian helicopter shot down in Kyiv. Ukrainian officials are saying, and wow, I mean, just take a moment and it will replay there for you. But there is the large cloud of smoke as this video captured this Russian helicopter being shot down in Ukraine. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine said a Russian military helicopter was once again shot down, this happening on Saturday. The department claimed this video shows a Ukrainian missile intercepting that helicopter, and there you are seeing it again. You'll see the large cloud of black smoke also reach into the sky. Storyful has verified the location as Kosarovchi. So Kosarovchi, once again, bear with us as we are learning many Ukrainian cities over the past 11 days. But this one happening once again in Kosarovchi, a village just north of the capital of Kyiv. So we're seeing just in these images a heightened amount of activity around the Ukrainian capital. And that is what we expected to see as this invasion does continue into day 11 here. We want to continue bringing you the latest and this heartbreaking images. Patients and medical staff at Ukraine's largest children's hospital in Kyiv, they were forced to shelter in a basement. This happening in the middle of last week as Russia continues to attack and assault Ukraine. This video from Current Time TV shows staff and patients sheltering in the underground space of this hospital. Once again, this imagery was coming in from last week, sleeping on makeshift beds and really trying to make the most of what they can in a horrible situation. There you are seeing a nurse treating a baby. According to reports, children injured by the ongoing Russian airstrikes have been brought to this makeshift hospital. There you are seeing a woman, I'm not sure if this is her daughter, they are sleeping, another little girl behind her coloring, really just heartfelt images coming into our LiveNOW newsroom. We want to continue bringing you the latest. Ukraine's interior minister on Saturday saying that the border guards have evacuated some 40 crew members from 4 foreign ships at the seaports in Odessa. Now, once again, if you're just joining us, we are reporting today President Zelenskyy of Ukraine himself warning the people of Odessa that an attack is imminent. We did report earlier this week that warships were headed to Odessa from Crimea. And these reports continue to come in as Odessa does appear to be the next major city that the Russian military will target. And here, this image coming in from that city, from Odessa, the ministry saying that among the evacuees were citizens of Greece, the Philippines, and Romania. Some of these people worked on these warships, and they are being evacuated to safety. As once again, reports that this could be the next major city targeted do come in to our newsroom. And we do continue to see the aftermath of some of these attacks. This is a video coming in from the police emergency services, and we are seeing multiple houses destroyed by missile strikes overnight. This happening while we were all sleeping and while Ukrainians were sleeping. So Saturday into Sunday, a House estate The damage to which can be seen in this video, just complete and total devastation, debris everywhere. Hard to imagine that these were once people's homes. They are now destroyed, and people left just staring into the distance and at this rubble. We do want to continue to bring you the latest images, and this is crews dismantling a destroyed power plant in Sumy Oblast. Now, crews and residents working together to destroy combined heat and power plant on March 5th, the State Emergency Services said. We did report to you last week that Russia had captured the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is not only the largest power plant in Ukraine, it is the largest power plant in all of Europe and does rank amongst the top 10 largest power plants in the world. It comes in at number 9. That power plant is under Russian control now, and here we are seeing crews and residents working together to dismantle a different power plant in a different area of the country. We did get some sound in from some Ukrainians and messages from that Zaporizhzhia power plant, and I do want to bring those to you right now. Let's take a listen to these subtitled statements.
Дуже важко. Хай їм там гикнеться, оцим паразитам, що в Московії. Хай живуть, як ми зараз живемо, на пороховій бочці. Ні ночі, ні днем нема покою. Як ось сьогодні. Живе? Живе. А хто його, що далі буде?
Що вони творять? Самі знають, що творять.
Черги в аптеку, нічого, в аптеці нічого немає. Собака хвилюється. Ну, тримаємося. Мої батьки живуть на Шевченківському, ховаються з маленькою 5-річною дитиною в страшному підвалі, в якому спати неможливо. Дуже страшно. Тримайтесь, ми разом, ми зможемо, ми переможемо, ми сильні. А росіяни ще заплатять такою ж ціною, як ми.
Щоб геть з нашої країни, Росії, хай йдуть додому. Тут їм нічого робити. Ми свободна Україна, ми вільна Україна.
Не надо войны нам, мы хотим мира.
Россияне, посмотрите, мы такие же люди, как вы. Мы на вас не нападали, вы на нас напали. Поэтому задумайтесь. У вас есть время еще мирно сесть. Мы вас чаем напоим, мы вас оденем, мы вас не выгоним. Но если вы будете с оружием, мы вас разорвем.
Powerful statements there from the people of Ukraine. Their message to Russian forces who have invaded their cities, their country. And those were people that were located from Zaporizhzhia, which is that region that houses the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which of course is now under Russian control. Those videos and those sound bites were brought to us by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. I did remove everything on your screen so that you could fully read what they were saying, because these are very powerful images, powerful words coming into our newsroom, that it's really important that the world listens to and hears from the people on the ground who are living these atrocities. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the latest statement from President Zelenskyy himself to the people of Ukraine. And we are also going to hear his latest press conference that he gave to media officials just 48 hours ago. Really powerful stuff coming out of that statement that our Fox News team was live on the ground in Ukraine to capture. So all of that's coming up next. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Sunday, 11:04 here on the East Coast, and thank you for choosing to tune in to Live Now from Fox for your latest news. We are going to head out live to Ukraine as we monitor day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine as fighting intensifies all over the country with a primary focus on the southern portion of the country. I do want to bring you a map so we can all understand what it is that we are looking at, what we are talking about when we talk about the southern portion of this country. Mariupol, a humanitarian corridor that was supposed to exit 2 days ago, actually. At this point, it has failed for a second consecutive day. Now, Russia and Ukraine have been ongoing and attending ongoing talks over the past couple of days. They had round 1 on Monday. Round 2 was on Thursday. They are anticipating to have round 3 of these talks tomorrow, where delegations are meeting in Belarus to discuss, obviously, the ultimate goal being a ceasefire. In round 2 of talks, they did not agree on this ceasefire, but we can report that they had agreed tentatively to humanitarian corridors. What this means is that there is essentially a non-fighting for a certain amount of time in certain areas to allow civilians to exit that region to safety and allow supplies to enter that region. This was supposed to happen yesterday in Mariupol. It did not happen yesterday, and once again, it has not happened today. Now, Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of failing to maintain these humanitarian corridors, but the fact of the matter is that now people are stuck in these cities with very little food, very little water, because these humanitarian corridors are failing. We can report that on day 11 of these attacks, President Zelenskyy of Ukraine has warned residents of Odessa to be ready for an aerial bombardment. This is no coincidence. We're talking about a failed humanitarian corridor in Mariupol, and we're talking about a potential aerial attack on Odessa. Both of those cities, as you can see from the maps on your screen, are in the southern portion of Ukraine. This is where Russia has focused its attacks over the past couple of days and where we are expecting them to focus their attacks in the coming days. The southern portion of Ukraine to control these major port cities. Now, I do want to remove the lower for you so you can all understand the Crimea region of this country. This area was annexed by Russia back in 2014, and Russian warships exited Crimea and were headed to Odessa over the past couple of days. This is a report we brought to you on Live Now from Fox. We can now report that President Zelenskyy himself is warning the people of Odessa that an attack is imminent. As promised, I did want to bring you out to a live look at Kyiv and also a live look at Russian protests currently occurring in Italy. And there you are seeing that shot of Kyiv, Ukraine. It's getting dark because night is falling on day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I do want to get the exact time for you so we are all up to speed. It is 6:07 p.m. in the Ukrainian capital, and there you are seeing the sun is beginning to set. We'll work on getting you a better shot there, but it does paint the picture that night is falling on the Ukrainian capital as fighting is intensifying. We are also seeing protests all around the world. We have brought you live to Berlin, to the streets of Paris, to the streets of Washington, D.C., where people are making their voices heard against Vladimir Putin, against Russia, and against this war in Ukraine. And here we are seeing war protests, shouting, flags being raised, chants being said outside of the Russian embassy in Italy. We can also report today that NATO allies have ruled out a Ukrainian no-fly zone after a meeting in Brussels on Friday. President Zelenskyy continues to want a no-fly zone, which would mean that Russia cannot fly any planes over Ukraine, and if they do, they would be shot down. Now, of course, NATO, which does not have the responsibility to do this for Ukraine because Ukraine is not a NATO country, has said that this is simply not an option because it would escalate the situation. But even so, President Zelenskyy continues to say that this is what the people of Ukraine need. We can also confirm that the refugee count continues to climb. Unfortunately, as expected, the United Nations has confirmed that that count has hit 1.5 million in the first 10 days. For perspective, we are on day 11 of this Russian invasion. We do want to bring you the latest statement that President Zelenskyy has made to the Ukrainian people on Facebook. Now, over the past 11 days, he has posted videos every 3 to 4 hours. Some are in selfie-style iPhone videos. Others are more formal press conferences. This is one of those selfie-style iPhone videos that is subtitled, so I do want to bring it to you with his latest message. Let's listen in.
Щойно мені доповіли про ракетний удар по Вінниці. 8 ракет проти нашого міста, проти нашої мирної, доброї Вінниці, яка ніколи не загрожувала Росії. Жодним чином. Ракетний удар, жорсткий, цинічний, повністю зруйнований аеропорт. Вони продовжують знищувати нашу інфраструктуру, наше життя, яке будували ми, будували наші батьки, наші дідусі, бабусі, покоління українців. Ми повторюємо кожного дня: закрийте небо над Україною, закрийте для всіх російських ракет, для російської бойової авіації, для всіх цих терористів. Зробіть гуманітарну повітряну зону без ракет, без авіабомб. Ми люди, і це ваш гуманітарний обов'язок захищати нас, захищати людей. І ви це можете. Якщо ви цього не зробите, якщо ви не дасте нам хоча б літаки, щоб ми могли самі себе захистити, то можна зробити тільки один висновок. Ви також хочете, щоб нас дуже повільно убивали. Це відповідальність також і політиків світу, західних лідерів. Від сьогодні і назавжди. Щойно мені доповіли про ракетний удар по...
And that was the latest statement from Zelenskyy calling on the world for assistance, saying that this is a humanitarian crisis, that they need warships, aircraft, that is, that they need bombs, they need materials. And we can confirm today that the United States is working on a potential deal with Poland to send fighter jets to Ukraine. Now, this deal would involve a deal with Poland, once again, to send warplanes that are in Warsaw. And these are Soviet-era fighter jets. So pilots in Ukraine are used to flying Soviet-era jets. The ones that the United States has and can provide to Ukraine are ones that they are just simply not familiar with flying. Different types of aircraft. It's pretty reasonable and pretty understandable. If you know how to drive one type of car, you may not know and be an expert in another. These are aircrafts that are obviously very complex and very difficult to maneuver. So the deal would involve Poland, who does have these Soviet-era type of aircraft that the Ukrainian fighters and pilots know how to operate. It would involve Poland sending those to Ukraine, and then the U.S. Providing either a monetary stipend for those planes or giving our planes to Poland. So this is the potential and one of the deals that is currently on the table. We did just hear from President Zelenskyy there in his latest address to the people of the world, to the West, for assistance. He did address media on Friday in a very intimate press conference where our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, he was there in the room with President Zelenskyy, who is currently in the Ukrainian capital still, refuses to leave the country, and is calling on his people to fight just as he is. He has been an inspiration to many around the world, certainly an inspiration to the people of Ukraine who are fighting on day 11 of this invasion. And I do want to bring those comments to you in that entire press conference here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a listen.
Provide the timeline. Tell us how many people have to die, how many limbs have to fly away from people's bodies. So you hear us. How many people will count, and we'll wait until that moment where you feel comfortable. If you cannot provide that timeline, it's the same as happened with sanctions, how to introduce those preventive sanctions. They will not advance. Provide the full list of sanctions. I asked all the leaders, the response, thanks God, now we have those sanctions. And the whole world sees that they are efficient. Now I hope that the sky will be shut down. If you don't have strength and courage to do that, then give me the planes. Isn't it fair? When they tell me we have a question regarding the planes, so we have to do voting, we say, where are these planes? We found them. There are a lot of planes. We found them, very expensive planes. They are more expensive than human life. We found planes that are of the Soviet times. Can we get those planes of Soviet times that we can fight back on our land, not a territory of Russia or Ukraine, on our land? Can we reply to all of these, military equipment, to this military equipment that is targeting us?
Biden, how would you describe your conversations with the U.S. leader? And do you believe the Americans waited too long to give Ukraine the support you need to push back this Russian offensive?
I'm sorry. We sleep 3-4
That's okay.
hours.
I can ask again.
No, just a second, please. About that, if I spoke with Biden, President Biden, yes, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember. And we have good contact. I can tell you the truth. And it's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team. And so we can speak now often. That is the first part of your question. And the second part, can you answer? Що зробили? Я вам сказав відверто.
I told you honestly, I responded honestly. The question is not about Biden, it's more about indecisiveness of the world. I am telling you all these steps. The world is stronger than the military of Putin. I'm telling with confidence the military, because I know there is also opposition in Russia. There is the opposition of military, business opposition, there is the public opposition of civilians, and there is a split even within that people watch TV there. I didn't see your reports on Russian TV, but you all present here didn't see a lot of your footage on Russian TV. People live in this media space created by the administration of the president. And I would want all the decisions regarding diplomacy and NATO and our independence, and regarding the nuclear power, nuclear weapons, nuclear attacks, regarding all of it, I would not want that all of this I wouldn't want all of these decisions be adopted just by this very small selected group. There are other people, the military shouldn't. The whole world is late with Ukraine. Started late making decisions. Let them forgive me. Their nation talked about this. You saw what happens in all the squares of the world. People come out and support because they're people. They're smarter than all of us. That's it. They said to them, they were pressuring them. But the whole world has to know that the whole world came late with this policy. The question is not about, somebody treating Ukraine well or not. Of course, most people and these leaders, they all treat well Ukraine. But nobody was even thinking that in modern world, a human being can behave like an animal. That's it.
Добрый день, господин президент. Эндрю Крамер из газеты New York Times. Я очень рад, что я имею честь задать вам
I'm very
вопрос.
happy. I'd like to ask a question
Вы знаете,
about
что
Kyiv.
во всем мире
You
сейчас
know, in the
вас
whole
очень
world now,
уважают как
you are
символ
respected very much in the whole
храбрости и
world
как человек, который защищает
as a
демократию.
human who defends
Помогает ли это
democracy. Does it help
Отвечу вам
Ukraine?
по-русски.
I'll respond in Russian.
Очень помогает.
Yeah, it helps.
Это большая поддержка.
It's a big support.
Во-первых, то, что от меня ждал народ
That's,
Украины.
first of all, what Ukraine expected from me.
Не хочу говорить, каким я
Honestly
был или
speaking, I don't want to say how I was and how I became. I think we all are the same. We love our country. You are in the place where you can help more, help the state, help the people. I'm in that place. And the support of people who come out to squares and say and talk with their governments, and the support of the government. I talked to many leaders. I became close buddies with a lot of leaders. We call each other several times a day. We talk on the cell phones. I like a lot that I can talk on WhatsApp with leaders without any bureaucratic red tape. When I have to go through all this complicated process of waiting for weeks while people are dying. But now it's a completely different moment. I need this support. It's important to me. I appeal to the world. I wouldn't want this support to weaken. This support gives a lot of confidence. We're the people of peace, but we're not ready to give up. This support tells us that we're doing everything the right way, and there is the strength of spirit in this. I'm very happy that the world united. Unfortunately, at such an expense, but still.
Це правильно. Дякую вам за запитання. Я сьогодні
Thank you for your question. Today I saw a very interesting photo by the Wailing Wall. Jewish, Hasidic Jewish people. And they were wrapped in, I don't know if you know, into our yellow and blue flags. There's a photo. I was really impressed. And my respect to those people who did that. They were praying. I don't know how they were praying. I saw many times. I don't know how it's done, honestly. This is my home here. You understand? I always had this liberal attitude to every religion. I believe that everybody is equal, in this aspect on earth. But I was so thankful for them, for their praying. I talked to the leadership of Israel. I'll tell you honestly. Maybe now it will sound a little bit offensive, but I believe that I have to say it. We don't have bad relations, but everything is tested by moments like this. With Andrei, we have perfect relations. We always talk. With the heart that we want to send to wounded. I contact our military and I tell them, this is true. I'm thankful. I don't know who helped more, but I'm thankful. Lavrov. I think everybody's face shows his or her life and you know, the whole life path as well as the end of one's life. They're interested in what's happening right now. They're not interested in what's happening after them. Everything that comes after me, what will come after me? My kids, I want them to be alive. I don't want anything else. People feel equal. We build this society. We just started building it, but that's the way we are. This is the informational bomb that everyone talks about. What do you want us to give away? Go away from our land. If you don't want to do that, sit at the negotiating table with me.
Internationally, you've become incredibly popular. People are comparing you to Winston Churchill, but you're not getting a lot of sleep. You're taking time to talk with us. How are you holding up under all this pressure?
Які меседжі Путіну так передати? The first part, I think. Yes. What messages I want to directly to Putin?
Exactly. You said you want to talk to Putin. You just
No. It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
So what would you tell him?
I think I said about it previously on this question that I'm very honest and open. Not interesting word. I mean that я відкрита людина, я знаю всі проблемні питання, про які піднімає питання.
I'm an open person. I know of every open questions that Putin knows and talks, and his minister. I believe that we have to talk about insults, to talk as simple humans. It's very important. If it's possible, I'm not sure if it is. There are questions I'd like to ask. I'm ready to discuss every question, every matter. All of these areas that we are mentioning, before the war in Donbass and the whole territory of Ukraine, new in Kazakhstan and Belarus, I know mentality of these people very well. I know where we're similar, where we're different. Another planet. If we talk like humans on equal terms, we'll raise all the questions without regarding the absence of safety, security, and we'll take care of all these questions. That's my main message. Regarding Churchill, he's a little bit, I think, in another world, I think. He's a great man. A person has a chance to become a great person, but it's not decided by this generation. It will be decided by next generations. If I get to do what I want to do, then maybe I'll be mentioned. But the most important thing, how they mention you, not what they tell about. And I think he was drinking a little bit, but that's just between us. The first question for Ukrainians. The towns that are occupied, blocked by occupants on purpose, and it started so Honestly speaking, I don't remember all the details. Regarding the drones, that's a big support. There are many questions where Erdogan helped us, where a lot of areas where he helped us. I'm very thankful to him on a political level. He made a lot of steps so that the president of Russia has an understanding so that the war has to end. Not many leaders of the world have that possibility. Many want, but one has to have an opportunity. One has to be this influential person on geopolitics of the world. Erdogan is this type of a person. He's a very serious president, and he helps. If you allow, if this whole, if for image of our history during World War II and all the years afterwards, everything was made in a positive. What happens if we allow this or that wind with such a risk, and it doesn't cover just one country. It passes through the whole country and the whole continent, and then it's like a hurricane. One drop sometimes, you have a new suit and there is a one drop, and everybody sees it, and now it's red as if it were from wine. In this case, it's red because of blood.
The war started 1 week ago almost. Would you say that it has changed you personally, and can you tell us about your life? I mean, in what conditions are you living since the beginning of the war?
It's hard to answer it. Life is as it is. My life today is wonderful. I believe that I am needed. I think that's the most important sense of life, that you are needed. That you're not just an emptiness that breathes and walks and eats something. That the fact that you live, on this fact, a lot of some things depend. That's important. It says one thing. We Ukrainians are not running away from challenges and problems. At least they're not running back. They're running forward. What about Belarus?
And that was President Zelensky's latest press conference with media members and reporters who were stationed on the ground in Ukraine. Throughout that address, you did see our very own Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who has been on the ground in Kyiv since the very beginning of this invasion 11 days ago. He has done an excellent job reporting for us. We've been following his reports since the very beginning, and he was able to bring us that press conference. And really profound words from President Zelenskyy, a man who has captured the attention and the hearts of the world. He has inspired his people to put up a resistance that very few expected against the Russian invasion that continues to intensify once again into day 11 here. He spoke about sending WhatsApp messages to world leaders. It was just a really interesting and profound insight into the day-to-day life of President Zelenskyy during a time of war. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we get back, we'll play you the latest Pentagon briefing and also the latest statement from Jens Stoltenberg, NATO Secretary General, after that meeting on Friday of the NATO allies. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he attended that meeting, and a no-fly zone is off the table. That was the statement made in that press conference. We'll play it for you in full on the other side of this break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Hey there, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. 11:36 here on the East Coast. I'm coming at you live from our Orlando studios, and we do want to get you up to speed on the top story, really across the world. The big story making headlines everywhere is we are entering day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we do have a new report from the United Nations that confirms that the refugee count has hit 1.5 million refugees within the first 10 days. For perspective, today is day 11. We do want to bring you out to a feed from earlier in the day. This is a border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. And I do want to make sure that everyone knows that this is previously recorded because it is almost 7 p.m. in Kyiv. Our camera of the capital has since gone black because it is nighttime. And of course, in cities in Ukraine, the city is dark. It is black at night because of once again, day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as fighting does intensify in the major cities of that country. We are seeing port cities to the southern portion of Ukraine, Odessa, Mariupol, are the big targets for Russian forces. President Zelenskyy himself confirming this. And so with all of this intensifying fighting happening on the grounds, people, of course, are headed to the borders. And nearly 1 million people have crossed into Poland. So let's bring you through the numbers here. The United Nations confirming that 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine. The High Commissioner for Refugees announced this number today on Sunday. Filippo Grandi is his name. He tweeted on Sunday that this constitutes, quote, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, a fact he has continued to press over the past week as the numbers continue to climb at an extremely alarming rate. This is the fastest exodus that we have seen most definitely this century and even beyond. Refugees have fled to neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, Lithuania, Romania, and more. But the largest influx of people is seen entering Poland. And Poland's border guard agency has said that over 922,000 refugees have crossed into the country from Ukraine since the start of this invasion. Day one of the invasion was back on February 24th. Today is March 6th. We are actually in Kyiv. It is closing day 11. And so that is the situation. The agency has said around 129,000 people crossed the border for a one-day record in that 10-day time frame. So for perspective, 1.5 million people is over 2% of the Ukrainian population, and they have already fled within the first 10 days of this invasion. Almost 40,000 crossed the border into Poland in the first hours of Sunday alone. So today, within the first portion of the day, Poland saw an influx of 40,000 people. They are expecting that number in just Poland alone to surpass 1 million very, very soon. This comes at a time where Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he is in Europe on a European tour. He arrived on Friday in Brussels to attend that NATO meeting. He then went to Poland, where he met with Ukrainian foreign minister to discuss this humanitarian crisis. And I actually do want to bring up a set of tweets for you because we are monitoring all of the officials' Twitter accounts because we can get live time information via those pages. And so I will work on getting those tweets up for you. But Secretary Antony Blinken, he then made his way to Moldova to meet with officials there, and we do have the tweets ready for you, so I do want to bring these up for you. This is a picture tweeted by Secretary Antony Blinken himself, and I'll remove the lower here on your screen so we can read it. It was inspiring to meet with my friend Dmitry Kuleba at the Ukrainian-Polish border. The leadership and courage that he and President Zelenskyy have demonstrated are remarkable, and the United States and the world will continue to stand with them and with the people of Ukraine. Now, this is, once again, the Ukrainian foreign minister. He has been very active on Twitter. He does provide quite a few updates daily for us. So as soon as we do get another update from him, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But obviously, this is a crisis that it has implications all around the world, not only in the Ukraine, not only in Europe, but an implication that we are even seeing and feeling here on the ground. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Henrique has the story about how the factors, how all of these factors are having an impact on us here at home, and also how President Biden says the U.S. economy has actually roared back faster than many expected. So let's take a listen to her latest report.
The President of the United States.
Positive news to cap off a turbulent week. Jobs growth accelerated in February, the biggest monthly gain since last summer, with 678,000 jobs added and the unemployment rate dropping to 3.8%, a new pandemic low. President Biden taking a victory lap.
Today's news is a welcome reminder that we're coming back stronger as a country and as a people.
In a sign inflation could be easing, wages barely rose in February. But with gas prices still high, the White House is hesitant to ban Russian energy imports, despite mounting pressure from the left and the right. But they're weighing options to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy while maintaining supply and market stability. Translation, getting more from somewhere else.
There are both international and domestic options.
So far, the administration has not tapped domestic producers to ramp up production, even as the White House announces a new Buy American rule to bring down costs and limit reliance on foreign supply chains, requiring any goods purchased with taxpayer money be at least 75% made in the U.S.
It's worth it for us to ensure that we have a domestic capacity to protect us from shortages and price spikes in the future.
Also mounting, calls from Ukraine to establish safe passage corridors.
Is that something that the U.S. is at all working on? And then how would it be enforced? Because in 2014, the Russians killed a whole bunch of Ukrainians who were trying to flee in a similar fashion.
Well, we are in close contact with Ukrainian leadership to support their efforts. And you're absolutely right. Humanitarian corridors are absolutely critical.
One sitting U.S. senator sees a simple solution to the crisis. The White House did not embrace.
The only way this ends, my friend, is for somebody in Russia to take this guy out. You would be doing your country a great service and the world a great service.
We are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
The White House announced today the vice president will go to Poland and Romania next week to show support for NATO allies. This as the president today met with his Finnish counterpart amid renewed discussion about whether they should join the alliance. At the White House, Jackie Henrique, Fox News.
And I do want to bring you out live where Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is actually addressing the public here. He is one of the leaders in the potential push for a ban on Russian oil. Let's take a listen to his comments here, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
People and our government is doing, President Biden has done a great job uniting the allies as we never thought. As I mentioned, the sanctions that they have imposed, the economic sanctions that they have imposed on Russia are much stronger than Putin or anyone else ever imagined. And within several months, Putin is going to be in severe trouble. Yesterday, MasterCard and Visa cut off ability of Russians to use them, so they can't charge anything on a credit card. Their $600 billion in reserves cannot be used because we have cut off working with the Russian central bank, any other bank working with the Russian central bank. And so when Putin invaded, he didn't know what he's in for. He didn't know what he's in for with the strength and perseverance of the Ukrainian people, and didn't know what he's in for with the unity of the West and the sanctions. Okay, questions on this subject?
Majority Leader Schumer, are you hopeful that these measures will help Ukraine? And what should President Biden do to help Ukraine as well? Should he meet in person with the Ukrainian president?
Well, I'll leave that up to the president. As I said, he has handled this extremely well. I think, though, the United States committing to backfill the air forces of the Eastern European countries as they give their existing Soviet-made planes to Ukraine is something that could be done and should be done. I'd also note that I spoke with the administration yesterday, and they are looking closely at imposing an oil embargo on Russian oil, and they're working with our European allies to see if that can get done.
And during your call with the Ukrainian president, one of the senators posted a call with the Ukrainian president on social media during the call. I was wondering if they had a reaction to
Well, I didn't do that. They had said it was off the record, so I respected that. Okay?
Senator?
Yes.
First of all, logistics. How those planes could be delivered to Ukraine if Russia dominates Ukrainian skies? And second, most importantly, could our President Putin think this as pretext to fight against Poland or any other NATO country?
That's why this is being explored with our Eastern European allies, and the Ukrainians believe that these planes would be very helpful in helping them defend themselves both militarily and protecting their people. Okay?
Can you speak about the status of the negotiations for the spending package, and do you expect Republicans to stall that?
The negotiations on the spending package are going very, very well, and I am very hopeful and optimistic that we will have the omnibus package with Ukrainian aid in it done by Thursday. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Can you show us those planes again? The planes?
Yes. Here. You got here just in time, whoever you are. What?
What type of jet is that, Senator?
Say, what's the matter?
Can you just describe what kind of plane that is?
Yeah, this is a Soviet-made MiG that is now possessed by many of the Eastern European countries, and the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy has asked for these planes. Okay? Oh, what did I?
And there we did just get an update from Majority Leader. Oh, he's going to speak again. Let's listen in.
I just wanted to correct. He used the wrong name. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to hold this up again. These are the Soviet-made planes that are possessed by Eastern European countries that President Zelenskyy has requested. Okay? I mistook his name a minute ago. Not in the whole speech, but
what's the model of the plane?
These are MiG planes. I'm not sure what. We'll get you the number. I don't know. It's a MiG 20-something. Okay? Thanks. Okay, good.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you very much.
And it does appear that we are done now. There was an update from Majority Leader Schumer continuing to kind of bring us the latest, and I do want to change this shot for us, so let's get that beeping away. Let's get this upper away, because we are no longer live in DC. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as we get a live feed coming in to our newsroom, we try and bring you there as quickly as possible. News is ever evolving. These feeds are ever evolving. They come in live, raw, and unfiltered. They cut in and out whenever these events cut in and out. And so our job is to kind of take you through it all. I do want to give you a view of how it is that we do all of this on our desk here. We monitor all of these feeds on this system here, and so as soon as we get it in and we see it on our left-hand panel, we try and bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. So that is what just happened there. We just got an update from Majority Leader Schumer on the latest call with President Zelenskyy, and he confirmed really what I've been telling you all morning long here. The United States is considering that deal with Poland to send planes, Soviet-era fighter jets, to Ukraine. That has been a request from President Zelenskyy. He requested it when he spoke to senators on a Zoom call within the past within the past 24 hours, they had that call there. And so Chuck Schumer confirming and showing the world a picture of those Ukrainian, those Soviet-made planes, Soviet-era planes. He said it was MiG-20-something. I'm sure we'll get the specifics on that from Chuck Schumer in his office. But these are the exact planes that the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy has requested. We missed the beginning portion of that speech, so I'll try and find it for us in full so we can get his entire statement here. But it does appear, once again, that the report that we brought to you this morning, that the U.S. is working to get Ukraine the fighter jets that it needs to continue to resist the Russian invasion on day 11, that does appear to be moving forward. And here we're taking a live look at the White House as once again Joe Biden leads the allies in their response to try and help Ukraine in any way possible. The only thing off the table right now, of course, that no-fly zone. And so that no-fly zone will not happen. NATO has said it is off the table. But the U.S. working very diligently to provide Ukraine with the tools, with the equipment, with the military infrastructure that it needs to continue to fight off Vladimir Putin and his forces. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Welcome into our show. Thank you for joining us as we get you up to speed on day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We did just hear from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on the U.S. efforts to continue to help and boost up the Ukrainian defense against Russia. Of course, President Zelenskyy has requested Soviet-era fighter jets, and it does appear that the U.S. is working very diligently to get those to Ukraine. While the U.S. does not have those in its possession, it is working with Poland to get those over to President Zelenskyy and his armed forces as quickly as possible. That was the general message from Chuck Schumer. As soon as we get that statement in full, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, I want to take you out to look at a map at what we are monitoring and what is happening on the ground in Ukraine as we bring you this show and as the day evolves. Once again, day 11, the humanitarian corridor out of Mariupol has failed for a second consecutive day. Now, I did want to bring you this map so that we can all visualize where it is exactly that we are talking about and where these cities are located. Now, Crimea is that area that was annexed by Russia back in 2014, the most southern tip of Ukraine. Earlier this week, we reported that warships were actually exiting Crimea and headed to Odessa. Odessa and Mariupol are two major port cities in Ukraine, and it does appear that President Vladimir Putin has made these two cities the next major target. President Zelenskyy himself warned the residents of Odessa to be ready for an aerial attack. He said, quote, "They are preparing to bomb Odessa. Russians have always come to Odessa, always felt in Odessa only warmth, only sincerity. And now what? Bombs against Odessa, artillery against Odessa, missiles against Odessa. It will be a war crime. It will be a historical crime. Odessa is a vital port city. It's a very key strategic city that Vladimir Putin is clearly after. This coming just days after Vladimir Putin has seized yet another nuclear power plant. He had seized Chernobyl at the beginning of this invasion, probably 5 or 6 days ago now. And just a couple of days ago, he seized the Zaporizhzhia power plant. For some perspective on that, Zaporizhzhia, that power plant is not only the biggest in Europe, but it is obviously the biggest in Ukraine as well, and it ranks amongst the top 10 biggest nuclear power plants in the world. It comes in at number 9 on that list. That power plant is now under Russian control. We can also report to you that NATO allies are ruling out a Ukrainian no-fly zone after meeting in Brussels on Friday. We did hear from NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg on that exact topic. While President Zelenskyy continues to call for this no-fly zone, he says it is what the people of Ukraine need. It is the only way that they can really essentially nullify Russia's aerial attack. But NATO says this is simply not an option, that would result in escalating this situation to a level that simply NATO and the world does not want to escalate it to. Vladimir Putin also did confirm that anyone who does inflict a no-fly zone, he will essentially see them as involved in the conflict, and they will be at war also with Russia. The UN has confirmed that the refugee count has hit 1.5 million in the first 10 days. Just a couple of days ago, once we hit the week mark, so 7 days in, that count was at 1 million. You can see that obviously those numbers are ramping up very quickly. If it was 1 million in the first 7 days and we're already 500,000 just 3 days later, those numbers are beginning to grow at a very rapid pace. Poland, there you see on your map, obviously is the country that shares quite a large border with Ukraine, and that is the country that's seeing the biggest influx of refugees. They are saying that over 922,000 refugees have already crossed that border, so we are expecting that number to hit 1 million very soon. I do want to bring you that full statement from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, because he speaks about this no-fly zone, and this is really the latest full statement that we have from NATO on how they are planning to continue to help Ukraine. So let's take a listen to his latest statement that he made just on Friday.
Buildings shelled, reckless actions around a nuclear power plant last night, and many civilians killed or wounded. The days to come are likely to be worse, with more death, more suffering, and more destruction. As the Russian armed forces bring in heavier weaponry and continue their attacks across the country. At our meeting today, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba addressed his NATO counterparts, and allies expressed their solidarity and deep respect for the courage of the Ukrainian people and armed forces. We had warned for many months that President Putin was intent on invading Ukraine. That is why NATO allies made tireless efforts to find a diplomatic solution. At the same time, we made clear that Russia would pay a very high price for renewed aggression against Ukraine. Russia is paying that price now. This is President Putin's war. One he has chosen, planned, and is waging against a peaceful country. We call on President Putin to stop this war immediately. Withdraw all his forces from Ukraine without conditions and engage in genuine diplomacy now. NATO allies have stepped up support for Ukraine, helping to uphold the country's right of self-defense as enshrined in the UN Charter. Today, ministers addressed our immediate response to the crisis and the longer-term implications for Euro-Atlantic security. We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land, in the air and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia. The Kremlin's ambition is to recreate a sphere of influence and deny other countries the right to choose their own path. So ministers discussed the need to support partners who may be at risk, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security, where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force, and we face the threat of conflict for years to come. There is much at stake: how we organize relations between states, whether democracy or authoritarianism prevails, and ultimately what sort of world we want to live in. Ministers agreed that NATO's relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed for the longer term, but we remain committed to keeping channels for diplomacy and deconfliction open, to avoid any unintended escalation, misunderstanding, or miscalculation. There is one lesson we can already draw from this crisis. To keep our nations safe, we need North America and Europe standing together in NATO in strategic solidarity. At this dangerous moment, no country and no continent can go it alone. President Putin has failed to divide us. NATO is more united, more determined, and stronger than ever. We are also working closer with like-minded partners. Today we were joined by the European Union, as well as Finland and Sweden. In response to Russia's aggression, we have decided to strengthen our coordination and information sharing with Finland and Sweden. Both countries are now taking part in all NATO consultations about the crisis. And this afternoon, I will join a meeting of EU foreign ministers to address the crisis and our response. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to BBC, the back.
Thank you. James Landau, BBC. Can you tell us a little bit more about what sort of options were considered about helping countries like Georgia and Bosnia? Secondly, can you tell us a little bit more about whether NATO allies discussed what more military support could be provided for Ukraine? And thirdly, was the issue of no-fly zones even discussed at this morning's meetings? Thank you.
NATO has provided support, and NATO allies have provided support to Georgia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and other partners for many years. We helped them with capacity building, reforms, strengthening their defense and security institutions. We also have a training center in Georgia. We also have common exercises. And of course, we have different kinds of activities with different countries, different partners. We didn't make any final decisions, but it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support these countries. And this is part about scaling up things we already do on strengthening the defense and the security institutions, reforms, training, but also potentially adding more activities in support of these countries. Because what you have seen with Ukraine is that they may be at risk, exposed for even more intervention, subversion, and potentially even attacks by the Russian armed forces or the Russian Federation. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. I think we have to remember that allies have provided support to Ukraine for many years, and now they're stepping up different types of Ukraine of support, and this is crucial in this critical time for Ukraine. On a no-fly zone, it was mentioned at the same time. Allies agree that we should not have NATO planes operating over Ukrainian airspace or NATO troops on Ukrainian territory.
CNBC.
Thank you, Secretary General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Is there any evidence that the support that NATO and its allies have been pouring into Ukraine so far is going to change the tide of battle? Although the Russian advance has slowed in some places, it is still advancing. Is there anything that NATO is doing that actually could possibly turn the tide in the battle in Ukraine? And secondly, if I may, sir, have the events around the nuclear facility, the nuclear plant in Ukraine and the ramifications from that changed the mindset of NATO at all? I just wondered what the conclusion was in the meeting about that. Thank you.
The reckless actions around the nuclear power plant last night just highlights the danger of this war. War is dangerous, and to have military operations, conflict, fighting going around the nuclear power plant adds to the danger. This just makes it even more important that President Putin end his war and withdraw all Russian troops from Ukraine and engage in diplomatic efforts in good faith. So that was the message from ministers today, and it's just underpinned by the potential danger of also a nuclear disaster related to this war, or as part of this war.
Your first point was about, is there anything about the military ammunition and supplies that are going into Ukraine? Is that changing the battle at all? Is it likely to?
Yeah. What we've seen is that President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. And they have been able to push back, to fight back, and to slow down the Russian advances. And this is first and foremost a result of the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces, and also the support and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the leadership, President Zelenskyy, which is really strengthening the morale of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people. We have helped them because NATO allies have trained and equipped the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. We started in 2014. And the NATO allies, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also Turkey, have provided equipment, military aid, and we have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces. And they are now on the front line. So this support has proven to be crucial for the strength of the Ukrainian army. And we are now stepping up support with more supplies. And I think also we have to realize that, compared to where the Ukrainian army was in 2014, the training NATO allies have provided, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014 has made the Ukrainian army much better trained, much better equipped, much better commanded, and much stronger. And this is the reason why they are able to push back the way they are able to do.
Okay. Going to Interfax Ukraine.
Thank you, Anna. I have follow-up question on my colleague from BBC. Secretary General, even General Breedlove, former SACEUR, expressed an opinion that NATO and US have to provide, as soon as possible, help to Ukraine and to close partially with humanitarian purpose only sky in Ukraine. All Ukrainians are begging for this. Do you think at some point allies can review this position? How long it will take, and will be enough of Ukraine to be destroyed by Putin? Thank you.
What is taking place in Ukraine now is horrific. It's painful, and we see human suffering, we see destruction at a scale we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. And I would like to commend the courage of the Ukrainian people standing up against the Russian invasion, standing up against Putin's forces. And that's also the reason why we are stepping up our support, and also why NATO allies have implemented the most severe sanctions ever, and also why we are mobilizing support from the whole world in condemning and calling on Russia and President Putin to end this war. At the same time, we have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries, and causing much more human suffering. So that's the reason why we make this painful decision to impose heavy sanctions, provide significant support, stepping up support, but at the same time not involving NATO and NATO forces directly in the conflict in Ukraine, neither on ground or in the airspace.
Spiegel.
Markus Becker with Der Spiegel. Mr. Secretary General, you said that the aim is to make Mr. Putin withdraw his troops unconditionally. So what if he doesn't comply? Is there any other off-ramp for him? You can think of any opening for negotiations? And if the sanctions don't make him back down, is there a plan B or even an exit strategy for the West? Thank you.
So we are imposing severe costs on Russia, as we warned. We told him, President Putin, that if he invades Ukraine once again, there will be significant costs for him to pay. And that's exactly what we are doing now with unprecedented sanctions. Of course, these will also have long-term effects, and they are working also over time. Then allies are providing support, humanitarian support, financial support, but also military support to Ukraine, helping them to withstand the Russian invasion. And then, of course, together with the whole world, the UN General Assembly, we are also calling on Russia to engage in diplomatic efforts, to see if there are any political off-ramps, a way out. But then Russia has to sit down in genuine diplomatic efforts to find a solution. So far, they have not been willing to do so. A minimum should be to find agreements on a humanitarian corridor or humanitarian corridors to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. I hope that at least that could be a first step, I welcome all efforts to try to find some kind of agreement on humanitarian support.
Polish TV.
Dominika Czasic, let me go back to rumors from a few days ago about Poland and Bulgaria. It was rumors in media that Poland and Bulgaria gave some military fighter jets to Ukraine and allows Ukraine to use the military airport. Could you comment this, and could you also comment the remarks of the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who told for the BBC that NATO should consider all options? Thank you.
We had a meeting of NATO foreign ministers today, and I had the NATO summit on Friday. And in both those meetings, I have clearly stated that we should support Ukraine. We should continue to provide, also NATO allies should continue to provide military support to Ukraine, different types of support. But we will not be part of the conflict. And that is the NATO position, and I convey that message because I strongly believe that if NATO become directly involved in the conflict, we will see more human suffering, more civilians killed. And that's the reason why we need to step up support, impose heavy sanctions, call for Russia to engage in a political solution, but not involve NATO. Our main responsibility, our core task, is to protect and defend 1 billion people living in 30 allied countries. We are doing that by increasing the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, deploying for the first time the NATO response force, but we are not going to be part of the conflict with Russia in Ukraine.
Okay.
Well, I met President Duda recently. We discussed many aspects and challenges related to the Russian invasion, brutal invasion of Ukraine. And you saw the statement from President Duda on the Wask air base that Poland is not planning to send in any airplanes to Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, on his way in, the Latvian Foreign Minister said it was time to go from a deterrence mission to a full-scale defence mission. So, was there any discussion of sending further troops in addition to the ones that you've deployed in recent weeks? And as you talk about a new normal, was there any discussion of making some of the recent deployments permanent?
We need to distinguish between NATO's immediate response and longer-term adaptation of our posture in the eastern part of the alliance. When it comes to the immediate response, we have already significantly increased our presence. With now over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, 130 planes on high alert, and thousands of more troops. I recently visited NATO troops, US troops, German troops, and other troops in Romania. I met them in Estonia and also in Poland. So this is the immediate response, and we will do what it takes to defend and protect all allies, and if needed, we will further increase that presence. But at the same time, we started at the meeting today, the discussion about the more longer-term changes to our presence, posture, deterrence and defense throughout the alliance, but especially in the eastern part. And today we have some presence in the eastern allied countries. We have the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland. We have some presence also in Romania and in the southeast. We are now seriously considering a significant increase of that presence, both with more troops, with with more air defense, with deterrence by defense, through defense, not only by sending a message of NATO presence. So this is, as some ministers formulated it today, it's about the difference between deterrence by presence or the deterrence by defense. We have started that discussion. We will have a defense ministerial meeting on the 16th of March. There I expect more details. We also will, of course, base our decisions on advice from our military commanders, and then we will take the necessary decisions. But we have some time, well, not a lot of time, but some time to take that more long-term decision, because we have already implemented immediate responses by a significant increase in eastern party lines.
Ukrainian National Agency.
Thanks. Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. It is understandable that there will be no NATO planes and pilots in Ukraine, but it was recently sounded the request from the President of Ukraine about some kind of selling or maybe transferring the planes to the Ukrainian armed forces. Maybe it could be done in a framework of the general technical assistance from the Russian side. And the second question, if I may, as right now we have absolutely discriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, including the restricted weaponry, like, for example, vacuum bombs. It is deployed in living areas. So that can we count on NATO in collecting at least information concerning the Russian crimes in Ukraine going on right now? Thanks.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. And we have seen the use of cluster bombs. We have seen reports of the use of other types of weapons which will be in violation of international law. And of course NATO and NATO allies and partners are collecting information and monitoring very closely what is going on in Ukraine. I would also welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court to open an investigation into this, because we have to make sure that President Putin and the President of Belarus are held accountable for what they do. This is brutality, this is inhumane, this is violating international law, and we also may have to make sure that the International Criminal Court really looks into this, and that's the reason why I welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Well, NATO allies provide different types of military support. I will not go into the details about that support, but allies provide many types of support. It's publicly known also that allies have provided anti-tank weapons, air defense missiles, and other types of support, and more details will not be given by me.
Bloomberg.
Natalia Drozdiak, thank you for the question. You mentioned the risk for Bosnia and Georgia. Are you seeing any concrete threat of invasion there? And what about Moldova? Is there any increased risk in Moldova? Thank you.
All these are different countries, and of course they face different types of risks and challenges. But they have in common that we have seen Russia try to exercise their power, to intimidate them, partly by subversion, interference in domestic political processes, or by military invasion. Georgia has been invaded by Russia, and Russian troops still, in reality, control parts of Georgia, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. In Moldova, in Transnistria, which is part of Moldova, there are Russian troops without the consent of the government in Moldova. And then in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we see a very fragile and unstable situation, with inflammatory rhetoric and serious challenges to the unity of that state. even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, these countries faced serious challenges, partly inflicted by or caused by Russia, but the risk has increased, and therefore we need to step up our support, and we need a serious discussion as NATO on what we can do to strengthen them in the face of Russian threats.
We'll take one question online from lenta.ru.
Dmitry Sotok, Lenta.ru, Russian online media. Previously, NATO representatives stated that the alliance is ready to discuss strategic stability issues with Russia. However, the issue of mutual arms control remains an important priority. The problem has not gone away. The level of global tensions has increased after the Russian military command has transferred Russian strategic missile forces to high alert mode. The question is NATO planning any discussions in the foreseeable future on this issue? And why hasn't the alliance provided Ukraine with modern weapons, which the Ukrainian authorities have been asking for? Thank you.
Well, first, as I said, NATO allies have provided Ukraine with weapons, especially since 2014. And NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers who are now on the front line. So we have helped them in standing up against Ukraine. And without that support, without the equipment, without the training, the Ukrainian armed forces would have been much less capable of standing up against the Russian invasion. The courage of the Ukrainian armed forces is, of course, the most important factor here, but the training and equipment has been of vital importance. And this, of course, also includes modern systems. Then on strategic issues, well, we reached out to Ukraine. We reached out to Russia before the invasion, because we warned, we had intelligence predicting what is happening now. I think we need to understand that actually for many months, NATO allies, NATO has been warning about that Russia was building up gradually more and more troops and planning an invasion of Ukraine. But as we saw that build up, we intensified our efforts to engage Russia in some kind of meaningful political diplomatic dialogue to prevent this invasion. President Putin decided not to find a political solution, but to invade, to use military force. We are, of course, always in favor of a political solution, but now we face a Russia which is using military force to try to destroy an independent sovereign nation in Europe. The United States and Russia agreed recently to extend the New START agreement, limiting the number of nuclear warheads on long-range systems. We are, of course, we believe in arms control, but to have any meaningful strengthening of arms control architecture, we need a Russia which is not killing and fighting and invading, but a regime in Moscow which is actually seriously engaging in political efforts to reduce tensions and further strengthen arms control.
Okay, we'll go with James for the last question.
Yes, Brooks James Defense. Sorry to hit you with another weapons question, but this really is the crucial issue right now. As you know, the EU is sending financing $500 million, and Poland's the coordinator, which makes me wonder, considering that this new rogue state could attack any country now, my question to you, should NATO create a new permanent structure, or at least designate the allies on a permanent rotating basis to coordinate bilateral weapons transfers from the allies to anticipate the next crisis? Thanks. I don't mean the trust funds, and I don't mean ad hoc consultations during ministerial, but something permanent. Thank you.
We should always have an open mind to what kind of structures we should have to support partners and countries at risk. At the same time, I think we need a pragmatic approach. And what we have seen over the last years, for instance, in Ukraine, is that NATO provided some types of support. We had an office in Kyiv. We were focused on modernizing the defense and security institutions, command and control, logistics, cyber, and also we helped them with some naval capabilities. So NATO as an institution provided important help to Ukraine over many years, and we still do. But then, on top of that, individual allies provided more of the lethal aid, more of the military training. And again, I don't think actually it is so important exactly how we organize this, as long as the country in need receives the support and help they need. And over the years since 2014, there are many, many thousands of Ukrainian troops, forces, which are trained at the top level by NATO trainers, special operation forces. And they have advanced equipment, and they know how to use it. We help them with cyber defense, with command and control communications. So it is this combination of something we do as an alliance with the NATO structures, something we do consulting each other, but it's provided bilaterally from NATO allied countries. And it has been especially the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, who has provided most of the equipment and most of the training. And then Turkey has provided some key capabilities, including drones, and also some of the Baltic states have provided some military support before the invasion. Then after the invasion, we have seen many more allies stepping up. So I don't know whether I really answer your question, but we should be pragmatic regarding exactly how we organize this, as long as NATO and NATO allies are able to provide support to allies, to partners in need.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
And that was the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on Friday after a meeting of the NATO allies where they discussed their latest response to Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory as we enter day 11 of this Russian-Ukrainian war. The big message: we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or airspace. And so that really is continuing to reiterate the message that we have been hearing from NATO since the very beginning, that they will not put troops on the ground. They will not impose that no-fly zone because Ukraine is not a NATO territory, and they believe by doing those things, it will only escalate this situation. They say their responsibility is to protect NATO countries, to give Ukraine the tools and the weapons that it needs to defend itself, and to make sure that this situation does not escalate to a point where really no one wants it to. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, we're going to get you up to speed on a bit of breaking news on this 11th day of this invasion. We can report that Russia has attacked the Vinnytsia airport with 8 cruise missiles. President Zelenskyy did confirm this. We have some tweets from the Foreign Affairs Minister Dmytro Kuleba, and also we have an update on gas prices, which has hit a historic level. Gas prices above $4 a gallon for only the second time ever. All of that information right after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 12:37 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed with some breaking news coming into our newsroom. For those of you just joining us, it is day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Russian attacks on the ground are intensifying across Ukraine's major cities. Here we are seeing a map. Kyiv, of course, one of the major targets for Russian troops and Vladimir Putin. But over the course of the past 48 to 72 hours, we have seen quite a bit and really an intensifying fight on the southern portion of Ukraine. Mariupol, Odessa, two very key port cities, are reportedly Putin's next target. President Zelenskyy has confirmed that Odessa is expected to be hit with an aerial attack. He did make that statement today, this coming on the same day that a humanitarian corridor was supposed to allow civilians to escape freely from Mariupol, and that for now a second consecutive day that has not been able to happen. Now, Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of failing to maintain that humanitarian corridor. But what that means is, as we've been reporting to you all week long, Russia and Ukrainian delegates, they have been meeting in Belarus for 2 sessions now. They met on Monday and also on Wednesday of last week. Obviously, the ultimate goal being a ceasefire. They have not come to that agreement, but after Thursday's meeting, they had come to an agreement for a humanitarian corridor. What does that mean? That means allowing a very temporary and a window of time in which there is no fighting to allow civilians to flee those areas and allow supplies, food, water into those areas. Humanitarian corridor allowing for humanitarian needs. Now, as I just reported to you, Russia and Ukraine blaming each other for failing to maintain that ceasefire, but we can now confirm that the corridor out of Mariupol has failed for a second consecutive day. We also are getting reports now that Russia has attacked the Vinnytsia airport with 8 cruise missiles. That is the latest information coming to our news desk. Ukrainian President Zelenskyy and Foreign Affairs Minister Dmytro Kuleba reported Sunday that Russian forces attacked a civilian airport with 8 cruise missiles. This is now a direct quote from Zelenskyy. Against our city, against our peaceful Vinnytsia, which never posed a threat to Russia in any way. I do have a statement that he posted on Facebook. President Zelenskyy, for those of you that perhaps haven't been following this story very closely, he has been posting updates on Facebook every 3 to 4 hours, every single one of these 11 days. We're in day 11 of this invasion, and we get an update from him roughly, like I said, every couple of hours. Some of them are more formal press conference style videos, and others are simply a selfie video. These are war times, and you make do with what you have. This one that we did get into our newsroom that is subtitled in English, it is one of those selfie style ones, but he is making a very impassioned statement to the people of Ukraine and to the world, and we'll bring it to you right now. Let's take a listen.
Щойно мені доповіли про ракетний удар по Вінниці. 8 ракет. Проти нашого міста, проти нашої мирної, доброї Вінниці, яка ніколи не загрожувала Росії. Жодним чином. Ракетний удар. Жорсткий, цинічний, повністю зруйнований аеропорт. Вони продовжують знищувати нашу інфраструктуру, наше життя, яке будували ми, будували наші батьки, наші дідусі, бабусі, покоління українців. Ми повторюємо кожного дня: закрийте небо над Україною, закрийте для всіх російських ракет, для російської бойової авіації, для всіх цих терористів. Зробіть гуманітарну повітряну зону без ракет, без авіабомб. Ми люди, і це ваш гуманітарний обов'язок захищати нас, захищати людей. І ви це можете. Якщо ви цього не зробите, якщо ви не дасте нам хоча б літаки, щоб ми могли самі себе захистити, то можна зробити тільки один висновок. Ви також хочете, щоб нас дуже повільно убивали. Це відповідальність також і політиків світу, західних лідерів. Від сьогодні і назавжди. Щойно
was the latest update from Zelenskyy confirming what the news that we just brought to you, that Russia has attacked the Vinnytsia airport with 8 cruise missiles. This is a civilian airport. For those of you that are looking at your map here, it obviously is not marked on this map, but I did do a quick search, and this airport is located between Kyiv and Lutsk. So if you see Kyiv there, the Ukrainian capital, the star, and then to the left, or heading west, you will see Lutsk. It is essentially in between those 2 points, and that airport has been attacked with 8 cruise missiles. We are also monitoring a bit of other breaking news, one that will affect all of you tuning in from the United States. We can confirm that gas prices top $4 per gallon in the U.S. for the second time ever. This is something that we have been monitoring very closely, as Russia is one of the world's biggest suppliers of oil. And obviously the sanctions that the West has imposed on Russia is going to have effects for all. The national average for regular unleaded gas crossed the $4 mark for only the second time ever, and sits just 10 cents from the all-time record high seen in July 2008. So for perspective, the all-time record high came in July of 2008 at $4.10 per gallon. We are now 10 cents away from that all-time high. The nationwide average sits at $4 and just under a tenth of a cent. According to the AAA gas prices, up roughly 9 cents a gallon over Saturday's average. So it rose 9 cents from Saturday to today on Sunday. The price has risen 47 cents since Russia invaded Ukraine 11 days ago. Premium gas costs on average of $4.57, which is up 10 cents from Saturday's average. Really, the story here is that we have crossed the $4 per gallon mark, and that these prices are rising at historic rates. We do want to highlight for you that the Russian attacks are intensifying on this 11th day of the invasion, and that once again there is a focus on the port cities of Odessa and Mariupol. We are getting new video into our newsroom, so we do want to bring you that. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as we get video, we want to bring you there. And we are monitoring a story that actually does have American ties here. This is video of American basketball star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Russia. She was detained back in February, customs authorities say. This is video of her going through airport security. The Federal Customs Service of Russia released this video on March 5th, and they say it shows 2-time Olympic basketball champion on the U.S. team being detained at an airport near Moscow in February for possession of illicit drugs. The agency said a U.S. citizen was detained after officials found a vape cartridge with hash oil in her baggage, but did not name the woman. Russian officials said an investigation was underway and a criminal case has been opened into smuggling narcotic drugs in a significant amount, which can carry a sentence of up to 10 years imprisonment in Russia. On Saturday, Griner's WNBA team, the Phoenix Mercury, released a statement acknowledging the situation with Brittany in Russia. The team said they are in constant contact with her family and representatives, but gave no further information. The fear is that Vladimir Putin is going to use this to his advantage, having an American obviously detained in Russia at a time of heightened tensions between Vladimir Putin and the West. As soon as we get an update on this situation, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, the next video, I do want to preface by saying that viewer discretion is advised. This is a video coming into our newsroom of Irpin, a city that has come under intense shelling. So once again, viewer discretion is advised for this next video.
Що вчора було з дітьми, кажеш?
I'm going to lower the volume here because it's very, very loud. This is a city where civilians have been trying to flee and make their way to safety, and it is coming under intense attacks by Russian forces. There you are seeing a missile landing in the middle of the street. This is very dramatic video coming into our newsroom today that shows a shell exploding near a group of people attempting to evacuate. Once again, this is a city called Irpin. At least 3 deaths have been reported as a result. The RFE said in a March 6th report that at least 3 people were killed in this shelling. For those of you that have been following this story since the very beginning, within the first 48 hours of this war, we saw and heard and brought to you a story of a Ukrainian soldier who delivered a bomb to a bridge in Irpin here to cut off that access and that entryway for Russian troops. Unfortunately, he did die putting that bomb on that bridge, but the bridge has been blown up. So this is that same city that has been forcing the Russian forces and meeting them with so much resistance, and they are being heavily shelled now. A report in the New York Times on the same day, on Sunday, said that Ukraine's State Emergency Service said on March 6th that, quote, after a recent shelling of the city and its environment, citizens are continuing to evacuate. Obviously, citizens having a very difficult time evacuating the city under these types of conditions. But once again, this is the latest video that is coming into our newsroom at a time where it appears each time we bring you a new video, it just becomes more surreal of the situation that is happening on the ground there. We do want to take you through all of the latest images. And there are victims. That's what the Ukrainian police say after an airstrike damaged buildings south of Kyiv. So once again, south of the Ukrainian capital. Ukrainian police say they have found victims following this airstrike, which damaged close to 20 houses in a city just south of Kyiv. And there you are seeing the rubble, the devastation, the fire, and holes in the ground full of debris. Police and SES officers at the scene are helping citizens overcome the consequences of the explosion, the police said. Local police posted video of this aftermath. There you are seeing soldiers. You're seeing simple residents, neighbors trying to help each other in the aftermath of this just complete and utter devastation. 20 houses destroyed in this attack here. Next, we're going to bring you a video of a church being lit on fire, and 3 children were killed in this incident. Ukrainian officials say 5 civilians, including 3 children, were killed as Russian strikes destroyed at least 6 homes and 10 cars in the village, another city south of Kyiv. So once again, fighting intensifying around the Ukrainian capital. And we're seeing also fighting intensifying in the south of the country in major port cities like Mariupol and Odessa. The Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine said that 2 adults and a child died when a rocket struck a car, and 2 other people died when a home was struck by a missile. A reminder that this comes at a time where Russia maintains that it is simply fulfilling a, quote, special military operation to, quote, denazify Ukraine and, quote, only targeting military infrastructure. They maintain that they are not targeting civilians. This is the images. This is the video coming to our newsroom amidst these statements. A few hours after the strike, the chief of police of the Kyiv region released footage captured by a security camera at the local church that shows one of the moments that the missile hit this city. So once again, you just saw behind that church a missile hitting the middle of this city and devastating what was once these people's homes. We want to bring you another image of a Russian helicopter shot down in Kyiv by Ukrainian officials. There you see the helicopter once again shot down, and now a massive cloud of black smoke will make its way to the air. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine said a Russian military helicopter was shot down over Kyiv. And once again, that is the images that you are seeing, images that come into our newsroom. The department claimed this video shows a Ukrainian missile intercepting a Russian aircraft. The video shows a missile striking a helicopter, which then catches fire, crashes, and explodes in this rural area. Our videos continue with a look at what the hospital situation is like for nurses, doctors, and children in Ukraine at the moment. Patients and medical staff at Ukraine's largest children's hospital in Kyiv. So these are people who worked and patients who were inside of Ukraine's largest children's hospital. This is their situation right now, amid Russia's ongoing assault and intensifying assault on this country. Video from Current Time TV shows staff and patients sheltering in the underground space of this hospital. This video was captured within the past couple of days. It's video that was taken last week, and this is currently still their situation because the situation on the ground is simply intensifying and getting even more extreme. The hospital was caring for children recovering from operations, young cancer patients, and newborn babies in the makeshift facility that is also working as a makeshift bomb shelter. There you're seeing the nurses and doctors, what appears to be some baby formula for the babies that they do have, and that they are trying to make better here in this facility. It really is just devastating video. There you're seeing a nurse in the background rocking a baby to sleep on these makeshift beds and a makeshift hospital at a time of war. Our images do continue to come in, and this is Ukraine's Interior Ministry reporting that just yesterday, border guards had evacuated some 40 crew from 4 foreign ships at seaports in Odessa. Once again, Odessa, that city to the south of Ukraine that President Zelenskyy has said will be targeted by an aerial attack. And here you're seeing crew members of foreign ships. These were citizens of Greece, the Philippines, and Romania. They were being evacuated from this port city, from a place that they simply lived and worked because of a potential aerial attack that is expected to come in the coming days. This happening in the south of Ukraine in Odessa. Our videos continue here and this one is coming in from the police. Emergency services, multiple homes damaged in North Ukraine. So once again, near the Kyiv area. This happened overnight from Saturday into Sunday. The state emergency services said on Telegram that at least one person was killed in this strike. This is the aftermath. This is what the people of this town woke up to this morning. It really is a situation that continues to get worse with each video that we show. Lucky for us, though, we do have phenomenal reporters on the ground who are taking us through what is happening in real time. We have a Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard. She is in Poland on the latest on a worsening refugee crisis as the UN confirms that refugee count has hit 1.5 million people in just 10 days. Let's take a listen to her latest report.
Assault on Ukrainian civilians. Russian forces intensifying their shelling of the besieged port city of Mariupol hours after a promised ceasefire collapsed, sending 200,000 to live in fear with little water, no food, and no electricity.
The humanitarian corridors, if they don't open up, the catastrophe that already exists will be so much worse.
Cities around the country under siege. The capital of Kyiv encircled by Russian forces who remain at bay for now. Ukrainians not cowering, instead hundreds lining up to join the fight.
It's my duty. I want to protect. I want to fight back.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy certain the determination and the unity of his people will win over Russian President Vladimir Putin's army.
Our people, our Ukrainians, are not retreating, are not giving up, are not stopping the resistance.
Saturday evening, Zelenskyy spoke with President Joe Biden, who promised more military, financial, and humanitarian assistance. Putin lashing out at the West for imposing sanctions that have crippled Russia's economy.
These sanctions that are being imposed, they are akin to declaring war.
A third round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected on Monday. In Przemysl, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we are getting new tweets in from the foreign minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba. And as soon as we get these tweets in, that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you live to the latest news, the latest feeds coming in from around the world. And once again, this was a tweet just within the last 20 minutes. This horrific 500-kilogram Russian bomb fell on a residential building in Chernihiv and didn't explode. Many other did, killing innocent men, women, and children. Help us protect our people from Russian barbarians. Help us close the sky. Provide us with combat aircraft. Once again, what Dmytro is referring to and what he's really pleading for is that no-fly zone that both he and President Zelenskyy have been calling for. Unfortunately, NATO still maintains that that is off the table. But we did just hear from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer that those airplanes that President Zelenskyy called for. They could be headed on their way very soon. This was a different tweet from Dmytro Kuleba earlier this morning. Stop Putin, stop buying Russian oil, act now. And there you are seeing images of people under a bridge, really just some powerful imagery coming from the ground in Ukraine. Stop buying Russian oil. That is something that many U.S. officials are pushing President Joe Biden to enact. They believe that the American people will stand behind that decision to stop buying Russian oil. But as of right now, that is a decision that has not been made. We want to continue on with our tweets here. And this is from Lucas Tomlinson, who has been on the ground in Ukraine since the very beginning of this story. He is one of our Fox News reporters, and he is in Lviv, which is a city to the west, on the western side of Ukraine. Actually, at the beginning of this invasion, and really when it was just rumored that Vladimir Putin was going to invade, the U.S. moved its embassy and its officials from Kyiv to Lviv, more western. So many of you may have heard of this town of Lviv. But here, Lucas Tomlinson reporting that tens of thousands of refugees pouring into Lviv in western Ukraine. UN says more than 1.5 million have fled the country since the war began. We can confirm that number, and he's absolutely right. Train stations all around the country continue to be packed and filled with people. Here we're seeing more videos. These volunteers have fed 5,000 refugees in recent days. And these are volunteers helping the 1.5 million refugees that have made their way out of Ukraine and into neighboring countries, making food, providing shelter and jackets for all of the refugees. Lucas saying many refugees arrive cold, hungry, and are grateful for the volunteers here in Lviv distributing food and hot drinks. So there you are seeing the people of Ukraine really bonding together and becoming one during a time of war. Here we are getting more tweets from another reporter that we have on the ground, Cherry Yingst. He was present at not Vladimir Putin, at, of course, President Zelensky's recent media address on Friday, where he spoke to reporters. Trey Yingst was in that room. He's done an excellent job reporting for us, and he did tweet out, just as we brought to you live, that Russian forces fired 8 missiles at that airport in Vinnytsia. This, of course, according to President Zelenskyy himself. We do want to bring you more images. This one from Secretary Antony Blinken, who said that it was inspiring to meet today. This was yesterday, so this was a tweet from Saturday, but he did meet with the Ukrainian foreign minister at the Ukrainian-Polish border. The leadership and courage that he, meaning Dmytro Kuleba, and Zelenskyy have demonstrated are remarkable. The United States and the world will continue to stand with them and the people of Ukraine. And we do have one more video from Dmytro Kuleba on that airport attack. I do want to play this for you because he is saying that these are the 8 Russian cruise missiles that hit the airport, a large city from the front line. Once again, I did kind of show you guys that this airport is between Lviv and between Kyiv and Lutsk. I'll bring up the map in just a moment when we finish reading this tweet. But Putin continues his cowardly and barbaric missile strikes, air bombardment of civilians. Help us close the sky and save lives. Provide air and missile defense. Combat aircraft. Stop Russian terrorism. Those are the words of Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. And I do want to bring you back out to that map so we can see where this airport is that is making headlines right now as we speak, as Russia has attacked it with 8 cruise missiles. We heard it from President Zelenskyy himself. We heard it from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. We heard it from our Fox News correspondents on the ground. And that airport, once again, between the star there that you see, Kyiv, and Lutsk, that western city there, that airport falls more or less between those 2 areas. As we continue to monitor and keep a very close eye on the refugee crisis, I do want to bring us back to that because the UN confirming that 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine in these first 10 days. We're on day 11 for perspective, is really a situation that is going to affect the many countries around Ukraine and also really all over the world. The U.S. has granted temporary access to the United States for Ukrainian refugees already. So it really is a Western and a group effort to try and help these refugees. As the situation grows increasingly dire in Ukraine, our Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall, he has the latest, and I do want to bring you his report. Let's take a listen.
Ukrainians are making life or death decisions in the midst of the worst fighting the country has seen since World War II. Many have fled to neighboring countries with only a handful of possessions.
We took only our dog and my backpack.
We left everything. We have no nothing. We have no clothes, we have no nothing.
This woman bringing just a few photos with her to remember happier times, as well as who she was forced to leave behind.
I took my daughter and I hope we'll be alright. But I left my husband.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken Saturday paying a visit to a refugee camp in Poland. The border is quickly becoming overcrowded amid a flood of non-stop arrivals. 10 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, nearly 1.5 million people have fled the war-torn country. The UN estimates the number of refugees could ultimately reach 4 million, which would make it the worst such crisis of the 21st century.
When we started, I thought, well, maybe this is, God forbid we reach that figure. It's a lot, but now I'm getting worried that we will.
Talks between Russia and Ukraine on Thursday recognized the need for humanitarian corridors to help civilians escape the crossfire. But just hours after the two sides agreed to a temporary ceasefire, Russian shelling resumed in multiple cities, halting evacuations. Belarus, which has been hosting diplomatic talks, has said negotiations will begin again on Monday. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
And thank you to Benjamin for that report. The humanitarian crisis is something we are going to continue to monitor very closely here on Live Now from Fox, just as we are going to monitor the U.S. response and really the Western response to this invasion. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has dragged on for over a week. We have hit day 11, that is. Can't believe it, but past 10 days, and there are concerns it could eventually become a confrontation between Russia and the United States. A hotline between the two superpowers has been established as a way to avoid escalating the conflict to what could be a catastrophic level. Our Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from the Pentagon. Let's hear his latest report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says the sanctions being imposed against his country is similar to a declaration of war. But here at the Pentagon, U.S. officials insist they're doing all they can to avoid a direct war between the U.S. and Russia.
We think it's valuable to have a direct communication vehicle at that level, at an operational level, to reduce the risks of miscalculation and to be able to communicate in real time if need be.
The contested airspace has Ukraine's government asking the U.S. to participate in a no-fly zone, but U.S. officials say they have no plans to do that over fears it would put U.S. and NATO fighters directly against Russia. But defense officials insist the U.S. is helping Ukraine's military even without that no-fly zone. They point to the ongoing weapons shipments into Ukraine and the massive military aid already distributed. Still, some lawmakers think the Pentagon could be doing a whole lot more. Alaska Republican Senator Dan Sullivan tweeting on Saturday that President Zelenskyy of Ukraine urgently requested more lethal military equipment for his forces and to defend his people. The Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State should make this happen for his forces and for the defense of democracy. Defense officials tell Fox the U.S. is not stopping other European countries from sending fighters to assist Ukraine, and that Poland specifically has that option. But Russia is warning the U.S. and others to stop pumping weapons into Ukraine, the country's foreign ministry claiming those weapons could end up in the hands of terrorists threatening airliners. But lawmakers in this country will simply see that as pure propaganda, and they say nothing will stop the U.S. from showing its support to Ukraine's government and military. At the Pentagon, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And thank you to Mark for that update. We did just get an update from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer earlier today on the U.S. response as well. So this is something that is going to continue to be fluid and evolving each and every day. We do want to play for you, as promised, the latest Pentagon update from spokesman John Kirby, where he walks us through the latest from the Pentagon, just as reported by Mark Meredith. We want to play it for you in full here, so let's take a listen.
Earlier today, Secretary Austin had a chance to speak with the Polish Minister of Defense, Mariusz Błaszczak, to discuss impacts of Russia's unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine. The Secretary praised Poland's strong commitment to supporting the defense needs of Ukraine's forces, and certainly he expressed our appreciation for Poland's hosting of U.S. forces and additional U.S. forces. The two leaders exchanged ideas on further enhancing deterrence and defense efforts along NATO's eastern flank. Now, also of note, Alaskan Command under U.S. Northern Command is currently hosting Exercise Arctic Edge 22 in Alaska, held every 2 years. This exercise consists of approximately 1,000 U.S. military personnel, and they're made up of units from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Special Operations Command. Also included are elements from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and the Canadian Army. The goal of the exercise is to provide realistic and effective training for participants using the premier training locations that are available throughout Alaska. Arctic Edge 22 is linked to other service-specific exercises, including the National Guard's Arctic Eagle, Patriot, the Army's Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Capability Exercise, and the Navy's ICEX. And those occur concurrently or consecutively during the months of February and March of this year. With that, we'll take questions. Lita.
John, can you give us a little bit more detail on the hotline, deconfliction line, whatever you want to call it, with Russia? Do you know if it has been used at all? Was it used specifically during the attack on the nuclear facility, when one might think there might be some cause for concern? And would it be General Walters who would be sort of in charge or on the other end of the phone? Can you give us a sense of what this link is? And then just secondly,
Want the phone number too?
Yeah, if you could actually put the phone here, it would be good. And then just anything new on Odessa?
On the deconfliction, I don't have any information about whether it's been used. It's only been in place for a couple of days. I think it's early this week. It is basically a phone line, a phone connection to the Russian Ministry of Defense. It is being administered out of European Command headquarters, and as I understand it, it's basically staffed by staff level officers there at European Command. I have no expectation that, unless he really desires, that General Walters would be the one managing that. It's not at that level. It's at a lower operational level, and it's being administered as a bilateral U.S. to Russia deconfliction channel. So that's why it's being handled out of U.S. European Command headquarters and not General Walters under his NATO hat. But again, I refer you to EUCOM to talk specifically about whether and how it's been put in place. We know it works because we did establish it and set it up with the Russians, and when we tested it, they did pick up the other end and acknowledged that they got the call. So we know it works. We think again that this is, as we've done before, like in Syria. We think it's valuable to have a direct communication vehicle at that level, at an operational level, to reduce the risks of miscalculation and to be able to communicate in real time if need be, particularly because now the airspace over Ukraine is contested by both Russian and Ukrainian aircraft. So that contested airspace now buttresses right up against NATO. So smart thing to do, and we're glad it's in place. We're glad that the Russians have acknowledged that they will use it. On Odessa, I don't have an update for you. We haven't seen, and again, I have to caveat this by making clear our visibility and our detailed knowledge of things that are going on the ground has limits. But as of this morning, we hadn't seen any significant naval activity in the Black Sea that would lead us to believe that an assault on Odessa is imminent. That doesn't mean that won't change over coming hours. It very well could. As you've seen for yourselves, the Russian ground forces coming out of Crimea arcing off to the northwest through Kherson, are now beginning an assault on a town called Mykolaiv. That town is not far from Odessa, just up the coast, a little bit to the northeast of Odessa. So we don't know exactly what to make of that. We can't assert for sure that the Russians are going to use a land route to assault Odessa, or even if they're going to move on Odessa. We're kind of watching this day by day, as you guys are.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So since this is a bilateral sort of U.S.-Russia line, would then an instance like the nuclear plant not be an appropriate use of the line?
It very well could be.
Can I follow up on that question?
Actually, I'm following up on that question. The nuclear line, are you saying that it was...
It's not a nuclear line.
Excuse me, the deconfliction line, are you saying it wasn't...
I'm not saying it wasn't used. I don't have anything for you on its physical use in the last couple of days.
What is the most senior U.S. defense official who has spoken to their Russian counterpart since this invasion has occurred?
No leaders here at the Pentagon have. General Milley has not spoken to General Gerasimov since the invasion. Secretary Austin has not spoken to Minister Shoigu, his counterpart, since the invasion. I'm not aware of any other senior leaders here at the Department of Defense. Now, I can't speak for NATO. That's a good question for the alliance, but I'm not aware of any senior U.S. military connections.
Separately, on the bridge that was blown up near that convoy, were U.S. weapons used to blow up that bridge, and what impact has it had on the convoy?
I do not know what specific munitions were used to thwart the convoy's advance. We do have reports that a bridge was blown up that we believe was in the path there. We also have indications that the Ukrainians have struck the convoy elsewhere and on their own on vehicles. But what munitions they're using, Jen, I just simply couldn't speak to that level of specificity. We do believe that the actions by the Ukrainians have in fact stalled that convoy and certainly slowed it down, stopped it in some places. But we also think that that it's also of a piece of Russian challenges that they've had just in terms of their own physical ground movement, sustainment, logistics. They're running out of fuel. We still believe that in some cases they're running out of food for their soldiers. So they've also been plagued by their own missteps and stumbles. Fadi.
Thank you, John. So I have a couple of questions. On the deconfliction mechanism, as you said, I mean, it's helpful, especially now with the NATO airspace as close to the Ukrainian airspace. So why was it bilateral between the U.S. and Russia, not between Russia and NATO?
I'm not going to speak for the alliance, Fadi, and it's not like we are a member of NATO. So certainly, if we can use that deconfliction line to assist with with alliance communications, we'll absolutely do that. It's not so binary as that. All I'm trying to do is describe that it is set up bilaterally between the United States and Russia. But of course, look, part of the reason that we want to do this is because of NATO airspace, which buttresses up now against contested airspace. So, if I conveyed any idea that we would only use this to convey U.S. individual unilateral concerns, that is absolutely not the case.
I asked the question because a senior defense official has said before that there are ideas, including maybe a NATO-Russia channel. So was this, I mean, basically because Russia rejected such a channel and they insisted on it?
I don't have anything.
Okay. And on Zaporizhzhia, what is your understanding of what happened actually yesterday, and how safe is the nuclear plant right now?
We don't have perfect knowledge of exactly how this attack on the nuclear power plant transpired. Clearly there was one. Clearly it was violent. Clearly ordnance was used. An attack was conducted on the power plant in an effort by Russian forces to gain control of it. We cannot contest or refute reports that they are in fact in control of it. As for conditions there, again, our knowledge is imperfect, but as we understand it, there's been no leakage of radioactive material. Now, what operational status it's in, we can't speak to. Our role here at the Department of Defense is to continue to assist the Department of Energy as they work through response efforts of their own, and as they work with allies and partners. You know, because we have experience running nuclear power plants in the Department of Defense, we're a part of that. We're a part of that effort, providing some advice and counsel to the Department of Energy. Let me just take a moment, if I might, though this is not your question, to state the obvious about the dangers here and how this underscores the recklessness with which the Russians have been perpetrating this unprovoked invasion and assault on Ukraine and their sovereignty. Attacking a nuclear power plant is exceedingly dangerous and could have visited a lot more damage and destruction to the people of Ukraine and to the and perhaps even to neighboring countries had this gone a different way. And we continue to call on Russia to stop the invasion, period, de-escalate, move their troops out. But certainly, short of that, to be more mindful of their obligations under international law, and certainly with respect to humanitarian concerns about, about perpetrating violence anywhere near a nuclear power plant, which are not designed to withstand combat. It's not their function. Peaceful nuclear power. So, sorry, I wanted to just get that out, Court.
Do you have any indications that that there's any disruptions to the power? I know one of the concerns is that if there's no cooling apparatus in the nuclear reactor, then that's like a real vulnerability. Do you have any? I know that it's hard to say operationally, but do you have any indications of that?
We don't, and we don't know. Again, we don't know what the status of the plant is right now. Again, I point you to Department of Energy to talk about that with more detail.
And then one more thing on deconfliction. I'm not clear. It is. I get it. It's between the U.S. and the Russian military. But will there be some scenario where other NATO ally aircraft or military equipment you could be deconflicting on their behalf? We haven't heard about any other nations setting up any kind of deconflictions, and others have been sending things forward to that area.
Well, I think it's entirely possible that should there be an alliance concern that we can convey to the Russians through that channel, we absolutely will. Remember, we are also a NATO ally.
Yeah. On the confliction line, in Syria, we know that Russians and American aircraft were crossing into their lines, and then of course they just were telling.
Say that part again. You know that Russian and
on Syrian airspace, Russian and American air assets were crossing into each other's line, and that's why the deconfliction line was used to say, hey, keep out of this area. We are coming here, or we are going to strike this, or we are here, we are there. But here in this setting, in this theater, there are two separate airspaces, and why, how this deconfliction line is going to be used for what? What will they say, for example, on the line? Because we don't see that.
I don't think there's like a given script that's going to be used on any particular day or in any particular instance. I mean, this is you got contested airspace over Ukraine, which buttresses. Just let me finish. Which buttresses right up against countries, NATO countries, and their airspace. It makes eminent sense for us to be able to have some way of communicating with the Russians should operations in that contested airspace pose any kind of a threat or even just pose a concern to the alliance or to the United States. We want to be able to have a way of speaking directly at an operational level with the Russian Ministry of Defense. So it makes a lot of sense to do this.
And also on Black Sea, we now see that Russians have almost taken 1/3 of the entire northern parts of the Black Sea, coast of the Black Sea. Is there a concern, or to what extent concerning is it for you that Russians take the entire coast of the northern Black Sea and just create a new geopolitical setting?
Apparently don't have your level of visibility on where the Russian ships are in the Black Sea, and I'm not prepared to cede or to say with certainty that that they have control over the international waters in the Black Sea. they have naval assets in the Black Sea. They're a Black Sea nation. They have naval assets in the Black Sea. They have already used some of those naval assets to conduct an amphibious assault from the Sea of Azov onto the coastline there of southern Ukraine. As I've said to Lita, I don't have any updates for you in the maritime environment. I can't assert for sure that they are planning to do yet another amphibious assault, whether it's towards Odessa or any other southern Ukrainian port. But we're watching it as best we can. Okay, Jim.
John, this is a little bit involved, but on February 18th, I asked in Poland, I asked Secretary Austin if the national defense strategy would need to be rewritten as a result of the Russian threats at that time. He said no, and that the integrated deterrence concept that underlaid the idea of the NDS was already sort of in use. I'd like to think, given the Russian performance in Ukraine so far, that it sort of cements the idea of China being the pacing threat. Yet I'm seeing stories that the national defense strategy is being rewritten. Has it changed since February 18th?
What I would tell you, Jim, is that the national defense strategy is still being crafted. It's going to be heavily informed by the President's interim national security guidance. It's certainly being written in parallel with the national security strategy, which also hasn't been completed yet. And you're absolutely right. The Secretary was clear that it will reinforce his notion of an integrated deterrence, and it will certainly recognize that China remains the pacing challenge for the department. But it will also recognize other nation-state threats out there, and that includes Russia. And as we've been writing it as we've watched Russia over the last couple of months, build up this massive military force around Ukraine's borders. So it would be foolish for us to think that the crafting of it wasn't also informed by what we've been seeing Russia do. But is it being rewritten as a result of what we're seeing Russia do? I think that overstates it heavily. But it certainly will be informed by what we've been seeing over the past couple of months. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tara.
Thank you. Has the department seen any evidence that the invading Russian force is also reliant on the internet and communications inside Ukraine? There's been a lot of questions about why, there was an assumption early on that the internet would be brought down, that the infrastructure grid would be brought down. Why is it that all of this infrastructure has remained in place, and are these forces also reliant on that to communicate and to navigate?
I honestly can't speak to Russian plans here and their intentions with respect to the information environment. And as for their navigation skills, again, I don't. I'm not riding in the cab of these trucks. I don't know exactly what they're using to get from point A to point B. Clearly, they're not getting from point A to point B very fast right now, at least in the north. So I can't speak to that, Tara. But we have seen some internet outages. We have seen them try to impact the information and communication environment, not the least of which is striking, television towers and that kind of thing. Again, I don't want to speculate. I mean, perhaps they have found some value to keeping some public communications open for their own purposes, for their own decision-making processes. But that's just a speculation. I don't know.
And then I have one follow-up on the deconfliction line. If it's going to be used for deconflicting airspace by NATO borders, could it also potentially be used for, say, coordinating a humanitarian corridor or people fleeing Ukraine, or is it just going to be military-to-military operations?
It's primarily a military-to-military channel, but that doesn't mean, as I've said before, that it can't be used for other purposes if need be. I mean, we'll have to see. It's only been a couple of days old, so we think it's the right thing to do. We've done this kind of thing before. and it makes a lot of sense, particularly when you're talking about that contested Ukrainian airspace. But could it find other purposes? Perhaps. I mean, we think it's the smart and the prudent thing to do. Barb?
A couple of follow-ups, but a question to other people's questions, but one question first. Can you bring us up to date on the thinking about whether to support any moves by East European allies and partners to send their MiG-29s into Ukraine to give the Ukrainians extra inventory?
You mean U.S. support to that?
Do you support the idea? Is the United States, as you know, this conversation has ebbed and flowed over the last several days of several East European allies and partners, including Slovakia, which wants to accelerate its F-16 purchases so they can send their MiG-29s. Is this something, this idea, something that the U.S. would be supportive of? And then I have two quick follow-ups.
I don't have a departmental position on this proposal, Barb. These are considerations that sovereign nation states have to make in their own and through their own processes. What I can just tell you is what we do support and what we are doing is looking for ways to continue to get security assistance into the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, and we're doing that to a fairly well, and we're accelerating and expediting even the most recent drawdown package that the president approved.
And let me try one more time on deconfliction because, I mean, the United States is not entering Ukraine airspace or Ukraine territory. So you have nothing you need to notify the Russians that you're doing because you're staying outside of this war zone. They, you said, there was concern that there could be a situation in which you would have worries that would lead you to make a phone call. And you mentioned, in fact, the nuclear incident concern. It was a case where you concerned that something could impact neighboring countries. So is there a way you can explain how much of this idea of needing to have a communications line with the Russians isn't really about deconfliction because you're both supposedly staying on your own side, but worry that they may not stay on their side?
I mean, it's primarily designed, Barb, to help reduce the risks of miscalculation. We call it a deconfliction line, but because that's what we're used to calling them, and that's what we typically use them for. But I'm not going to sit here, only a few days after it's been set up and try to draw bright lines around what it could be used for. If there's a need for us to be able to communicate with the Ministry of Defense in a timely fashion about a concern, I suspect that we'll use it for that. And we would hope that the Russians, should they have a timely concern that they want to present, that they would use it as well.
So when the nuclear incident happened, has it now led, because you provide support to the Department of Energy?
For those of you just joining us on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, 1:30 here on the East Coast from our Orlando studios, and we're listening into the latest Pentagon update from spokesman John Kirby as we have entered day 11 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russian attacks on major Ukrainian cities continue to intensify as port cities Mariupol and Odessa, as seen on the map on your screens towards the southernmost portion of Ukraine, are preparing for attacks as per Ukrainian President Zelenskyy himself. The humanitarian crisis also continues to worsen today as the United Nations reports the refugee count has surpassed 1.5 million refugees. We'll continue to listen in to this latest Pentagon update from spokesman John Kirby.
Of Energy about whatever response coordination that they feel is appropriate. We provide some support and guidance to them. I have no decisions to talk to today about any additional resources that could be needed. Again, without speaking for the Energy Department, our assessment this morning is that there was no radioactive leaks and no significant damage to the plant's operation. But again, I really would I need to point you to the Energy Department for anything more specific than that.
And for the protection of U.S. troops in the region, has this caused you, are there any discussions, thinking, analysis by this department for additional protection?
I know of no such decisions or no such discussions with respect to what happened last night. But obviously we take force protection very seriously. It's the Secretary's prime and paramount concern. Nothing to speak to with respect to the attack on the power plant. Yeah, Matt.
Thanks, John. You said the airspace is still contested above Ukraine.
That's right.
You also talk about how on the ground effort in the north it seems stalled, more success in the south. I wonder if there's any parallels with that in the air. I know it's a changing environment, but are you seeing some regions in which either the Russians or the Ukrainians are more or less dominant in the air?
You know, it's dynamic airspace, Matt. It would be foolish for me to try to carve it up for you at 2:30 in the afternoon on Friday and say that, you know, one side or the other has more dominance over a particular region because it's contested. That's what contested means. All I can tell you with certainty is that the Ukrainian Air forces continue to fly. They still have air and missile defense available to them. They are using them and using them quite effectively. And the way they have marshaled their resources and applied them to the fight in the air has been quite extraordinary. The Russians likewise have a lot of aircraft available to them, as well as missiles. They have fired over 500 since the beginning of this invasion. So that's what makes this airspace, that's what makes it so contested, quite frankly. There's a lot of hardware flying around in that airspace, and it literally changes throughout a given day based on what the Russians are doing and how the Ukrainians are trying to resist what the Russians are doing. And it's because it's so dynamic and so contested that, again, we felt it was important to have a deconfliction mechanism.
Right, and one more, if I may, off of something Barbara asked. At this point, a senior defense official earlier said that most of their Ukraine air capability is still intact. Does it seem like that's a need, or are you aware of any requests of the Ukrainians for more aircraft? And if they already have most of their air power still intact, do they even have extra pilots to fly any extra aircraft at this point?
I don't want to speak for the Ukrainians. What I can tell you is that we are in direct communication with them nearly every day about their requirements, and we're doing the best we can to fill those requirements. I think I'll just leave it at that. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Two questions. First, Ukraine's embassy in Washington is saying it has a list of about 3,000 American volunteers, including former military, who want to go and join the fight in Ukraine. Does the Pentagon have any position on Americans going to fight in Ukraine? And is there any broader effort to track foreign fighters of all nationalities?
I certainly can't verify the numbers that you've put up there. We have seen no such list and no such compilation. I would just say this, and I talked about this I think a couple of days ago. Two things. One, this is not the place for Americans to be in Ukraine right now. And the State Department has made that very clear in urging over so many weeks for Americans that are in Ukraine to leave, and urging Americans not in Ukraine not to go. It is a war zone. Now, that's number one. Number two, should Americans want to help Ukraine, and it's laudable that they do, the best way to do that is to find ways to contribute to the many non-governmental and humanitarian organizations that are trying to alleviate what has now become a very acute humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and in countries that are now bordering Ukraine. As what the UN just estimated, I think yesterday, more than 1 million people have fled the country, and that doesn't even count the tens of thousands that are displaced in the country. So if you really want to help the people of Ukraine as a private citizen, find a way to donate resources to these organizations that are trying to alleviate that crisis. Tom?
John, along those lines, are there any prohibitions on U.S. military personnel, let's say an Army reservist who wants to go over?
Tom, the President's been clear there's not going to be any U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine.
Well, I'm talking about an Army reservist is volunteering to go over and fight with the Ukrainians. Are there prohibitions under the law or DoD regulations about that?
You know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to have to take that one, Tom. But let me be very clear. The president has made it clear U.S. troops are not going to be fighting in Ukraine. That includes in the skies over Ukraine. It is not a military mission that the United States military would take on. I know you're asking a very specific potential scenario. Let me find out rather than speculate and guess about that. Tom Squitieri.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Two quick questions. One, last November, the Coast Guard finished the transfer of 3 ships to the Ukrainian Navy. I'm wondering if the Pentagon has visibility on their status. And the second question is, a senior official yesterday talked about how at least 70 missiles were fired from Belarus into Ukraine. Is it the Pentagon's analysis that places Belarus as a participant in the war? Thank you.
What we've said all along, Tom, is that Belarus is partly responsible for what's going on in Ukraine. We've been very clear about that by the support that they have given to Russia to be able to launch this invasion. Now, we haven't seen Belarusian forces insert themselves into Ukraine. We haven't seen indications that they are preparing to do that. But clearly, they are complicit with President Putin's war of choice, no doubt about that. And as for the ships, Tom, I don't have any update for you on that. I just simply don't know. Jeff Shogel.
Thank you.
Thank you. It appears there's been some news during the news conference here. I'm reading something that says the Moldovan breakaway region of which I'm not pronouncing correctly, has demanded that Moldova recognize its independence. This is a place where about 1,500 Russian troops are stationed. Is the Defense Department concerned that this could be an expansion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Jeff, I got nothing for you on that, pal. I haven't seen this report, and I'm not going to try to wing it here from the podium on something that you're seeing online. So we'll check and see if we have anything on it. But I'm not going to take the question because I believe that that's probably a better question put to my State Department colleagues. However, I'll go see what's available out there. But I'm just not capable of jumping into something that's breaking right now. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. I have a budget question, non-Ukraine specific. But what is the status of the FY23 budget? Are the final numbers pretty much done, and you're kind of feeding it into the computer, ready for release? And has the invasion at all changed the number? Has there been a major influx of funding in the last week because of the invasion?
I'm sure it's going to shock you, Tony, but I'm not going to talk about the status of the FY23 budget. We're still hard at work at that. That effort being led by the Deputy Secretary. She's running a very tight process, and I am not going to get ahead of that process and how that's going, but we're working on that real hard. Idris.
Tony, you have a follow-up, or you want me to go?
Yeah. Does the national security strategy and the national defense strategy have to be published first before the budget comes out? Is that the sequence?
They don't have to be, Tony. There's no regulation, there's no rule, there's no legislation that requires you have to have the national security strategy and the national defense strategy published before the budget. All three documents inform each other. Look, ideally, you want a budget to follow a strategy, but it doesn't have to come out that way. Idris?
Thanks, Idris.
Yeah. Just going back to the hotline, when you're setting it up, how does it work? Does General Walters talk to his counterpart saying, all right, we're going to set this up, and then some of the staff set it up? At what level does it rise, I guess? And second question is, any change to the nuclear forces, Russian nuclear forces, after they were put on high alert?
I have no changes to speak to that we've noticed in the Russian strategic nuclear force posture. We're still obviously monitoring and reviewing as we do every day. I would just again say that Secretary Austin is comfortable and confident in our own strategic deterrent posture and our ability to defend the homeland, as well as allies and partners. And it's not a hotline, it's a deconfliction line. As I said, it's handled and staffed at the operational level. I don't think there's any expectation that General Walters is going to be the only one picking up the phone. Certainly, if he wanted to do that, as European Command Commander, he could do that. But our anticipation is that this will be staffed at a lower level on his headquarters to really deal with operational level concerns that need to be expressed. Okay, one more, and then I'm going to go.
Could we get the daily update on number of munitions fired, and also if you have a breakdown of where you're seeing them come from?
I don't have that, and I wouldn't be putting that out here from the podium, Tara. As I said, we have noticed, we've assessed that since the beginning of this invasion, the Russians have fired more than 500 missiles of various types: cruise missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, medium-range ballistic missiles, surface-to-air missiles, more than 500 of them. That's about as much detail as I'm going to be able to go into from the podium. Yeah, in the back there.
I know you talked about fuel and food shortages today that the Russians have faced. I was curious if they're making any progress overcoming that, or if it's still largely stalled, and then what the concern is that the Russians may target other nuclear plants in the future, given this is the second one we've seen here.
Again, we don't have perfect visibility into Russian intentions. We know there are other nuclear power plants inside Ukraine. Clearly, the international community does not want to see another incident such as what we saw last night, which could potentially just escalate the level of violence and destruction in Ukraine to a level that is and should be unacceptable, even to the Russians. But I can't speak to their intentions with respect to other nuclear power plants. And as for food and fuel, again, our general assessment today is that they are still struggling with logistics challenges, to include food for their troops and fuel for their vehicles. We do not believe they have overcome that. Now, as I've said many times, we would expect them to try to overcome these challenges, and I think we're seeing attempts by them to do that. How successful they've been, again, with a level of specificity, we just don't know. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good weekend.
And that was the latest Pentagon briefing on the situation between Russia and Ukraine. We just heard from spokesman John Kirby. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the flip side, we'll get you caught up with some live feeds that we are monitoring, including Vice President Kamala Harris, and she is getting ready to travel to Europe this week. Those details on the other side of this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 1:45 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed with the latest headlines coming out of the latest on the ground in Ukraine as we enter day 11 of the Russian invasion of that country, and we do want to take you out to a triple box live look and also bullet points of all of the latest that we are monitoring today. Of course, a humanitarian corridor in Mariupol has failed for a second consecutive day. For those of you just joining us, Russian and Ukrainian delegates have been meeting on multiple occasions over the past week. Of course, the ultimate goal being a potential ceasefire. Now, they did have their first meeting on Monday, and the second meeting came on Thursday of last week. While a ceasefire was not agreed to, the two sides did agree to humanitarian corridors. While those corridors were attempted to be set up in Mariupol, and if you do take a look at that map, you'll see that Mariupol is a port city on the southern portion of Ukraine. Now, they've been trying to set up these humanitarian corridors in this city for 2 days, and they have failed for 2 days. So that is a breaking news today that came into our desk. We can also confirm that NATO allies have ruled out a Ukrainian no-fly zone after their meeting on Friday in Brussels. We did earlier in this program hear from NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg confirming that a no-fly zone is simply not an option for the NATO allies. They believe that that will simply escalate this situation, and they are trying to do the complete opposite of that. We can also confirm today that the United Nations has said that the refugee count has hit past 1.5 million in the first 10 days of this invasion. For some context for all of you joining us, it is day 11 of this invasion today. We can also confirm that Russia has attacked the Vinnytsia airport with 8 cruise missiles. That has happened within the past 2 hours. We did have that confirmed from Ukrainian President Zelenskyy in an address on Facebook that we brought to you live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to keep you updated on what to expect this week. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to travel to Europe this week. She is going to meet with leaders of Poland and Romania amid Russia's war with Ukraine, offering support for neighboring countries and handling, of course, this refugee crisis that we've been monitoring for the past 11 days. Harris's trip, according to her office, will demonstrate the strength and unity of the NATO alliance and U.S. support for NATO's eastern flank in the face of Russian aggression. She's going to stop in Warsaw, Poland, and also Bucharest, Romania from March 9th to 11th. So any feeds, any statements that we get in those days this week, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So you definitely won't want to miss that. We also are keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill as Western response to Russia's aggression continues to come in. A bid to ban Russian oil is gaining steam on Capitol Hill. Many U.S. officials back this proposal. They want President Biden to move ahead with this ban, but of course that has not been confirmed yet. As soon as we get updates on that, we'll bring it to you here on the program. We do want to let you know that gas prices have topped $4 per gallon in the United States for the second time ever. This is breaking news that we brought to you earlier today at a time where obviously the sanctions that the West is implementing on Russia is having an impact. The national average for regular unleaded gas crossed the $4 per gallon mark for only the second time ever. The first time was back in July of 2008. We are actually just 10 cents away from the all-time high. Just for some perspective for those of you tuning in, we have been monitoring the stocks, the stock market, global markets for the past 11 days, and we'll continue to do so here on Live Now from Fox. We did mention that Vice President Kamala Harris is headed to Europe this week. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he's been in Europe for the past 4 days. We do want to play a quick excerpt of his remarks earlier today when he visited Moldova. So let's take a listen to this now.
Thank you, Ms. President. Now we pass the floor to the Secretary of State, Mr. Antony Blinken.
President Sandu, thank you so much for the very warm welcome to the Republic of Moldova. It's actually been almost 7 years to the day since my last visit here, and it's great to be back, although, as you said, I wish it was under somewhat different circumstances. Thank you as well to the Prime Minister, to the Foreign Minister, all our colleagues who've received us so well today. And I'm also particularly glad that our new ambassador, Kent Logsdon, has arrived here in Chisinau, I think just last month. For us, having confirmed ambassadors in place is vital for our cooperation with countries around the world, and that's especially important now. In the 30 years since Moldova and the United States began diplomatic relations, we've never faced a moment as urgent and as challenging as the one that we face today. Russia's unprovoked, unwarranted war on Ukraine has kicked off a humanitarian crisis that is already having a vast effect across the region, including here in the Republic of Moldova. As of today, as the President said, an estimated 240,000 people from Ukraine have crossed the border into Moldova, fleeing for their lives. They're mostly women and children. Their number will grow. As I told President Sandu, Moldova deserves the world's gratitude for welcoming and protecting Ukrainians. And as the Prime Minister, President, Foreign Minister, and I discussed today, the United States will do all that we can to help Moldova as it cares for people who've already been through so much. Our administration has requested of Congress $2.75 billion in emergency assistance, humanitarian assistance, both to meet the needs of vulnerable people and communities inside Ukraine, and also to help countries like Moldova supporting refugees and addressing the humanitarian crisis from outside Ukraine. The international community also has a responsibility to help Moldova deal with the impacts of war. We'll drive that message in our engagement with international organizations and other countries around the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, enshrined in the United Nations Charter. 141 countries at the United Nations stood up for those principles and against Russia's assault on them. The United States wants to make clear our strong support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, including the Republic of Moldova. Countries have a right to choose their own futures. Moldova has chosen the path of democracy, a more inclusive economy, a closer relationship with the countries and institutions of Europe. The United States supports Moldova in those efforts, grounded in our respect for the neutrality that's enshrined in Moldova's constitution. Our partnership addresses the key challenges of our time, the things that we should be working on and focused on, which is exactly another reason why this war of choice is such a terrible thing. It takes us away from things that we need to be working on together, but we'll continue to do that. The United States delivered hundreds of thousands of COVID-19 vaccines to Moldova and millions of dollars in pandemic-related assistance. We will invest $18 million over the next years to help strengthen and diversify Moldova's energy sector. Greater energy security is vital for your sovereignty. We support the OSCE-led 5.2 negotiations to find a comprehensive settlement to the Transnistrian conflict that upholds Moldova's sovereignty and territorial integrity with a special status for Transnistria. And we'll seek every opportunity to deepen the ties between our countries, economic ties, educational ties, people-to-people ties, because we want our friendship with the people of Moldova to grow even stronger. In the face of the global challenges that we face today, we're all going to be much more successful when we work closely together as partners, especially among democratic partners. We know that countries that respect human rights, uphold the rule of law, support inclusive, accountable governance for all their citizens, produce the best solutions to even the most difficult problems. So, we will support Moldova as you pursue your priorities, fighting corruption, driving democratic reform, including increasing integrity and accountability in the public sector and the judiciary, and developing an independent media sector that can deliver reliable information and help fight disinformation. As people around the world stand up to defend democratic values, Moldova is a powerful example of a democracy rising to the moment with vision and with determination. This partnership between us is built on shared interests, it's built on shared values. We're grateful to Moldova for 30 years of friendship. We look forward to the next 30. And on behalf of the American people, thank you again for your generosity toward the Ukrainian refugees at this urgent moment for democracy and for peace. Thank you.
Mulțumim, domnule secretar de stat. Colegi, o să luăm câte două întrebări, două de la presa reprezentată.
So, colleagues, now we're going to take two questions from the representatives of the Moldovan press and the United States media.
And that was the latest statement from Antony Blinken on his European tour earlier today in Moldova. He's going to take questions now from reporters, but we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke yesterday, saying that he is working on a plan to help Kyiv and also procure more fighter aircraft. Also, in addition to this, Vice President Kamala Harris, and she is expected to give remarks this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time. So in Ukraine. She spoke to him about how those relatives are doing as this war rages on. So I'm going to play those out right now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
You have a connection to Ukraine, and it's our understanding that your family is actually in Ukraine.
Yeah. Years ago, summer 2019. The reason of moving was and the other reasons was like my wife was sick at that moment. She had a cancer and she passed away. That was the reason that I accepted that offer for a job. So that's how I ended up in US.
Thank you very much for sharing your story.
Almost all my family are from the western part of Ukraine, which is an opposite side where the conflict was, and actually the conflict
facilities and hot meals, mobile medical stations have been deployed with stocks of medications. The evacuees will be later transported to Belgorod and subsequently brought home by air. I would like to draw your attention to another egregious episode regarding which we would like to hear clarification from the Secretariat's rapporteur. The Telegram channel of the so-called Territorial Defense of Kramatorsk published a message about the requisitioning of cars of UN mission personnel. And if the Secretariat is not aware of this, we are ready to provide the relevant materials. And that message states, and I quote, "Sorry, but the goal justifies the means. We have requisitioned UN vehicles as we need them now." End of quote. According to the nationalists, and I quote again, there is full understanding on the part of the UN. There were no official statements or protests from the UN, end of quote. We're extremely concerned that UN mission vehicles could end up in the hands of, or could have already ended up in the hands of terrorists and be used for terrorist purposes. If the Secretariat is really aware of this situation, as the nationalists claim, then we would like to receive an explanation of why the UN did not inform member states of this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank USG DiCarlo and DG Grossi for their briefings. It is regrettable that the situation in Ukraine has worsened further since the Council last convened on this matter. An immediate cessation of violence and end to all hostilities are essential. We continue to carefully follow the developments regarding the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear power reactors and facilities. India attaches the highest importance to ensuring safety and security of nuclear facilities, as any accident involving the nuclear facilities may have severe consequences for public health and the environment. India accords the highest priority to the discharge by the IAEA of its safeguards and monitoring activities in accordance with its statute in an effective, non-discriminatory and efficient manner. We have also noted the latest information available with regard to the nuclear power plants and facilities in Ukraine, including today's updates provided by the DG IAEA on the current situation. Madam President, while we are discussing the nuclear dimension of an unfolding conflict, this Council must acknowledge that there is a pressing humanitarian crisis confronting us in Ukraine, where safety and security of innocent civilians, including several thousand Indian nationals, in particular students, are at stake. We therefore hope that the second round of talks between the two sides contributes to the immediate establishment of a safe humanitarian corridor. As reiterated by my Prime Minister in his conversations with global leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, differences must be resolved through sustained dialogue and diplomacy. Commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states are key principles in this regard. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo and Director General Mr. Grossi for their briefings. Like other delegations, we would like to express my country's concern for the incident which occurred in the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia. While the information presented to us would indicate that the nuclear reactors were not impacted and that radiation levels have not increased, this does not in any way diminish the gravity of the incident, nor the possible consequences which would stem from greater impact. Firing missiles on or in the immediate environment around a nuclear energy plant is a violation of the fundamental principle which relates to the physical integrity of nuclear facilities, which should be maintained safely at any time, at all times, and under any circumstances. In 2009, the IAEA General Conference unanimously approved the decision to reaffirm the resolutions adopted in 1985 and 1990, which establish explicitly, and I quote, any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law, end quote. It is also necessary to mention the concern about the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Any incident in these two plants or in any other plant could have serious repercussions both on the health or on the environment. Just a week into the conflict, there are already more than 1 million refugees, and the additional humanitarian consequences of a radiological accident, which would release radioactive material, would be so serious that it is actually now imperative to take all measures that are preventative, that are within our reach, in order to prevent that from happening. Madam President, there is no justification for military activities in these sites. These are nuclear facilities which are clearly identifiable, and attacking them is expressly and specifically prohibited by international humanitarian law. The security, physical security and safety of nuclear facilities should be always safeguarded in all circumstances, as well as all elements that guarantee the security of these facilities, which was occasionally referred to by the Director General of the IEA. We support his initiative in order to ensure that the parties fully comply with their commitments undertaken in the area of security for these facilities. The Zaporizhzhia incident should be added to a growing list of direct attacks or collateral attacks against civilian infrastructure. International law, international humanitarian law, and the conventions on physical nuclear safety should be respected without exception. We would call for the military action of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian territory to adhere closely to the principles of international law and the principle of proportionality of actions which impact civilian infrastructure, specifically nuclear facilities and radioactive material and equipment. Mexico reiterates and would join the call of the Secretary General for an immediate ceasefire, which would allow for urgent humanitarian action to have access. And that is precisely the objective pursued by France and Mexico in our draft resolution that we have submitted for consideration by the members of this council. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mexico for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank you for convening this emergency session of the Security Council at this critical moment in the situation in Ukraine, and also thank USG DiCarlo and Director General Grossi for the information provided. Ghana is gravely concerned about the intensifying military escalations across several cities in Ukraine, in particular with the attack and shelling of sites close to nuclear power plants and facilities. It is a relief to learn that the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is currently stable and the radioactive emissions remain within accepted range. Every effort must be made to mitigate the risk of accidental emissions, which pose immeasurable risk to the lives of civilians and an already fragile environment. We urge the continued support of the IAEA to provide necessary assistance to the Ukrainian authorities to ensure the safety and security of nuclear installations and staff present on site. We cannot forget too soon the horrors of the 1986 Chernobyl accident and the consequent nuclear catastrophe, which left in its wake long-term effects of radiation exposure to many people in Ukraine and parts of Europe even to date. Ghana strongly appeals to the parties to exercise restraint and to halt the use of force in all areas of critical infrastructure, including the nuclear power plants, and to respect their international obligations to protect human lives and to prevent potential disasters. We take note of the ongoing diplomatic talks between the parties in Belarus and welcome the agreements reached to create a humanitarian corridor to allow for the evacuation of the millions of people caught up in the crossfires, as well as the considerations to provide food and medical supplies. Together with the international community, we express our strong support for the peaceful resolution of this conflict and urge further constructive engagement by the parties at all levels in the pursuit of their security interests and the maintenance of international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I listened attentively to the briefings by USG DiCarlo and IAEA Director General Mr. Grossi. China follows closely the latest developments in Ukraine and expresses our concern about relevant report about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We know that according to the information IAEA got from Ukraine Nuclear Authority, the main equipments at nuclear power plant remain intact and the level of radiation unchanged. We also note the information and clarification provided by Russia on relevant matters. China attaches great importance to nuclear safety and security and hopes relevant parties concerned can act with great caution and with specialized technical assistance from IAEA Secretariat work to jointly ensure the safety of relevant nuclear facilities inside Ukraine. Madam President, the Ukrainian crisis is still undergoing complex changes. The most important thing right now is to ease tension, avoid more civilian casualties, intensify diplomatic efforts, and get back as soon as possible to the track of political settlement. Russia and Ukraine have held 2 rounds of direct dialogue and negotiations and have reached a preliminary consensus on setting up a humanitarian corridor. China welcomes this and hopes that it can facilitate better protection of civilians and help with safe evacuation of all foreign nationals, including Chinese nationals. We encourage Russia and Ukraine to remain committed to seeking a political settlement and reach a negotiated solution that accommodates the legitimate concerns of the 2 parties and contributes to Europe's lasting peace and security. China welcomes all diplomatic efforts conducive to political settlement and has played and will continue a constructive role to this end. The international community should stay cool-headed and rational and adopt a responsible, impartial, and objective approach to create a sound atmosphere and conditions for direct talks between the parties concerned. Any action must contribute to de-escalation and diplomatic settlement, rather than adding fuel to the fire, leading to further escalation and deterioration of the situation. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to thank you for convening this meeting and USG Rosemary DiCarlo and DG Rafael Grossi for their presentations. We commend and support the International Atomic Energy Agency for remaining in constant contact with authorities in Ukraine and for fully discharging technical responsibilities and functions as per the agency's statute and related instruments. We commend the agency's Director General for his offer to visit Ukraine and for his efforts to secure a commitment by all parties to ensure the safety and security of nuclear facilities in the country. Now, I am almost embarrassed to reiterate that we are facing unprecedented, dire circumstances. We are not only witnessing an appalling humanitarian catastrophe in Ukraine, but now are also confronted with the prospect of a nuclear incident of significant dimensions due to the situation in the nuclear facility in Zaporizhzhia. This is one more reason for the international community to strenuously call for an immediate and comprehensive cessation of all hostilities in Ukraine. We are under threat of a radioactive incident of major proportions, which could have enormous consequences, not only for Ukraine, but for all of Europe. The complete de-escalation of military actions is past due. The provisions of international humanitarian law must be respected in their entirety. The safety of millions of people is at stake, and now also subjected to a nuclear threat. In that regard, we appreciate USG DiCarlo for drawing attention of the Council to Article 56 of the first additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions, according to which nuclear electrical generating stations shall not be made the object of attack, even where these objects are military objectives, if such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population. Allow me to add that the article also applies to, and I quote, other military objectives located at or in the vicinity of those works or installations, end quote. The IAEA General Conference has adopted a number of decisions on the protection of nuclear installations devoted to peaceful purposes against armed attacks. prohibition of attacks and threat of attack thereto. These decisions must be respected at all times. Brazil calls on all parties to refrain from any measure or action that could jeopardize the security of nuclear materials, as well as the
Right now I'm at home because the subway is closed because there are
and enduring consequences for human health and the environment. Madam President, whilst expressing grave concern on the recent developments, we cannot turn a blind eye to the role that the Council should play, but is not playing in the current situation. A number of meetings have been held in this chamber on the situation in Ukraine. It seems that no matter how many public meetings we convene, a ceasefire and the end of hostilities remain elusive. This is not a paradox, but rather a warning on the failure of the Council to act constructively in addressing the matter. Brazil urges all members here to truly and actively engage to promote dialogue and rebuild trust. The General Assembly resolution recently adopted urged Russia and Ukraine to seek a peaceful resolution of the conflict through political dialogue, negotiations, mediation, and other peaceful means. This is not the time to further escalate the rhetoric, but to engage in conversations towards peace. There is an array of instruments available to the Council and to the parties under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. The Security Council we have, the responsibility to create an environment conducive to a ceasefire and to lasting peace. At this moment, we reiterate our appeal for a ceasefire and, most of all, for diplomacy. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Brazil for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank USG DiCarlo and Director General Grossi for their briefings. Kenya is deeply concerned about the reports made yesterday of a fire in the close vicinity of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. It is with relief that we learned from the International Atomic Energy Agency that the reactor safety systems have not been affected and that radioactive material has not been released. There are a few dangerous installations containing dangerous forces than nuclear plants in regard to catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences of their destruction. On this occasion, good fortune intervened to safeguard the reactor. However, the fact that the armed conflict is still underway and features extensive ground, air, and sea military operations means that the risk still remains unacceptably high. Madam President, rarely have international conventions regulating the conduct of armed conflict been more urgent to observe. We therefore call for adherence of the protocol additional to the Geneva Conventions of August 1949 relating to the protection of victims of non-international armed conflicts, Protocol 2, particularly Part 4. Article 15 states, and I quote, "Works or installations containing dangerous forces, namely dams, dikes, and nuclear electrical generating stations, shall not be made the object of attack, even where the objects are military objectives. If such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population." Kenya also recalls the resolution adopted last April on protection of objects indispensable to survival of civilian population, which highlights the significant effect the destruction of essential infrastructure in many conflicts across the globe continues to have on civilians. Beyond the risk to nuclear plants, we urge due caution to be taken in any action that may destroy civilian objects that are critical to the survival of the Ukrainians. Harm to them can lead to an escalation of the armed conflict and make it all more difficult to resolve it. Madam President, Kenya calls for military leaderships of Ukraine and the Russian Federation to establish mechanisms to reduce the targeting and risk to critical infrastructure. Such a mechanism can mirror the agreement made yesterday by both sides of conflict to establish a humanitarian corridor.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for your patience as we work through some technical difficulties. I am now showing you a live picture right now. U.S. Senator Portman of Ohio is attending a rally to support Ukraine, in which he will deliver remarks about the ongoing invasion and what else needs to be done in Congress and the administration to better support Ukraine and our allies in the region. So let's get a listen in. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
To that point, Pulitzer Prize winner and author Anne Applebaum, on a podcast the day after the invasion of Ukraine in February, mentioned this, and I quote, "It is real worrying genocidal tone that Putin is exhibiting right now. The world cannot stand for the unwanted destruction in Ukraine. The world cannot stand for civilians dying on a daily basis in Ukraine. The world cannot stand having million-plus refugees going into countries of the European Union. Our objective, every single one of us, is to come here in Washington, D.C., to make our voice heard, but make your voice heard at home as well. Don't forget to contact your congressmen. Don't forget to contact your senators. Don't forget to contact the White House to ask for support for Ukraine. I ask you right now to turn around to the White House and with a very strong voice, USA, support Ukraine! 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 Today's war is a war of democracy versus tyranny. Today's war is a war of good versus evil. I look around from this stage. I see Ukrainian flags in the multitudes. I see other flags of other nations that are equally as concerned about Putin's further steps and actions. This is a worldwide fight. This is not a fight between Ukraine and Russia. Slava Ukraini! It's now an honor and a pleasure to introduce the President of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, Mr. Andrew Fute.
Slava Ukraini! Today, On this 11th day of the invasion of Ukraine, we stand with millions of people around the world condemning the massacre that is occurring in Ukraine. The vicious mass bombardment and total destruction of Ukraine. The mass killings of innocent civilians, men, women, children, is a crime against humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Putin is a war criminal. Putin is committing war crimes. Putin needs to be brought to the International Court and charged with war crimes against humanity. Putin is a criminal. Putin is a criminal. Putin is a criminal.
Putin is a criminal. Putin is a criminal. Putin is a criminal.
Let there be no mistake. This is genocide. Genocide against the Ukrainian nation. Genocide against the Ukrainian people. Putin has set out to completely destroy the Ukrainian nation. For years, for months, for weeks and days, we all collectively have advocated, urged, and pleaded with the government to give Ukraine the necessary tools to defend itself from the Russian aggressor, to protect its independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. They did not listen. And now Ukrainians are shedding their blood for the entire democratic world. Ukraine and Ukrainians are on the front of a bloody campaign by Putin and his ruthless killers. Ukraine is defending the world's democracies and the entire world order. So once again we ask, we plead, give Ukraine the tools it needs to fight off Putin and to save innocent lives. Mr. President, we know you're in Delaware, but we know you can hear us. Designate a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Protect Ukraine. No-fly zone over Ukraine. No-fly zone over Ukraine. No-fly zone over Ukraine.
No-fly zone over Ukraine. No-fly zone over Ukraine.
Send fighter jets stationed in Eastern Europe to Ukraine. Ban the purchase and import of Russian oil and gas. What are we waiting on? Cut off all Russian banks from SWIFT. Designate, and listen people, designate Russia as a state sponsor of terror. Immediately prosecute Putin for war crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to be grateful to the strong bipartisan support we are getting out of the U.S. Congress and the United States Senate. We appreciate their efforts, their statements, their legislation, and support given to Ukraine. Thank God for their continuous support. God bless America. Slava Ukraini! Heroям slava!
Let's give Mr. Fouté a round of applause. He came all the way from New York, so we appreciate having him. Next, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest from New York, Rabbi Avi West. Please come to the stage. Please help me give him a round of applause.
Friends, with the permission of my co-religionists, what an honor to give you an embrace, to be blessed by you and to bless you. From the depths of my heart and my soul, I stand before you, not only for myself, but for the entire Jewish community. And I declare, as I know each of you declares, I am a Ukrainian. You are Ukrainian. You are Ukrainian. You are Ukrainian. I, as a Jew, I am a Ukrainian. We are all Ukrainian. God bless you. We stand here today to tell Vladimir Putin that we have defeated wicked despots in the past, and Putin, as they were defeated in the past, you will be defeated in the present. And we stand before the White House in accordance with our religious principles. On the one hand, to say, thank you for what you've done, but in the same breath to say, it's not enough. Do more. Do more. Do more. Do more. Do more. President Biden, where are the Iron Domes? Where are the drones? Where are the fighter planes? Why are there Russian banks not affected by the sanctions? Why Russian gas still coming into America? Do more. Turn around and let's say it. Do more. Do more. Do more. Do more. Do more. Friends, I tell you this as a Jew who knows that Babin Yar was just bombed, that during the 30s, the White House was late in helping the Jews, and today it is late in helping the Ukrainians. And so we declare, do more, do more, do more, do more, do more, do more. And friends, with all my heart and soul, and I know you join me, we stand here to reach out to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters, and we say to them, you're not alone. You're not alone. Your pain is our pain. Your suffering is our suffering. Your death is our death. And we tell you, we are not free until Ukraine will be free. Free them now. Free Ukraine 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 now. Free. And so, friends, join me in prayer. Join me in prayer. I'm here for a lot of reasons, but the main reason is I'm here for my own soul. How could one not be here? And thank you for coming, especially the young children. You're the future. You hold the future in your hands. And so I reach out to my Ukrainian brothers and sisters in the words of the psalmist, and I declare, Ki malachav yitzavelach lishmarcha b'chol dirachecha. Adonai yishmor tzeitcha uvoacha me'ata v'ad olam. To the hero, President Zelenskyy, to the fighters of Ukraine, we offer the prayer. And I offer the prayer and ask if you can all come forward and we'll stand together. Just to translate, please. Say a prayer together. Sure. The English translation is, "O God, send your emissaries. Command your emissaries to angels, the angels to be at the side of the Ukrainian fighters. Let them be strong. Let them be without fear." And we say to the fighters, our heroes, Adonai yishmor tzeitcha uvoacha me'ata v'ad olam. May the Lord guard your going out and coming in today and forever. Go in peace. Come home in peace. Embrace your wives and your children. And let Ukraine be in peace as we together declare once again. Let us say it with all our heart and our soul and strength and prayer. I am Ukrainian. We are Ukrainian. We are Ukrainian.
We are Ukrainian. We are Ukrainians. We are Ukrainians. We are Ukrainians. We are Ukrainians.
Слава Україні! А так тепер скажемо, щоб нас почув Білий дім. Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Glory to Ukraine! In 1960, by Lincoln Memorial, there were a number of people, African Americans and Americans from all over the country. They stood with Martin Luther King Jr. and he preached a sermon and he said to the people, I have a dream. I'm standing here with you today of Ukrainian descent. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Archbishop Daniel of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the United States of America. I am from Buchach, small town in Ternopil region of Ukraine. I'm also from Ivano-Frankivsk. I'm also from Kyiv. I'm also from Crimea. I'm also from Chernivtsi. I am from Cherkasy, from Bila Tserkva. I'm from every town of Ukraine. And I have a dream today as well. I have a dream that our children, when they come out of those bomb shelters, that they will look up at the sky and they're not going to be afraid of the bombs that are coming from Russian Federation. And so I declare to Russian Federation and to the United States government and everybody else, to the people of free will, no-fly zone for Ukraine. 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 I also say to Ukrainian mothers and to Ukrainian fathers that are losing their children this day, we are with the people of Ukraine. We may live in the United States of America, we may be of different religious backgrounds, we may speak different languages, we may have different flags in our hands, but we are all Ukrainians, and we support the sovereign borders of our ancestral homeland. And so with my brothers behind me, Ukrainian Catholic priests and a Jewish rabbi and people of other religious groups, I want to recite a prayer with you for the people of Ukraine. I'll say it in Ukrainian language, and I'll ask Father Mark to say it in English, so that we all understand what we pray for. Господи, Боже наш, великий і сильний, ми грішні діти Твої звертаємося до Тебе у покорі сердець наших і схиляємо свої голови перед Тобою. Благаємо Тебе за безмежне милосердя і щедрі благословення для народу, людей України. у ці дні великої небезпеки для їхнього мирного життя і добробуту. Господи, нашим братам і сестрам знову загрожує агресор, який бачить у них лише просту перешкоду, яка перегороджує шлях до повного панування над дорогоцінною землею і ресурсами України. Боже, зміцни людей у часі цієї великої небезпеки, які звертаються до Тебе у безмірно глибокій вірі, довірі і любові, які вони плекали до Тебе все своє життя. Зійшли, Господи, своїх небесних ангелів, якими керує покровитель стародавнього Києва, архієстратиг Михаїл, щоб викорінити бажання агресора знищити наш народ. Даруй, Господи, єдність розуму, серця і душі усім державним лідерам і тим, кому вони служать. Об'єднай їх всіх в одну велику християнську родину, щоб ми всім разом, як брати і сестри, прославляли Твоє і величне ім'я, Бога в Тройці єдиного. Father Mark.
O Lord, our God, great and almighty, we, your sin-filled children, turn to you with humility in our hearts and bow our heads low before you. We beseech your loving kindness and abundant blessings upon the nation, the people of Ukraine, during these days of great danger to their safety and well-being. Our brothers and sisters, O Lord, are once again threatened by aggressors who see them only as simple obstacles, blocking the path to the complete domination of the precious land and resources of the country of Ukraine. Strengthen the people as they face this great danger, turning to you in the immeasurably deep faith, trust, and love they have placed in you all of their lives. Send your heavenly legions, O Lord, commanded by the patron of Kyiv, Archangel Michael, to crush the desires of the aggressor, whose desire is to eradicate your people. Grant unity of mind, heart, and soul, O Lord, to all leaders in public service. With those who they serve, unite them all into one great Christian family, so that together as brothers and sisters, they may glorify your majestic name, God and the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now and ever and unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen.
Slava Ukraina! Today we must manifest because we don't want nuclear war to prevail. Today we must let it be known that the sovereign integrity of Ukraine must be defended. Our civil order is at stake. Our country, the United States, promised Ukraine no territorial violations. We have the necessity to stand with Ukraine today. But standing with Ukraine today is standing with a world that says nuclear armament is wrong. Standing with Ukraine today is standing with a world that recognizes peace. Our people of Ukraine did not seek aggression. We must protect the men, women, and children who are dying by the thousands. This is the greatest human catastrophe of our age. Let us speak up to our senators. Let us cry out to our representatives. Let us cry out to Putin to stop this aggression today. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
And so in our community, we here in the United States say, when we finish our speeches, God bless the United States of America. But as Ukrainians, today we're saying, God bless Ukraine. So join me as we say this. God bless Ukraine! God bless Ukraine! God bless Ukraine!
God bless Ukraine! God bless Ukraine! God bless Ukraine! God bless Ukraine!
Thank you very much. Now, it's my distinct honor to introduce a very special speaker, a true leader and outspoken advocate for Ukraine, a champion for Ukraine, someone who has given up a tremendous amount of his time and energy to work with his colleagues and lead in a bipartisan effort. Someone who has traveled to Ukraine on numerous occasions, has introduced meaningful legislation, amended legislation, communicates with the President of Ukraine, and continues to speak on a daily basis on the Senate floor. We are deeply grateful for his leadership and efforts. It is my honor to introduce the co-founder and co-chair of the Senate Ukraine Caucus, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and ranking member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee from Ohio, Senator Rob Portman.
Andy, Jaku, thank you. Thank you for your leadership of the Ukrainian Congress and helping to organize this great gathering today. Thank you for your friendship, and most importantly, thank you for your passionate advocacy for Ukraine, not just today, but over the decades. I see some of these signs out here. And the signs make the point that Ukraine made a decision 8 years ago to get out from under the thumb of Russia and to become an independent, sovereign country. They made a decision to be like us. The Euromaidan was about freedom, and it was about prosperity and free enterprise, but ultimately it was about letting them chart their own course, right? Yes. That's why Putin is so upset about Ukraine. It's not just about NATO. It's about a country that has chosen to be free, and a country that therefore offends the Russians because they are concerned that Russians can look across the border and see their neighbors and often their family and say, why can't we live like that? Yes. That's why we are here, to ensure that they can live like that, to ensure that they can chart their own course, to ensure we can push back these atrocities from Russia. So thank you for being here. As was said so well, today we are one. Today we are all Ukrainians. Slava Ukraini! Yes, glory to the heroes. Herom Slava. And in the midst of this atrocity, there are so many heroes to glorify. The brave border guards on Snake Island, the grandmother handing Russian soldiers sunflower seeds, saying, if you don't leave, I wanted to give you something beautiful that can grow up on your grave. The courageous president of Ukraine, who when asked by Western countries if they could help him escape, responded, I need ammunition, not a ride. I need ammunition, not a ride. Yesterday I spoke with President Zelenskyy along with some of my colleagues. He continues to be strong and resolute. And today we thank him for that resolve. We thank him for his courage. And we support him in leading the Ukrainian people. Glory to the everyday heroes who are caring for the wounded, who are feeding desperate families, who are living in the basement, who are living in subway stations, who don't know where their next meal will come from. And glory to the professional soldiers and citizens alike who are taking up arms and putting their lives on the line for freedom, for their homeland, and for a better future for Ukraine. Yes, Slava Heroyam. Heroyam Slava. Some may ask, and even some of my colleagues have asked me, why is a senator from Ohio so concerned about Ukraine? Why did we start the caucus? Why have we been fighting? for the Ukrainian people and their right to chart their own course? Well, one of the reasons is this flag in front of you, which is from Ohio, because there are tens of thousands of Ohioans of Ukrainian descent. Some are here today. Marta's here, Andy's here, many others are here. I was with you last Sunday, a week ago, it seems like a year ago, in Cleveland, Ohio, Parma, where we had a prayer vigil and we had a demonstration in support of Ukraine, a rally like this. Over 1,000 people showed up. The crowd was pouring outside of the church. Not everybody could fit in, but everybody was praying. And we prayed. We prayed for your loved ones that many of you have who are in Ukraine this evening, tonight in Ukraine, as darkness has come upon Ukraine and the shells continue to fly. Your families, your friends are there, and we pray for them. And we prayed for protection for the brave soldiers, some of whom are taking up arms for the first time as citizen soldiers. And of course we prayed for the security and wisdom for the duly elected government of Ukraine. The duly elected government of Ukraine. I was there in 2014 as the Maidan was still smoldering and saw the commitment of the Ukrainian people to chart their own course, but I also was an election observer at the first presidential election. And I was able to report back to my colleagues, this was a fair election. This was an election that ensured that the Ukrainian people had the leadership that they voted for. What a novel thought. And today, that leadership is under fire, and so we prayed for them as well. But even if I didn't have a single constituent of Ukrainian descent, I would be here. Why? Because Ukraine matters to America and to all freedom-loving countries and people of the world. All of us. This is where, in our generation, in our time, the cause of freedom must be defended. This is where, in our generation, in our time, we must protect those who wish to chart their own course, protect their sovereign, independent country. This is where we are being tested. Not just the United States, but our allies and freedom-loving people all over the world. When the people of Ukraine chose to get rid of a corrupt Russian-backed government 8 years ago, for a second time, they chose freedom over tyranny. They chose democracy over authoritarianism. They chose to ensure that the people of Ukraine would have the ability to chart their own course. That is what we, in the freedom-loving countries of the world, proclaim every day. Now is not the time to shirk our responsibilities. Now is time to step forward and help the people of Ukraine shoulder to shoulder. Ukrainians are defending their homeland and fighting back, and have already denied President Putin his early goals. Putin severely underestimated the power of freedom and the power of the Ukrainian people. There is no question about that. In Congress, we now must do more. I say to the Russian commanders and to the officials in Moscow, there is another choice. Stop this atrocity. Refuse the orders to kill innocent neighbors. Stop this atrocity that has already taken the lives of thousands of innocent civilians, men, women, and children who want nothing more than to live in peace. I say to the commanders and to these officials, the world is watching. The war crimes are being recorded. You have a choice. In Congress, we must do more to tighten the sanctions, to tighten the noose on the Putin economy. We must do more to provide more military assistance to Ukraine. We must send more weapons, including anti-tank, anti-air equipment, communications gear, but in particular, I have been calling for the last several days and wrote a letter to the President and his people recently a bipartisan plea to work with the countries of Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. They have airplanes that the Ukrainian pilots know how to fly, and they desperately need them. This requires the United States of America to play a role. These countries are willing to sell or give their Soviet-era planes away, but they need to know from us that we will help them with more advanced aircraft in the future. We should do that. They are our allies. That's all this would take. Let's give President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian people the protection they deserve by having aircraft in the air to stop that Russian column. Stop the atrocities, stop the murderers. There is bipartisan agreement on another issue, and that is we need to cut off the funding that is going to Vladimir Putin and his war machine. One example of this, just one but an important one, is not to buy Russian oil and send blood money to Russia. Why would we be importing Russian oil? Let's use our own natural resources here in North America. We have the resources. We should not be dependent on the Russian oil, and we should not be sending them $40, $50 million a day to the war machine. We can do that. There is bipartisan agreement on this issue as well. Last week, I introduced legislation from Democrats and Republicans in equal numbers saying, let's stop buying Russian energy and rely on our own energy instead. We need to stop all Russian banks from their access to the international banking system. Not some, all. Russia must be financially cut off from the rest of the world. We've already seen the pain that some of the sanctions have caused. We need to remove all of them now from the international banking system. We need to exert maximum pressure to ensure no money sent to Russia to fund its war effort. I commend the administration's sanctioning of Russian oligarchs and wealthy citizens, but we need to do more. We need to move from freezing assets to seizing assets. And we can do that. Other countries have done it. Countries like France, countries like Germany. We should be out front as Americans in not just freezing, but seizing. By the way, those assets that we seize should be proceeds that go to the Ukrainian people to help in the humanitarian effort that is needed. Right now, our friends in Ukraine need our help. Right now, immediately, yesterday. We cannot let this call to action go unanswered. We cannot let the Ukrainian people continue to be at the mercy of a tyrannical dictator. We cannot sit by and watch as innocent civilians are brutally murdered. In the West, in America, we must stand up. All of us, for freedom. The world is watching. Our friends are watching. Our adversaries are watching. We must show the world that America stands with freedom. America stands with Ukraine. God bless Ukraine. God bless you for being here. Slava Ukraini!
Don't buy Russian oil! Don't buy Russian oil! Don't buy Russian oil! Don't buy Russian oil!
Ohio is proud and grateful for Senator Portman for his leadership.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, bringing you this live rally happening in Washington, D.C. U.S. Senator Robert Portman of Ohio attended the rally and just spoke to support Ukraine, in which he delivered remarks about the ongoing invasion and what else needs to be done from Congress and the administration to better support Ukraine and our allies in the region. Now, we are going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we do have another live press conference ongoing, and that is on the tornadoes that hit Iowa on Saturday, killing at least 7 people and producing EF3 damage, officials have said. I'll have that press conference when we return after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, bringing you another press conference that was just airing while that rally was happening. A series of tornadic supercells raced.
I think we'll go ahead and get started. Tough morning, tough night. I just had the opportunity earlier this morning to receive a briefing on what took place last night, and then we had the opportunity to tour some of the destruction and damage as a result of the storms that passed through last night. Devastating. I was it was unimaginable, the destruction that we were able to witness on the brief tour that we just went through. Our hearts and our prayers go out to the families who lost loved ones and those who were impacted by the storm. I actually had the opportunity to speak with a few family members who had lost loved ones, as well as to talk to a family member whose homes had been impacted by the tornado. I just want to take a moment and, they're just trying to comprehend and just figure out what next steps look like and what they do next. But I want to just take a moment and talk about the local response, the emergency manager, Dio, incident commander, Fire Chief McDonald, their team and their leadership to step in and respond in the timely manner that they did. And it was evident with the briefing and with the tour that we were able to go on. And I also want to talk about what we see in Iowa anytime we have a natural disaster like this, and that is the unbelievable coordination between the local and the state, Iowa State Patrol, DCI, the DOT, the county crews, the CERT teams, General Corral, Red Cross, Salvation Army, the other emergency managers that were here from other counties that immediately show up to step up and do whatever they can to aid assistance is remarkable to me. I have received a personal call from Secretary Mayorkas this morning. He wanted to let me know that his team stood ready to help in any way that they could. He had already reached out to FEMA Region 7 Administrator Spillers, connected with them and with Director Benson on our team to let them know if there's anything that they can do. They stand ready. And lastly, before I turn it over to Emergency Manager Dio, is just to talk about the number of volunteers that I saw. 200 to 300 Iowans, not only from Madison County and Winterset, but from communities and towns all across the state that were on the ground the minute it was light and they could start helping. And it's just unbelievable. I tried to walk through and thank them for being there, and over the response was, we're Iowans and that's what we do. We show up, we take care of our family, we take care of our neighbors, and we take care of our community. And there was over 200 people at 3 of the stops that I made. They were grilling hamburgers, they were hauling debris, they were giving hugs. You handed me a gift card for $500 from an anonymous donor that had me hand to one of the families who had their place impacted. So I'm proud of Iowans and the way that they always step up and respond, and I'm so proud of the local leaders and the coordination that takes place every time we have an emergency disaster like this. And so with that, I want to turn it over to Emergency Manager Dio, and he's going to give you more details on the storm and where they're at today.
Thank you, Governor Reynolds. First, I want to start by thanking everyone for their outpouring of support for the Winterset community, Madison County. Emergency management teams, EMT, fire, and law enforcement officers from all across our state have been ready and willing to assist our community. The last 12 hours have been some of the most difficult times of our community has faced. We are strong committed to coming together in times of need. The National Weather Service determined that the tornado that tore through our community was estimated to be an EF3, with wind speeds between 136 miles and 165 miles per hour. We have approximately 52 damaged or destroyed homes in the path of the tornado that spanned over 13.7 miles. At this time, we have 6 confirmed fatalities from 3 different residents. The names of the victims are Melissa Baisley, 63, Rodney Clark, 64, Cecilia Lloyd, 72, Michael Bolger, 37, and Kenley Bolger, 5, and Owen Bogler, 2. We also have 6 victims still being treated for their injuries. The Winterset community and the American Red Cross of Madison County have emergency shelters set up at Newbridge Church in Winterset for anyone needing assistance. Governor Reynolds has issued a disaster proclamation for Madison County to allow the use of state resources for our county. Carver Road from Pamela Park Trail to Highway 169 remains closed at this time as they work to clean up debris. We're requesting the public to avoid impacted disaster areas to allow emergency responders and volunteers room to work. If you're looking to help volunteer with cleanup efforts, please contact Madison County Chamber of Commerce at 515-462-1185. Any questions?
Those who died, were they able to get in and get shelter, or were they caught out, or can you describe what happened there, or do you know at this point?
So right now we're not discussing that at this point. So at this time.
Can you describe the response last night and how
Yeah.
you managed to get down that narrow road, the bridge, what it was like?
Yeah. So the response once the tornado hit the ground, we already had crews that are out doing Operation Skywarn. So we already had people out and about. The roads are pretty small, and the trees were down, just plain debris. But despite that, we still got our vehicles through. a very small gap. And this is with debris and trees and everything around, just to go out there to start the search and rescue and to get people that were affected out of there. So, I mean, I cannot express the heroism of the first responders that were out there last night from across the state that worked tirelessly to make sure that every single person that we thought was missing was accounted for, and worked to really make sure that we can get up this morning and do the exact same thing again. So there's a lot of heroism, a lot of stories that you probably will never hear, but a lot of people did a lot of great things last night to ensure that people felt safe in the community and also were able to recover those who were deceased. No, so for us, I don't know of a delay for any weather warnings. Prior to this event coming in, I know for my agency, my office, we sent out about 3 or 4 notifications. Even when the tornado warning came through, we sent out a quick alert, and because of Operation Skywarn, as soon as the tornado was about to hit the ground, we hit the siren. So, I mean, me personally, I think our warning system worked really well. I mean, obviously everyone recovers in different ways, but we did our best to make sure everyone was aware of what was going on before the storm and obviously after the storm as well.
As someone who's seen, I'm sure, sites where tornadoes have hit, can you put this in perspective of what you saw there in your tour and how that compares to what you've seen in the past?
Well, it's hard to put into words, but I truly believe that's why it's so important to be on site. You want to balance not getting in the way, because there were so many people there trying to clean up and get them the resources that they needed and to try to secure their shelters, if they're either there or someplace else. But it's so important to be on site and to actually witness the destruction and the devastation, because there really aren't words. And the same thing happened when we toured with the derecho. You needed to be there to see what families were dealing with, the amount of debris that's left, and just to reassure them that, it's not just words. If you need something, let us know. And that's the reason we're here too. I was able to give a verbal disaster declaration last night, and that immediately they ask, it comes from the locals, but that frees up state resources to get on the ground and help clearing some of the debris so our first responders can get in there and do what they need to do to hopefully rescue people and get them what they need. So it's always, I felt been very important to get on the ground and to see firsthand what people are dealing with.
We'll take one last question.
Can you talk about relief efforts last night? Obviously, people were wanting to go out and help right then. Can you talk about the difficulty of yourselves going out and doing the search and rescue and then telling people wait until it's light out in the morning?
Yeah, so especially Carver Road is a pretty small road. So as first responders are going there, obviously people want to go and help out. So we told people to stay away from that area. Now today, as we're talking, people are out there picking up debris, using chainsaws because they wanted to help. So we had so many volunteers come in, we actually had to do shifts, right? So yesterday was really hard. Today we did what we had to do, and now they're able to go out there and help. And it's been beautiful. I mean, I can't express that. It gives goosebumps because, as the governor mentioned, everyone went out there just wants to help, right? Just want to help and want to work and get back to where we used to be. So our volunteers, people that have volunteered, have done a tremendous job, and we are very grateful as a community to have that.
Did you talk about the school bus that's taken them out? I think that's so unique too. So awesome.
To limit traffic to Carver, we actually have a school bus, Winterset school bus. So the school bus is picking them up, and then they're taking them up there, and then taking them back. So it's a camaraderie thing if you think about it, because everyone's on the bus, they're able to talk. So we're still trying to as we're trying to recover, also building relationships as well, right? That will last for a very long time. But again, I can't express enough from the Madison County Winterset community how grateful we are for everyone that's come down to help us out and brought resources. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you.
Go to the Chamber of Commerce.
And we were just listening into a press conference of the latest on those tornadoes that ripped through Iowa. As they said in this press conference, at least 6 confirmed dead and 52 houses damaged. Looks like we have a little bit more information. Let's take a listen in.
ISSA. Baisley is B as in boy, A-Z-L-E-Y. 63. Rodney Clark, R-O-D-N-E-Y. And Clark is C-L-A-R-K.
And as you can see, getting reporters some information from officials, but once again, officials giving an update after those tornadoes swept through the state of Iowa, an EF3 of tornadoes, 6 confirmed dead and 52 homes damaged. We will go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we are going to have the latest and more on Ukraine and the war there. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver. And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We continue to cover the latest on the Russia war on Ukraine that has entered its 11th day, and fighting remains intense in Ukraine, and it has prompted more than 1.5 million people to flee the war out of Ukraine. Now, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke this morning, said they are working on a plan to help Kyiv and help those by bringing in and procuring more fighter aircraft in the area. Also, in addition to this, Sunday marks the 57th anniversary of what is known as Bloody Sunday, a day in 1965 when white police officers attacked black voting rights marchers. Thousands are gathering in Alabama today, and Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to give remarks commemorating this anniversary. So if we get her remarks, that would happen at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, around that time. So if we have those, we will bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. But the big topic over the last several days has been Ukraine. And our very own Live Now from Fox host, Gabrielle Amato, spoke with a family member, a man in South Florida who is Ukrainian, who has relatives in Ukraine. Let's find out what he had to say to Live Now just a couple days ago. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Vasyl Lushik, thank you so much for taking the time to join us during this very difficult time, I'm sure, for you and your family. Just give us some insight into who you are, how you have a connection to Ukraine, and it's our understanding that your family is actually in Ukraine.
Yeah. First of all, my direct family, my kids are with me here in US, but all my other family, my parents, my brothers, sisters, they are in Ukraine. So we moved to US like almost 3 years ago, summer 2019. The reason of moving was so I accepted the job offer from the US company, and that company just did all the paperwork because I'm a kind of software developer guy, and it's kind of on demand here. And the other reasons was like my wife was sick at that moment. She had a cancer and she passed away last year. So, third reason was a threat of the war in Ukraine, which was happening for, at that moment of time, it was like 6 years in a row. So that was the reason that I accepted that offer for a job. So that's how I ended up in US.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. You know, our thoughts are with you and your family. We're so sorry for the loss of your wife. But back to your family members who are still in Ukraine, have you spoken to them? Where are they currently? Where were they originally from?
Actually, almost all my family are from the western part of Ukraine, which is an opposite side where the conflict was, and actually the conflict was at the eastern part of for so many years. And like, you know, a week ago, it's all over the country. So there is no, you cannot be sure that your family will be safe when the major cities of the country is suffering from the airstrikes and bomb attacks. And that's sad and that's scary, and that's kind of sleepless nights for me over here, trying to keep my hands on my phone. Like every second I have to be aware what's going on over there, you know, all those sirens over there, and that people are scared, they are looking for shelters, and that's really escalating pretty fast right now. And you know, as of yesterday, a lot of biggest city in Ukraine suffering from bombing. Civilians are dying, hundreds of them. So it's really hard to be here and like feeling helpless, you know. That's what's going on. And I have friends here, and these friends are from their families from the eastern part from Ukraine. Let's say my close friend yesterday told me that her daughter is on the Kyiv city, which was suffering from bombing yesterday, and it's bombing exactly in the same area of the city when she lived. So, and they want to go to other region. They want to refuge to other country. They staying there. They're trying to help Ukrainian army for, you know. So that's really scary. And we
it
all
certainly
praying
is.
for, you know.
It is. And so your family, did they remain in their homes, or did they move and go to some kind of bomb shelter, or what is their situation?
Since there was no strikes in that city, the Lviv city, which I'm originally from, then when the sirens are on, they are going to basements, you know, to be sure that they will not stay on their apartments. But there are equipped bomb shelters throughout the city. But when all that started, the people were disoriented. They didn't know that there are shelters equipped with, you know, food and all supplies and all kind of stuff. And they were looking for any kind of shelters. That's the basements were the best option for them. That was a panic and all kind of stuff. So right now it's really kind of a calm situation. The government forces are trying to keep the control over the civilians. They are launched at like curfew hours, and people are trying to stay home, and my family is trying to follow all the directions. So far so good.
Did your family ever think about fleeing the country? We've seen so many people headed to Poland, Hungary, Slovakia. Was that ever a thought that your family would also flee?
That's kind of the short plan for them if the invasion will come to that party, and that's the villages and cities will be under the bomb attacks. Yeah, they have a kind of a backup plan to go to to Poland, to whatever abroad, just to keep the kids safe. But you know, my brother, my sister, they are saying they will be back to defend the country, to just let the kid be safe. That's it.
And that seems to be a
probably
really
most of the Ukrainians will do. So
and that is what I was going to say. That seems to be a very popular sentiment. It seems to be how most Ukrainians feel, that they want their children to be safe, but they are prepared to fight for their country. Is that what you're hearing, not only from your family members, but from friends and friends of friends? Everyone wants to fight. They want to defend the country.
Yeah, and that's actually, as of yesterday, my brother was trying to get into the military because he used to serve in the military, and they said it's not the time, so that we have enough forces to defend, and we will let you know. That was the message from the military for him.
And how does that make you feel? Does that make you worried? Does that make you proud of him?
I'm definitely proud of him, and if I will be there, despite I'm having 3 kids, I will be trying to join and fight.
It's just incredible to see the response from the Ukrainian people and the will to fight. What would be your message to Vladimir Putin right now?
I don't want to say anything because that will be a bad message for him. So since I'm Christian and we are praying in the church here and all kinds of stuff, and you know there is we have to pray even for enemies. That's what we are doing. So, but I still have that hope that he will find his peace of mind and just leave the country alone. So, but the other message, no, I don't know what to say.
Perhaps better left unsaid. And my final question, what would be your message to the Ukrainian people, to your family who is there, to friends of friends? What is your message to them?
Yeah, I want to say that all the people all over the world, and especially here in the US, we are, as Ukrainian and all other nations, are kind of united with Ukraine. I can feel that here. All the people wants to support, they want to donate any, material support for Ukraine. They are donating money, and they are asking me how they can be supportive for Ukraine. And we are organizing kind of humanitarian kind of a mission for a supply for Ukraine from here, and everyone is trying to help Ukraine right now. So my message will be just stay strong. We are with you every second. Just keep strong.
Vasyl, thank you so much for the time. I really do appreciate it. And our thoughts are with your brother, your sister, and your family in Ukraine.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We're going to continue our coverage on Ukraine, and Fox 32 Chicago spoke with a woman in Ukraine as a student and what she is experiencing. I'm going to play that now here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on livenowfox.com. And if we have those remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris at that commemoration of Bloody Sunday, I will bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
I was asking if you're okay and if you're in a safe place right now. Where are you hunkered down?
Yes, I'm in a safe place now. Right now I'm at home because the subway is closed because there are too much people inside and we don't have ability to go there.
Are you in a place where you are hearing explosions near to you?
Yes. Now I'm on the district where I can see, I can hear all, where I can not just hear, I even can see all how Russian military bombed us, and that's awful. For example, in 4 kilometers near my house, 2 hours ago, Russian military dropped a bomb from fighter at a factory. They also hit a residential building with shells. And also 1 hour ago, Russian military bombed Kyiv hospital.
Some people have decided to leave their city, to leave to get to a safer place. You decided to stay. Can you tell us why you're staying?
I can explain. It's almost unreal to leave my region because when people from my region try to leave this one, Russian military kill the whole. They kill the whole family who tried to leave this one, and it's unsafe to this one.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Liza. I'm just curious, do you have family with you? Are you with friends? I mean, we're looking at you, you're by yourself, but are there other people with you?
Now I'm just with my family, with whole my family.
How are you guys surviving right now? Because you can't really go outside to go to the grocery store. I mean, how are you surviving right now? And did you lose power at all?
We have the special time when we can go to the supermarkets. Personally, I haven't go out more than 3 days. My mom and my dad go to the supermarkets one time at 2 days. It's unsafe because Russian military kill people on the street when they go to the supermarkets. That's really unsafe, but we don't have any other choices.
None of us here could imagine what you're going through. Nothing like this has ever happened here in the United States. Liza, I just can't thank you enough. You're so brave to join us, and you know, our hearts go to you and your family, and we want you to be safe. And thank you so much for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you too.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We will continue our coverage on Ukraine and all of our packages from all of our affiliates. But today also marks the 57th anniversary of what is known as Bloody Sunday, a day in 1965 when white police attacked black voting rights marchers, and thousands are commemorating this event in Alabama, thousands coming out to support, and also Vice President Kamala Harris expected to give remarks very shortly. And we do have that feed up here on Live Now from Fox, so I'm going to show you some of that coverage that we are getting in. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. As we wait for Vice President Harris to speak, we will show you more of that, all of our packages on Ukraine and Russia. But once this actually happens, once her remarks start, we will bring those full and live for you here on Live Now from Fox. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
bitter the chastening rod, felt in days when hope unborn had died. And yet with the steady heat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers died. Yes, stony was the road our ancestors trod, but what courage and faith they must
We
have
begin tonight with the
had
latest
to get
Russian
to this
attack
place
drawing global
on this
condemnation.
day.
Overnight, Russia targeted one of Europe's biggest nuclear power plants in Ukraine. Although none of the reactors appear to have been damaged, the move is raising a lot of concern over Russia's tactics and the risk of a nuclear disaster. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with a closer look at what happened and what kind of danger are we talking about here, Craig?
Well, let's start with Russia's motivations. That puts it in context. Russia wants to control the power plants, including the nuclear plants in Ukraine. One, to control the power grid as a battlefield tactic. Two, it also wants to gain access to railheads to fortify and actually build some of its supply lines, and that's a key point and place to do it. And three, a big part of this appears to be to whip fear and terrorize the Ukrainian people in an effort to try to break their will. Before sunset on Thursday, we saw hundreds of Ukrainian civilians forming a human shield around their nuclear power plant. But later that night, they could not stop the armed Russian invaders. The invaders attacked this plant in southern Ukraine, about 100 miles north of Crimea. And when we say attack, we don't mean firing air-to-ground missiles into the reactors. This was a firefight between the invaders and the Ukrainian forces trying to defend the plant. And in the course of that firefight, this training facility on the perimeter of the 6 reactors caught fire. Of course, very concerning because this training facility was a mere 1,500 feet from the nearest reactor. And separate from that, the structure compartment or the casing around one of these 6 reactors, it's not clear which one, also took some damage. Ukraine says Russia hit the casing around a reactor that was offline for maintenance, but does have nuclear fuel inside it.
What we understand is that this projectile is a projectile that is coming from the Russian forces.
Here's the good news. They put out the fire in that training facility. Nuclear scientists are not seeing a spike in radiation after the attack. The reactor cores are heavily reinforced with protective shields to protect them from exterior threats like an airplane crash. And Ukrainian nuclear officials say the damage to that structure around the reactor did not affect the safety of the reactor unit. Now here's the not so good news. Those Ukrainian nuclear officials assuring us everything is safe are now under the control of the armed invaders. And the company that oversees this plant is warning us that their workers there could be speaking under threat and duress, which of course raises questions about the reliability of their statements. And of course, there's also the risk that Russian troops could attack other nuclear plants. Ukraine draws more than half of its energy from nuclear power.
If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe.
While that's true, the risk of nuclear disaster here is less explosion like Chernobyl and more of a risk of a meltdown, which of course isn't very reassuring, but it's an important distinction in understanding the situation. Beyond the reactors, this plant and others have many pools of water that cool the spent fuel rods. So another firefight could rupture the highly radioactive pools, releasing a nuclear disaster, or it could reduce the plant's ability to cool, which could cause a meltdown and with it a nuclear disaster that could spread through and beyond Ukraine. Which of course is deeply, deeply concerning. And then that aside, hoping and assuming nothing like that does happen, you also have the potential risk when invaded, seized, captured, and controlled by armed invaders that the nuclear engineers within the facility may not be able to operate that facility as safely as it otherwise would.
Yeah, concerning and scary. Ukraine is asking NATO to impose a no-fly zone, at least around those reactors, to help keep them safe.
Yeah.
Why won't NATO do that?
NATO did consider it, but said at the end of the day, it simply cannot do that, because to do that, to impose a no-fly zone, means you would have to activate NATO warplanes, you'd have to fly them in Ukrainian airspace, and to enforce it, you would have to shoot down Russian warplanes and follow that daisy chain of events that would ultimately lead to engagement with Russia, a much broader war far beyond Ukraine. It would light up World War III, which is why NATO said it did take it under consideration, but at this point it cannot enter either the ground space or the airspace of Ukraine for fear of igniting something much bigger that would cause much more human suffering.
All right, well, this is more than troubling. I know you're staying on top of it for us. Thank you, Craig.
Righting those wrongs and others is what the march is about. It's why we're still here today, building a better future with Vice President Harris and the Biden-Harris administration leading the way. But words aren't enough. Reminding people it's not enough. Action and outcomes are the only things that will ever be enough. So at VA, I want to tell you, we're taking action. We're addressing racial inequities affecting Black veterans we serve. We're working to make sure all veterans have equitable access to VA benefits and services. We're embracing equity into everything we do to reduce, no, not reduce, to eliminate disparities in our system. From mental to maternal to cardio care, we're finding and we're closing gaps for Black veterans wherever they might exist. We're researching disparities on PTSD ratings among Black veterans. We're removing factors causing disparity in kidney disease diagnoses among Black veterans, placing maternity care coordinators at every facility to reduce maternal deaths, which are all too common among Black women veterans. We're working with our HBCU community to improve outcomes by creating a workforce that looks like America and the veterans we serve. All veterans, no matter the color, deserve the same high-quality care. We're also working to ensure veteran access to that most sacred right, the right that they fought for, the right that some died for, the right to vote. When President Biden calls this our mission, he says this is the foundation of American democracy. So at VA, we're doubling down. We're doubling down on the voting support we already provide, expanding access where we can, and looking to do even more everywhere we can. Already, we're providing voting assistance for tens of thousands of inpatients and residents at our hospitals, at our nursing homes, at our treatment centers. Already, we're helping homebound veterans and their caregivers vote. And I'm excited to announce right here, right now, VA is putting voting access right at the veterans' fingertips by linking vote.gov on the VA website veterans visit every single day. They go there to get their health care. They go there to get their benefit information, their medical information, and much more, and now they can go there for voting information. In short, we're fulfilling this President's executive order on promoting access to vote to include, we're exploring VA's potential for designation under the National Voter Registration Act. Now, I've got a lot more I can say about what the VA is doing, but for me, it all boils down to this. For too long, too many Americans have fought too hard around the globe to protect our rights and freedoms, only to come home and have to fight brutal battles for their own rights and freedoms. Americans like Jose Williams. Well, those fights at VA are over. Those fights in this administration are over. We're going to get Black veterans the care, the benefits, the services they deserve, like all veterans. We're going to help guarantee all our veterans have a right to vote. We're going to keep this country's fundamental promises that have been broken for far too long. We're going to serve them every bit as well as they have served us, and keep earning Black veterans' trust as we do. We're going to keep marching together until we're standing tall, until our feet are firmly planted on the other side of that bridge. God bless you all. God bless our veterans. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, Michael Regan.
Good afternoon. It is such an honor to stand here today on this most sacred ground, a ground infinitely stained by the blood, sweat, and tears of our brothers and sisters who marched towards justice 57 years ago. Men and women like John Lewis, Hosea Williams, Amelia Boyd, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Diane Nash, Ralph Abernathy, and a little girl named Cheyenne Webb, who after being beaten with billy clubs, bombarded with tear gas, found within herself a mighty strength that carried her across this very bridge. We gather here today to give praise on the legions of giants who suffered unspeakable violence, who faced indignity after indignity, and who, sustained by the faith and the hope and the love in their hearts, changed the shape of America forever and for everyone. It's an overwhelming feeling to be here today, seeing that my own destiny is intimately wrapped up in the heroism of the men and women who marched across this bridge, not centuries ago, but just a generation ago. I can't help but think about my father, Zeb Regan. His books laid out before him, his study by candlelight. He had no choice but to rely on that burning flame, because there was no electricity in the house he grew up in, because the white landowners surrounding our property would not allow that electricity to be run. This is just one example of many of how we were suppressed. Yet when my father was called upon to serve, there wasn't an ounce of hesitancy. As a young black man, he dutifully served his country in Vietnam, served the country that he loved. It's with that same love that was propelled by the heroes of the civil rights movement that gave them the courage to fight for equality and ultimately secure the voting rights. Selma has taught us a lot. That passion propelled young civil rights leaders on their journey to justice, a journey that has not been complete, but it is our responsibility to carry it forward. I visited the Freedom House in Loudoun County yesterday, Bloody Lounge, as it's called, because when organizers and protesters attempted to get blacks voting, they were beaten, battered, and evicted from their homes. This is the history of black communities across this country. This is the history that our children must know. Today, Loudoun County still endures untold inequities, from continued efforts to disenfranchise residents, skyrocketed cases of COVID-19, and failing wastewater systems that spew environmental toxins into people's yards and back into their homes, creating conditions ripe for the resurgence of the hookworm that will only get worse with climate change. I spent time in Loudoun County yesterday so that I could see firsthand the injustices that folks have been living with for decades. Pipes protruding from the side of their homes, spilling waste into the same places in their yards that their children are playing. I met two beautiful little children who've become conditioned to accept that that's the way it's supposed to be. But it's not the way it's supposed to be for the children of Loudoun County, and it's not supposed to be the way for anybody in this country. The good people of Loudoun County taught us that the fight for civil rights is inseparable from the fight for environmental justice, for health justice, for racial justice, for economic justice. We cannot be for one without the other. And that's why I am personally committed to working closely with governors and local leaders across this country to ensure that the historic infusion of the bipartisan infrastructure law goes towards climate-resilient infrastructure to communities that need it the most, to ensure that the solutions are not developed from the top down, but the bottom up. So let me be clear. Everything we do, everything I do at the United States Environmental Protection Agency will be rooted in the realities and the demands and the aspirations of communities who suffered at the hands of indifference, neglect, and inaction. Alabama, Mossville, Louisiana, Detroit, Michigan, the South Side of Chicago, and so many other communities. Our legacy must be that we did not just deal with the issues up to the finish line, but we saw the people on the other side of the fence. We looked them in the eye. We listened to what they had to say. We learned from them, and we made their lives fundamentally better. If there was ever a moment when we could break the pattern of injustice that has long plagued this country, I believe that moment is now. So let us honor the legacy of civil rights heroes on whose shoulders we stand by seizing this moment. Thank you.
Please welcome the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona.
Thank you. When a virtual event marked the historic march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge last year, Vice President Harris urged us to keep on in the tradition of Selma. Today, thanks to the administration's efforts to fight the pandemic, we're blessed to gather safely in person, and Vice President's charge is as powerful as ever. I've reflected on what it means to keep on in the tradition of Selma. As a teacher, it means remembering that before 1965 crossing of this bridge, 100 black teachers engaged in their own march, seeking the right to vote. They inspired thousands to raise their voices and take action that made the Voting Rights Act possible. Teachers are often at the heart of efforts to change our world. To honor the tradition of Selma also requires that we see, for all our progress as a nation, we still have work to do to achieve equity and justice. America's high school graduation rate is at an all-time high, but students of color graduate at rates 10 percentage points below their peers. The wealthiest students complete college at a rate of 5 times higher than students from low-income backgrounds. This remains a civil rights and social justice issue. 11 years before the march on this bridge, the Supreme Court struck down separate but equal public schools in Brown versus Board of Education. Today, we're still on the path to achieving the promise of the Brown decision, the promise of equity. We haven't yet reached that mountaintop. Students of color have less access to a well-rounded education. Amid the pandemic, students in schools serving a majority of black students are many more months behind in their learning than the students of schools serving mostly white students. And over the last 2 decades, the gap in bachelor's degree attainment between white and black students has actually grown. To achieve the promise of equity, to keep on in the tradition of Selma, to honor those who marched, some of whom gave their lives for the cause of justice, we need to do a few important things. We must engage with communities of color, especially parents, families, and young people. Your voices must influence our actions in D.C. We must boldly and unapologetically address gaps in opportunity. Let's continue to protect the right to vote. Let's provide universal preschool. Yes, let's, as the President charged, cut the cost of child care. And let's grow and support a diverse, educated workforce. Kids benefit from learning from a diverse, educated workforce. It's hard to be what you can't see. But too many schools are more segregated today than they were decades ago. We must improve that. The President called on Congress to increase the Pell Grant by more than $2,000. Let's get that done. It's not enough to lock arms today and return to complacency tomorrow. Let's make sure our HBCUs get the support they need to educate the next generation of leaders, like our wonderful Vice President Kamala Harris. The work is hard, but generations who cross this bridge know that nothing worthwhile is achieved without hard work, without sacrifice, without a deep belief in the righteous cause. I'm humbled to be here and proud of the department as a partner. When we work together, when we keep on in the tradition of Selma, we can secure the promise of opportunity, equity, justice for a new century and for each of our children. And as the great Congressman Lewis said, there's still work left to be done. Get out there and push and pull until we redeem the soul of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg.
Good afternoon. What an honor to be with you, to be with my cabinet colleagues, and to be with the Vice President. It's impossible to stand here and not think of what it was like here 2 years ago. My first time in Selma, and my last time in the presence of Congressman John Lewis. I can never forget his voice that day, even as late into his illness as he was, how that voice thundered across this place, telling us how he thought he would die on this bridge, urging us to carry on that struggle he so heroically served. He and the other marchers hallowed this place, and their example calls us to examine how we are making ourselves useful to the cause of racial justice and equal rights. Now, some are asking what transportation could possibly have to do with racial justice. Some have been asking that very pointedly. So it's all the more fitting that we're here at this bridge, this piece of infrastructure that became a battleground in the struggle for equal rights. This place that reminds us how transportation and civil rights have always been related. From the ships that carried so many into bondage, to the ferries and wagons of the Underground Railroad that transported so many to freedom, from the train car at issue in Plessy versus Ferguson, to the bus where Rosa Parks decided to keep her seat. We are reminded again and again how deep is that relationship between the physical movement of human beings and the social movement that changed this country. And so it falls to all of us who work in transportation to carry that movement forward. Whenever a highway was built right through a black neighborhood that lacked the wealth or the power to demand that road take a different course, it falls to us to do something about it. Wherever a generation of jobs jobs, working on infrastructure right in a community of color, excluded those workers and businesses actually rooted in those communities, it falls to us to do something about it. Wherever the ranks of those who work in transportation, from airline pilots to cement finishers to officials in my department, wherever they do not reflect the diversity of this country, it falls to us to do something about it. And I'm proud to say we are doing something about it, especially now that our President and Vice President are leading this investment in America's transportation infrastructure. We won't let this time be like the past. This time we are seeing to it that no one will be left behind. No one will be left behind when we're looking at who will be served by the construction of a bridge or by who might be displaced by the expansion of the road. As hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested in our transportation future, we are partnering on local and economic hiring to create access to jobs that build generational wealth. We're working with HBCUs to make sure a range of careers in this field, including the makeup of my department, capture the aspirations of the new generation of black professionals. We're working with cities and states to see to it that black pedestrians who are more likely to lose their lives on our roadways see the benefits of safer streets. That black commuters who are more likely to count on public transit see the benefits of new buses and improved subways. That black children who are more likely to become ill from breathing polluted air see the benefits of cleaner air from the transportation technology of the future. That is our responsibility, and that is what we are doing today in this administration. We will ensure that no one is left behind. And in this time, when some would rather ignore our past and come to terms with that past in the service of a better future, we're here to put ourselves in contact with history so that yesterday's examples guide us in building our own bridges to that more equitable tomorrow. Thank you for the chance to address you, and thank you for your attention. It's an honor to be here.
Please welcome the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marshall Fudge.
Listen, I'm going to have my papers right back here, because I know it's hot, so I'm just going to say a few things to you. First off, I just want to say that the preamble of the Constitution begins with 17 words, defining words. We are the people of the United States. In order to form a more perfect union, we must establish justice. So I'm just here today with the Vice President, who I believe is the person that is ready for this moment, the person that can lead us to the places that we need to be, to say that I am with her and that I know and she knows that we are resilient people. They all used to tell us when we were kids, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. So we get stronger and stronger every day. And I just want the people who don't understand who we are not people to be messed with. We are determined people not to be messed with. And so on this sunny Sunday afternoon in Selma, I say I am encouraged that he is able to change the order of things in this country. I am encouraged that we are able to change the order of things in this country because we are the people.
Welcome back. The eyes of the world are on the war in Ukraine.
And some, like documentary filmmaker Emil Giesen, are among those providing coverage of what is happening there.
He arrived in Kyiv a few days ago and has been posting images of the war. Giesen is no stranger to war. Most recently, he was in Armenia in 2020 covering the war in Artsakh. He ended up making a documentary called 45 Days, A Fight for a Nation. And this morning, he joins us live from Kyiv. Neil, good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time and finding a way to connect with us this morning. Tell us where you are and what's going on.
Yes, I'm in Kyiv in Ukraine, where currently the war, since the invasion of Russia invaded Ukraine just over a week ago now. So I'm right in the center of Ukraine. As you can see behind me there, there's the fences. Currently, the Russian troops are massing on the north and also on the western side, with troops moving up to the east. So the city's now coming out into lockdown. Throughout the day, the siren rings out when the bombs are landing, and they're landing quite often. Today, I've just been at a factory where they're making bombs out of beer bottles with petrol inside, gasoline, ready for the assault from the Russians. So the situation here in Kyiv is pretty dire. Across the whole country, though, the Russian troops are making a massive progress and an advance. But here, the city's getting ready for when the Russians assault.
You know, we've seen some of the stuff that you've been posting, and even as you've been talking on some of your reports, we can hear the gunfire behind you. What must the mood be like for the people there? I know that there is some defiance there, certainly, because there are people that certainly want to try to fight for their country and for their freedom. Overall, what would you say the mood is?
So morale at the moment is high. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands have left the country. When I came in by train, going the opposite direction were women and children. Martial law has been implemented in Ukraine, which means men of fighting age have to remain behind to fight. And the government's been giving out weapons. There's also a mass amount of foreign fighters, people from around the world, including America.
Visitors and distinguished guests, I am Henry, and I am proud to say that I am from the historic city of Selma, Alabama. I am a secretary of education English major at my HBCU, Alabama State University, where I currently serve as the 82nd Miss Alabama State University. I would also like to add that I am a member of the Beta Chi chapter of Owl Sorority Incorporated. As the product of the Black Belt, granddaughter of Wilcox County civil rights activist Mrs. Rosetta Angela, and niece of the late Sunday foot soldier and student activist Mary Angela Robinson and Alberta Buchanan, I am delighted for this opportunity to reflect on and show respect for the courageous actions of approximately 600 marchers who attempted to cross the bridge on March 7, 1965. Today, as I stand on the foot of this historic landmark, I have the privilege of introducing a woman whose passion and determination for serving others has led her to become one of the most influential women in history. The Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. It speaks volumes to have the Vice President of the United States in Selma on this historic occasion as we commemorate and celebrate the sacrifice of blood, sweat, and tears that were shed by so many to secure voting rights. Your president underscores the importance of this event for advancing civil rights for many throughout our nation. So it is my prayer that for many years to come, that the Vice President and other distinguished guests will make an annual pilgrimage to Selma, Alabama, to help us remember and recommit to
and the brave people who are fighting to protect their country and their democracy. And their bravery is a reminder that freedom and democracy can never be taken for granted by any of us. With that, it is a privilege to be among so many distinguished leaders, dedicated activists, friends, and American heroes, and to be with so many members of Congress, of our cabinet, who are all representing our nation and representing our administration. It is a particular honor to be joined by the family of Congressman John Lewis and the family of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So today we gather here on hallowed ground. It was a chilly Sunday morning, 57 years ago, when 600 brave individuals set out from Selma. They were marching for the most fundamental right of American citizenship, the right to vote. They knew that if they wanted true freedom, if they wanted to claim what was theirs by birth and by right, they had to march on this bridge on that day. They were prepared for the worst. And on this bridge, on that day, the worst found them. Their peaceful protest was met with crushing violence. They were kneeling when the state troopers charged. They were praying when the billy clubs struck. On this bridge, on that day, those brave marchers continued to push forward to secure the freedom to vote. And they were pushed back. Today we stand on this bridge at a different time. We again, however, find ourselves caught in between injustice and justice, between disappointment and determination, still in a fight to form a more perfect union. And nowhere is that more clear than when it comes to the ongoing fight to secure the freedom to vote. A record number of people cast their ballots in the 2020 elections. It was a triumph of democracy in many ways. But not everyone saw it that way. Some saw it as a threat. And so, as powerful people have done many times in our nation's history, they launched an assault on the freedom to vote. Across the country, states passed anti-voting laws that ban drop boxes and restrict early voting, laws that make it illegal to give food and water to voters who are standing and waiting in line, laws that, put simply, make it much more difficult for people to vote with an expectation that then we will not vote, undemocratic laws, un-American laws. And so last year, we all joined together, we locked arms and lifted our voices and fought to pass federal voting rights legislation. We brought the Freedom to Vote Act, and yes, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to the floor of the United States Senate. And on the night of January 19th, every Republican senator in the United States Senate voted to block passage of this law. Over the past few months, I have traveled our country talking with so many people about our fight, our collective fight, to
safeguard and strengthen the freedom to vote. Faith leaders, community leaders, students, activists, and organizers. And yes, people are tired and frustrated, and at times scared. Scared that we risk losing the rights we fought so hard to win. I believe at this moment we are faced with a choice that we have faced many times before. Do we stand or do we fight? Gathered at this bridge, reflecting on its history, yes, I know the path forward is clear. Remember, it took 3 tries for the marchers to cross the bridge. It took their sweat, their tears, their blood. It took their resilience, their determination, and their courage. And yes, it even took the protection of the National Guard and federal marshals. In a moment of great uncertainty, those marchers pressed forward and they crossed. We must do the same. We must lock our arms and march forward. We will not let setbacks stop us. We know that honoring the legacy of those who marched then demands that we continue to push Congress to pass federal voting rights legislation. And it also demands we continue to push the Senate to not allow an arcane rule to deny us this sacred right. It demands we continue to lift up state legislatures that have passed pro-voter laws, and that we keep fighting to prevent the passage of anti-voter laws. It demands we keep going to court to defend this sacred freedom, and it demands we register voters, volunteer as election workers, and yes, of course, drive souls to the polls. And none of this is new, especially to so many of you who have been in this fight for so long. So I am here, again, here in Selma, to say thank you for your work, your sacrifice, and your dedication. And I have come here today to also remind you that we all stand together. President Biden and I are working for this cause every day. We have put the full power of the executive branch behind our shared effort. And if we all continue to work together, to march together, to fight together, we will secure the freedom to vote. Selma, the future of our democracy is being decided now. By you, by us, by the people. And ultimately, you are the ones, we are the ones who must protect the freedom to vote. And we must not stop there. Those who marched across this bridge, yes, they marched for the freedom to vote. They also marched for all the rights and freedoms that voting unlocks. They marched for economic justice, for social justice, for racial justice. And we must do the same. We must fight to ensure all the people of our nation, no matter where they start, have the opportunity to succeed. We must fight to move our nation forward while we reflect on why it matters. Just think, last week, President Biden made history when he nominated the first Black woman, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, to the highest court in our land. I'll tell you what I think you know. Judge Jackson is a phenomenal jurist with a record of excellence, a record that proves her commitment not only to public service, but to equal justice and equal rights. And as she makes history, Judge Jackson, like us all, stands on the shoulders of giants. She and we are their legacy. The legacy of those who are with us today: Annie Pearl Avery, Charles Malkin, Bernard Lafayette, Cheyenne Webb Priceberg. The legacy of those who are smiling down on us: Marie Foster, J.D. Hunter, C.J. Adams, Amelia Boynton Robinson, and all of those courageous foot soldiers for freedom who named and whose names we know and sometimes names we will not know, but who lift us up nonetheless. The last time I was in Selma was the last time Congressman John Lewis stood on this bridge. For his whole life, and especially that day, John Lewis was the embodiment of strength and resilience, the epitome of dignity, grace, and perseverance. As he stood here that day, you could see the body that carried him across this bridge all those years ago had become fragile. But the spirit that carried him was as strong as ever. John Lewis, well, he never gave up the fight. He returned to this bridge again and again and again. It is that clarity of purpose, that relentless dedication, that spirit, the spirit of Selma that we summon today. We will keep fighting. We will keep organizing. We will keep shouting. We will keep making good trouble. And we will march on until victory is won. Thank you all.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. Sunday marks the 57th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, the day in 1965 when white police attacked black voting rights marchers. Thousands gathered for this year's reenactment, crossing to honor the foot soldiers. Downtown will resemble a huge street festival during this event known as the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. Thousands of visitors, blaring music, and vendors selling food and t-shirts. And of course, Vice President Kamala Harris attending and speaking at the commemoration. Harris would also take part in the symbolic march across the bridge, which named for a Confederate general and Ku Klux Klan leader that had become an enduring symbol of the civil rights movement that was reputed. Harris is the first female U.S. vice president and the first black woman and a person of South Asian descent in the role. Once again, her visit comes as congressional efforts to restore the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act had faltered. Democratic efforts to update the law and pass additional measures to make it more convenient for people to vote have been unsuccessful. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Of course, that but that commemoration ending and Vice President Harris's remarks on the marking of Bloody Sunday, the anniversary in Selma, Alabama. We are going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we will have more from Ukraine and other news from all across the country. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. We were just showing you a couple of live press conferences today. It has been a busy day here on Live Now from Fox. We've shown you earlier today a press conference from U.S. Senator Portman attending a rally in D.C., urging Congress to support the country, saying that America stands with Ukraine. So that rally happening in D.C. in support of Ukraine. Also after that, we showed a press conference on the deadly tornadoes that swept through Iowa. At least 6 confirmed dead and 52 homes destroyed. And then we just showed you the latest from the 57th anniversary of what is known as Bloody Sunday. Vice President Kamala Harris making remarks at this event as well. So a lot of coverage here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to switch gears once again and head back out to the latest on Ukraine. Once again, the war entering its 11th day and fighting remains intense in Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has prompted more than 1.5 million people to flee. So we are going to show you some more packages from all across the country here on Live Now. But thank you all for joining us here on Live Now, where we continue to do and bring you raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news all the time and all across the country. And you can always watch us anytime at livenowfox.com.
The situation in Ukraine continues to worsen as Russian troops are pushing their way through across the country, now also taking control of a nuclear power plant. These are just some of those latest developments we've been keeping track of here on Live Now from Fox. So we want to talk about some of these key issues that are continuing to happen. We do have Michael O'Hanlon joining us here on Live Now from Fox. He holds the Philip H. Knight chair in defense and strategy at Brookings. And I know, Michael, we've spoken times before. We appreciate you being here once again. And I want to start with something that President Zelenskyy has been requesting and has continued to see people denying, whether it be from U.S. officials or even NATO officials as well. And that is this no-fly zone over Ukraine. Can you kind of extend on why they continue to say that that's just something they can't make happen at this time?
Yeah, it really is an understandable request from someone whose country is under siege, but it's a non-starter because it's essentially a declaration of war against Russia by the United States. And we've made it very clear, President Biden's made it very clear, I think almost any American president would have agreed that this is not a fight for the United States, that when you're talking about the potential for nuclear conflict with a country that, like us, has several thousand nuclear weapons, in defense of a country that we all care about but are not formally allied to. This is just not the place where you imagine a direct American attack on Russia. And that's what a no-fly zone requires, because it sounds very antiseptic and very reasonable. And we, of course, did about 10 years of no-fly zone operations over Iraq in the 1990s. But the way you do it against a top-tier military, or even a pretty good military, is you destroy as many of their air defense sites on the ground as you can at first, so that those air defense sites cannot be used to target your own aircraft, which are monitoring the skies and making sure that any Russian planes that were to fly would be forced to land or shot down. So if you're going to operate in that kind of an airspace, and Russia has all sorts of radars, all sorts of missiles in the vicinity, you've got to constantly be either jamming or more likely destroying those Russian radars. But those Russian radars are operated by people. So when you destroy the radar, you kill Russians. And pretty quickly, we are into direct US-Russia military confrontation, even if the Russians don't try to fly, which of course they would, because they're at war and they're using aircraft in support of their ground forces. In fact, if you put this in perspective, as the early March days now unfold in Ukraine, this is still a part of the world that's typically quite cold this time of year, and then it goes from being cold to being muddy, which means that it's very hard for ground vehicles to operate anywhere except main roads, which means Russia gets stuck. There are all these bottlenecks to their movement, especially with the Ukrainians using anti-tank weapons and other kinds of capabilities against the moving columns. So what are Russia's options? Well, they're not very good, but one of them is to try to go to the third dimension, to try to go up and move around with helicopters and transport aircraft and support their forces or resupply their forces or reposition their forces, in some cases, through the air. They're going to keep trying to whittle down the Ukrainian Air Force's ability to operate. I don't think it's doing very well, but Russia right now, therefore, does have some superiority in the air and wants to turn that into outright supremacy, where the Ukrainians cannot do anything to threaten Russian aerial operations. So that's the world we're probably moving to. Zelenskyy knows it. He realizes that without that third dimension, the Russians probably do get stuck on some of these roads for a very long time. It's one of the only ways Ukraine could actually stalemate the war. I'm not sure they can win the war, but if they bottleneck these Russian columns on the roads long enough, the Russians at some point run out of fuel and supplies and food and may have to rethink the whole operation. So obviously Zelenskyy wants that kind of a scenario rather than having his cities occupied and his military defeated. So he wants a no-fly zone. But again, for us, it means war against Russia. So we're just not going to do it.
And as we've been talking with some of our folks in Ukraine, we actually had a member of their parliament join us. We also had a journalist who was in a bomb shelter. Some of the things that they reiterated when it comes to the no-fly zone is that when it comes to the ground combat, you know, the Ukrainians versus the Russians, they are saying that the Ukrainians are seeing some of those Russian forces come in. They didn't know that they were being sent here. They're giving up. So what do you think about that, too? That would really play, as you said, a huge part if they weren't able to operate in the air as far as the Russian army goes.
Well, it's true. The Russians clearly have a lot of young conscripts, a lot of young recruits who are not seasoned, who were not even told what the likelihood was they would be employed in an invasion of a supposedly friendly brother country, and who didn't expect to be risking and in some cases losing their lives on such short notice for this purposeless war. And even Russians, you know, are a little bit perplexed and in many cases opposed to the conflict and the invasion of, you know, ordered by their own president. So the Russian general purpose forces are struggling, and the Russian military command may even be struggling a little to hold the whole operation together, to get logistic support where it needs to go, to bring air power in the right places at the right times to support forces on the ground. And so when you put it all together, yes, the Russians really can get stuck for a while. Now, I don't think they're going to be defeated, because even if they get stuck, even if they get stalemated, they still have a fallback strategy, which is to essentially sit on the roads that they now occupy and prevent Ukraine from using those roads for normal economic and, human activity. And so the Ukrainians are potentially at risk of being strangled, even if they aren't at risk, or even if they are somehow able to withstand the invasion in certain parts of the country. So there's no good scenario that comes out of this, but obviously for Ukraine to have Russia sort of fall back and realize it can't do regime change, it can't march on Kyiv, or at least it may not be able to conquer Kyiv, that would be a big improvement, but it still doesn't leave anybody in a happy place, and it still requires somebody to figure out a next step. But it is true, the Russian general purpose forces do appear in some, if not most of the country, to be struggling to make the kind of progress they had envisioned. We're still only on day 10, and if you were to conquer a country the size of Ukraine in less than a couple or few weeks, that would be a rapid victory. So the Russians still may wind up recovering here, and we shouldn't exaggerate the degree of success the Ukrainians have had so far, as much as we admire their courage. But it is true, the Russians are struggling, and they may continue to struggle, given the constraints on the quality of their forces, their logistics, and the number of roads that are available for them for moving around.
At what point then would it take us to step in, or someone to step in and declare that a no-fly zone? Could you see that escalation to a certain point where that would be implemented? And if so, what would it be?
The no-fly zone, I'm sorry to be blunt, but because I gave a more, complex answer earlier, and you're right to keep asking because it keeps getting raised in the public debate. It's a non-starter. It really is a non-starter. We are just not going to do it, because it means going to war against Russia. Now, unless President Biden is somehow rethinking his willingness to go to war against Russia, we should interpret a no-fly zone as tantamount to a declaration of war against Russia, and therefore it will not happen. It's a limited form of force, to be sure. It's not like an invasion of Russia, but it is a big deal. And when we did it in Iraq over the 1990s, after Operation Desert Storm and before the invasion of Iraq, we dropped a lot of bombs on a lot of Iraqis. And, there weren't that many reporters on the ground to tell us how many people died in those strikes, but we went after all sorts of radars and communication centers and surface-to-air missile batteries, not to mention the Iraqi airplanes themselves. And this was against a country that had essentially already been defeated in the Operation Desert Storm of 1991. But even so, maintaining a no-fly zone required actual violent action by the United States on numerous occasions. So we're just not going to do it here. President Zelensky's admirable courage here is not, I don't believe, going to translate into convincing any NATO country to start going up against the Russian Air Force and taking all the actions that would be essential to be effective in that regard. And so I think, I'm not going to give President Zelensky advice, but on what he should do. But what I would say is there is something you should not do, and that's expect any change in opinion about a no-fly zone. It's just not going to happen.
Now, something else President Zelensky touched on was just the fact that these Western allies were too late to start providing help. What are your thoughts on that? Because we even heard from some of those Ukrainian folks down on the ground, there's more volunteers than there is weapons to even be handing out to everyone who wants to help them fight.
Well, he's probably right. If our paramount goal had been to make sure the Ukrainians could resist a Russian invasion, and given that the Biden team did think that they saw that coming going back to December, if not earlier, then I guess you could make that case, especially because the Biden team didn't really seem to have a peace plan. If you had a peace plan in the works, you might not have wanted to encourage Zelensky to just maintain, this resolute preparation for conflict. You might have wanted to induce him to negotiate if there had been some reasonable compromise that we thought was attainable. But given that we were not pursuing any such compromise and that we expected a Russian attack, I could see why he would be frustrated that we didn't provide more. We provided a moderate amount, but obviously a moderate amount is is not necessarily enough. Now, the United States has an interest in not provoking a direct war against Russia. So, or not provoking Russian retaliation around the world where Russia could give weapons to our enemies, like Al-Qaeda, and decide that, it wanted to retaliate in kind against what we had done, because our weapons are killing Russian soldiers right now. And, if you were President Biden, you might not want to double down and triple down on that strategy, because you're, as much as you care about Ukraine, you also want to avoid retaliation by Russia. So I think that's the kind of consideration that might have entered in. But I still see that President Zelenskyy would have a point. And I can certainly see why he'd be frustrated and angry at this moment, given what he and his country are going through.
Well, and speaking of just some of the different weaponry that we have seen Ukraine use, we've seen some of those successful drones doing airstrikes on Russian troops. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to know, Michael, why they aren't using tools like that for that 40-mile-long convoy that seems to be just kind of sitting and stuck and stalled.
Yeah, I think that we have given the Ukrainians a lot of potent weapons against that kind of a convoy. And, they can operate in small teams, some of them even wearing white camouflage suits to blend in with any snow, or maybe they're blending in more with trees and buildings and terrain, but they don't give away a big signature. They're not that easy to find. They're carrying these small man-portable anti-tank weapons called Javelin or something equivalent. If they can get within a couple hundred yards of a highway, which I'm sure they often can, without the Russian troops being able to protect, what the Russians need to do is have infantry forces on either side of the highway to protect against these sorts of things. But again, those Russian forces may not be that well trained and may not want to be out there exposed in that kind of setting. So what you're seeing, I believe, from what I can gather, without as much firsthand information as I would prefer, is a lot of these Ukrainian teams carrying anti-tank weapons, just 2 and 3 people in a squad, going around and ducking down and taking aim at a Russian tank or transport vehicle or truck, and succeeding in destroying a lot of those vehicles because they're sort of sitting ducks when they're trying to pump so much stuff through just one convoy. When we tried to do this kind of thing in Iraq in 2003, and we came through cities where as you'll recall, the Saddam Fedayeen were sometimes, manning key bottlenecks or key bridges, and we couldn't otherwise avoid that location. We would often try to send in small teams ahead of time to take that bridge or deal with the threat. Or we had air power that was good at looking for those Saddam Fedayeen fighters. In this case, the Russians have not just a few choke points to worry about, but the entire highway. They can't really go off the highway. And the Ukrainians have been expecting this sort of an attack themselves for several months. And it's in the populated part of northern Ukraine, near the capital city, where there are a lot of Ukrainian soldiers and volunteers. So whatever difficulty we had in Iraq in 2003, getting through some of those southern cities en route to Baghdad, the Russians are having 10 or 20 times that difficulty here. And it may not ease, it may continue.
And finally, I just want to ask, Michael, because, there's been so many people who've still held out some hope that diplomacy would, push its way through, make it, something resolving this issue, having Putin pull some of his troop backs. Do you believe that we could get to any point where these delegates between the two sides who have been meeting, we just had a second meeting, could ever come and result into anything that would be beneficial for both parties or beneficial for the Ukrainian people to see those troops moved out?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because I do have a proposal myself that I wrote up. It's on the Brookings website yesterday. And to me, the basic trade space that we have here is the future of Ukraine in or not in NATO. And as you know, it's been one of Putin's main complaints. I think it's the main complaint. Others disagree. But the main complaint that Putin had towards the Ukrainian people and towards President Zelenskyy is that they have been asking for membership in NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that we Americans undergird, that has 30 members, an alliance that was set up during the Cold War to deal with the Soviet threat. At that time, it only had 16, but we've expanded into a lot of Eastern Europe since the Cold War ended. And in 2008, we promised to bring Ukraine and Georgia in someday. And then last year, President Zelenskyy requested that that process be expedited and accelerated. So I think, obviously, Ukraine's not going to join NATO with Russian troops sitting on its territory. And I don't think it was ever a great idea for us to extend that alliance all the way into sort of the heartland of Central Eurasia, when the alliance was created in the first place to deal with a Soviet threat that no longer exists in that form. So the question is, can we find a different way to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and agree to it? Sort of an updated version of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum that Russia has since violated. But Russia also thinks that we violated our promise not to keep extending NATO into the east. So I think you begin with the question of NATO membership. And you say to Russia, and you obviously this has to be President Zelenskyy who's doing the asking or the proposing, if you will accept a formula that would have your troops leave, we will change the Ukrainian constitution to rule out the possibility of membership in NATO. A lot of my fellow American strategists would say this is an unacceptable concession or even appeasement of Russia. I say, look at the reality of what's going on right now and what could still be to come. And let's also say to Putin, this kind of a deal would only work if we all collectively guarantee Ukraine's future security. And if you attack them again, then our promise is off too. Our promise is no longer operative. And maybe we will invite them into NATO, or maybe we'll go help, fight in their defense. So the trade space becomes this question of Ukrainian membership in NATO, which is only a hypothetical now. But I think if it were taken off the table entirely and Ukraine's security vouched for through some other formula, then there's the potential, at least, that Putin would say, that's enough face saving for me to end this otherwise disastrous war. And of course, then we should lift the sanctions on Russia, because you don't just want to use sanctions as punishment for punishment's sake. You want to use them in support of a strategy that's designed to end the conflict on acceptable terms. And then if Ukraine keeps its sovereignty and can choose all of its other international associations and policies, the only thing it has to give up is NATO membership. I think that's an okay outcome. But I have no idea if President Zelenskyy or President Biden or President Putin would agree to it.
Right. It just, but again, some results that would, end all of the casualties we've been seeing, as well as trying to give, let's say, a win to each party, especially when we have seen things continuing to worsen there. Any final thoughts you want to make sure our viewers know about? I think, though, that was a really great point on, what Putin has been using as part of his narrative as to why they had entered into Ukraine.
Right. No, that's where I wanted to conclude myself. So thank you.
Yeah, and we appreciate everything that you've been breaking down for us, of course, joining us here a number of times. Michael O'Hanlon, we want to say thank you again, and hopefully we can continue to have these conversations if this continues on in the future.
Thank you, Christy. My pleasure.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow the latest on Ukraine, and Fox Los Angeles spoke with a documentary filmmaker who was making a film in Ukraine, speaking with him from the ground there. So we're going to play that next here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Welcome back. The eyes of the world are on the war in Ukraine.
And some, like documentary filmmaker Emil Giesen, are among those providing coverage of what is happening there.
He arrived in Kyiv a few days ago and has been posting images of the war. Giesen is no stranger to war. Most recently, he was in Armenia in 2020 covering the war in Artsakh. He ended up making a documentary called 45 Days, A Fight for a Nation. And this morning, he joins us live from Kyiv. Emil, good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time and finding a way to connect with us this morning. Tell us where you are and what's going on.
Yes, I'm in Kyiv in Ukraine, where currently the war since the invasion of Russia invaded Ukraine just over a week ago now. So I'm right in the center of Ukraine. As you can see behind me there, there's the fences. Currently, the Russian troops are massing on the north and also on the western side, with troops moving up to the east. So the city's now coming out into lockdown. Throughout the day, the siren rings out when the bombs are landing, and they're landing quite often. Today, I was just been at a factory where they're making bombs out of beer bottles with petrol inside, gasoline, ready for the assault from the Russians. So the situation here in Kyiv is pretty dire. Across the whole country, though, the Russian troops are making a massive progress and an advance. But here, the city's getting ready for when the Russians assault.
You know, we've seen some of the stuff that you've been posting, and even as you've been talking on some of your reports, we can hear the gunfire behind you. What must the mood be like for the people there? I know that there is some defiance there, certainly, because there are people that certainly want to try to fight for their country and for their freedom. Overall, what would you say the mood is?
So morale at the moment is high. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands have left the country. When I came in by train, going the opposite direction were women and children. Martial law has been implemented in Ukraine, which means men of fighting age have to remain behind to fight. And the government's been giving out weapons. There's also a massive amount of foreign fighters, people from around the world, including America, that are coming here to fight. And most of them don't have military experience, but they feel a connection with Ukraine. They want to fight. But the situation here in the city is everyone's braced, waiting for the attack. And like I was saying, throughout the day and night, there's bombing that's going on. It's creeping a lot closer to the center where I am currently now. So it's only a matter of time, if there isn't a peace deal struck, that potentially the Russians are going to try to take Kyiv. But the people here are defiant. They will stand and fight. Like you see there, making barricades behind me, the checkpoints, everywhere you go, they're checking identification. Lots of thousands of people are living underground still, too scared to travel to try to get out of the country, or don't know how to get out.
Yeah, we saw you visited a children's hospital, I guess you could call it. People had gone underground. It's heartbreaking to see the images of those little kids. So for people who don't understand why people have stayed behind, can you explain why some people just simply couldn't get out of Kyiv?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I get loads of messages on my Instagram about that. The main reason is some people are too ill and vulnerable to leave, and there's some people too old, they can't travel. Some people don't even have the form of transportation to get from their home to the train station. And like I said, a lot of the men have gone to fight. So a lot of the families don't want to get broken up because they don't know if they ever get reunited. So some families are staying here. I'm getting messages all the time from people saying, can I help them get to the train station? Or can I help them get to Poland or Hungary and everything else? The situation is pretty bad for a lot of these people because, like you've seen there, it's heartbreaking to see these children newborns that are living underground and they can't travel, they can't leave the city. It's because they need medical attention. So yeah, it's a humanitarian crisis here that the international community needs to start addressing.
And it makes you wonder what's going to happen to those kids and to those families, those who especially were not able to get out and are not able to get out once the Russians actually do get to Kyiv. You know, who knows? Well,
yeah, you also make a point, and I just saw one of your posts saying that your main objective is just to stay there and see what happens. Have you thought of what you're going to do if Russians get to Kyiv? What's your plan?
Yeah, so I'm a former British Royal Marine Commander, served 12 years. I go to war zones. I've done 3 feature documentaries. So my plan is I've got escape route, my escape route, try to get to the train station if we can. It's one plan. The second plan is a vehicle, try to get a vehicle to then cross the border. And then the third plan is to stay firm, just get into a bunker while the invasion's going to report what's going on. And then hopefully if the Russians do take the city, identify myself as a journalist and be protected under international law, or just stay and if the Ukrainians repel them. So I think if the Russians do assault Kyiv, it's going to be a very bloody battle because the people here are ready to fight.
All right. Well, Emil, we really appreciate your reporting and putting your own self at risk. Please stay as safe as possible. But we certainly appreciate the information we're getting from you and your perspective.
Thank you. And we want to let people know, of course, to get more information, you can go to our website, foxla.com/links. And by the way, that is where you can find Emil's Instagram handle, and you can follow him and get updates from there as well.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, the war in Ukraine can deliver gruesome images, but how do you talk to your kids about the war and this ongoing war in Ukraine? Well, Fox Los Angeles spoke with an expert to learn more. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
All right, 5:45 right now. Television and social media are flooded with terrifying images from Russia's attack on Ukraine.
It's hard to avoid. It's also hard enough for adults to understand the horror of war. So how do you even begin to explain it to your kids? Geopolitics, economics, historic boundaries, they're a little much for a dinner time conversation. Here to help us help your kids is Deborah Farmer-Chris, a former teacher and current education journalist for PBS. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So our first question is, what do? Do you bring it up? Should you bring it up? Or do you wait for your kids to ask you about it?
At this point, we have to bring it up as parents because there are probably very few kids in America that haven't heard, whether it's on the bus or a headline they're seeing or something flashing on the news. And if we're not bringing it up and talking about it in age-appropriate, calm terms with factual information that is tailored for their age, then they're going to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. And that can actually be more scary for them than us sitting down with a map and saying, let's find Ukraine, let's find Russia, and let's talk in really simple terms about what you might be hearing.
See, I think if I were a parent, if I had a young kid, I would not want to bring it up. So what is age appropriate?
So I'll start with my 8-year-old, then you can move up and down. And I brought it up, but since then he's heard about it from all of his classmates. And we really began with a globe. And we began by talking about a metaphor that I want you to imagine that somebody who was bigger than you came into your room and said, all of this is mine. That wouldn't feel good and it wouldn't be right. And that's what's happening when a much bigger country is coming into a smaller one and saying, this is all mine. For younger kids, it's a very similar metaphor. There's a leader who wants to come to a place and say, these things are mine. And there are countries all over the world who are saying that's not right. And they're doing their best to stop it. One of the other cues I take, though, which I think is important, is from Fred Rogers, who says, when there's anything scary in the news, help your kids look for the helpers. Because when things feel scary, sometimes tragedies can bring out the best in people, and showing that. So, for example, I don't want my children thinking that all Russians, it's easy to conflate and say this means we're enemies with Russia. No. So I showed my young son pictures of some of the Russian athletes who have spoken out against it because he loves sports. I talked about how we can help refugees and how we can donate some money. I showed pictures of people helping refugees. And those are the type of things that make him see that there's something big in the news, but there are a lot of people trying to do something to make a difference.
Even for adults, I think that's always a good thing to take a moment and focus on the good, because it starts to mentally impact you, all the negative images. But for a moment, let's talk about younger children, because it makes sense. When they're older, you want to give them the correct information, not have them fill in the gaps. But for younger children, for example, I have a 5-year-old, and she hasn't asked me about it because I've made sure the news isn't on, and it's not like her kids at school are talking about it. They're in kindergarten. I've gone out of my way to make sure she doesn't come across the horrible images and hear about what's going on.
Yeah, and I think at this age, one of the things to be mindful of is you might even say, have you heard anything about something happening in Ukraine and Russia? Because you might be surprised that she is from somebody at school. And she may have heard some words, but not putting it together. And you can just ask some questions and say, if you hear anything and you want to ask questions. And for young kids, often they'll come with a concern, and then as long as you assure them that they're safe and loved, that's what they need, and then they can continue on. But they know, if you've at least broached it in a small way, that if they do hear something on the bus and they can come to you, that you're the adult who already knows something, that you're the safe person to ask. And so by even at a very, very simple level, saying, you might be hearing about a couple of countries that are doing some fighting. If you ever have any questions, you can come talk to me about that. That might be enough for her to come the next day and say, someone at school said blank. And then you can take that parent role of, providing, again, very simple, age appropriate, with that constant emphasis that you are safe and loved.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it. It's an important conversation to have, and we appreciate you having it with us.
Thank you so much.
And that was Fox Los Angeles reporting. We are going to go out to a commercial break, but when we return, we are going to cover some of the latest headlines with Press Secretary Jen Psaki's White House press briefing from Friday, giving the latest on Ukraine and also the latest from other topics across the world. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
thrilled to have a very special guest with us today on Jobs Day. A remarkable Jobs Day it is. Dr. Cecilia Rouse, Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Because we're running a bit late, she has a very small window, but has agreed to take a few questions and also to come back. And then we will have a briefing as long as we can. And for those of you in the pool, we will keep you updated as well. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Good afternoon. So I really appreciate this opportunity to talk about today's job report, as this is a bright spot and a sign of our strong labor market recovery over the past year. The February jobs report is extremely solid. The economy added 678,000 jobs in February, well above market expectations. Revisions to the prior 2 months added over 90,000 more jobs than originally reported, with an average monthly gain of 582,000 over the past 3 months. Other data demonstrate our strong economic rebound. The unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8%, and the labor force participation rate ticked up, reaching a new pandemic high. Since President Biden took office, the economy created 7.4 million jobs. This includes the greatest single year of job growth in American history and the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years. This month's report reflects broad-based growth. For example, the unemployment rate for workers with less than a high school degree is the lowest on record. And employment in all major industries either grew or held steady. Last year, the economy created more manufacturing and trucking jobs than any year since 1994. While the care industry is still behind the overall labor market in terms of its recovery, we saw meaningful increases in nursing and residential care, child care, and state and local government, which is often schools. Notably, this month also saw the largest over-the-month increase in employment in home health care on record. These are important components in helping those with care responsibilities get back to work. We look at the prime age labor force because it is less affected by long-run changes in educational attainment or by the natural slowdown as people age and retire. This month, the employment rate for workers aged 25 to 54 rose, part of a relatively consistent rise. Overall, the recovery from the pandemic recession has been faster than any of the past recessions. For instance, in 2021, job growth averaged 562,000 jobs per month, nearly 3 times faster than from 2011 to 2019, the years following the Great Recession. The share of the labor force experiencing long-term unemployment or involuntary part-time work has fallen dramatically in the pandemic recovery, in part due to the investments of the American Rescue Plan. Both of these measures are often sources of scarring after an economic downturn, which describes conditions where workers suffer economic impacts for substantial time after the recession ends. For instance, after the Great Recession, the long-term unemployment rate reached 4.4%, but did not fall to 1% until 2017, about 7 years later than it reached its peak. From January to February of this year, the long-term unemployment rate held steady, but overall has dropped during the pandemic recovery from a high of 2.6%. We also know that one way scarring can affect workers is through increasing share of workers who cannot get all the hours that they want because they cannot find a full-time job or because business conditions are weak. But similar to the long-term unemployment rate, this measure has seen rapid recovery. The percent of the labor force that is working part-time for economic reasons ticked up in February to 2.5%, but remains below its level in February 2020. Monthly employment and unemployment data can be volatile, and payroll estimates can be subject to substantial revisions. Therefore, it's important to focus on trends rather than data in a single month, which is what the administration stresses every month. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Chair, you've seen a fairly substantial slide in the stock market this year. We've seen rising oil prices. Those are obviously pressures on the economy. Do you think that if those trends continue, that they will reverse the gains that you've seen?
So I think it's important to separate the stock market from the real economy. And the growth that we've seen in the real economy has been the fastest in almost 40 years. We've seen job growth that is historically fast. You know, obviously we are monitoring the financial sector. The actions of the Federal Reserve play a key role there, and obviously the tensions and the invasion of Russia of Ukraine is having an impact there. So we are monitoring, we are impacting, but quite honestly, we go into 2022 from a position of economic strength. The bones of this economy are strong and has the resilience to weather what is ahead of us in this year ahead.
Understanding that, excuse me, data is fluid and volatile right now, but given the strength that the U.S. economy has, how long can it withstand the spikes we've seen in commodities, just the general environment, before the threat of tipping into a recession becomes real at this point?
So, look, the economy is very strong. What we saw in February was that we added almost 700,000 jobs over the month as the cases of Omicron were coming down, but did not get down to zero. So what we saw was the resilience in this economy, that we were able to continue the recovery as we're also learning to live alongside of this pandemic and safely get back to our normal lives. So we are optimistic if we continue. The president has we have the tools. The president has asked for Congress to have additional tools, which we know are going to be so important as the pandemic is not over, but we know we have the therapeutics, we have the resources to develop vaccines quickly. We've got masking. We have the tools to navigate the pandemic as we go forward. So we are optimistic that we can continue this robust recovery. This president has an economic plan to grow this economy from the bottom up, middle out. It's premised on, making the key investments in this economy that have not been made over decades. So the bipartisan infrastructure law was a key component of that. And there are components of his, what were parts of Build Back Better, which is the, child tax credit, which is investments in children, paid leave, which help people balance work and home responsibilities, helping people get back to work and balance their care responsibilities, lowering costs for families, whether it's in prescription drugs, childcare costs that have been increasing for decades and that are so important to this economy. So this president is focused on that kind of economic investments, which are premised on increasing our economic capacity, which is the kind of sustainable economic growth that we're looking to see.
Given the good news that you just mentioned and the trend lines, which have been very, very positive, why do you think this president is not getting credit from voters for steering the economy in the right direction?
Well, I think that's a really complicated question. We know that the American Rescue Plan was really an insurance policy for this economy. What we know is that there are millions more families. We created, the economy created 7.4 million jobs over the past year during this presidency. And so we know millions of families are able to, have a job and put food on the table and pay their bills. What we know in the confidence data, a lot of that is premised on inflation. And we do have inflation. The president has acknowledged that. We understand that. He is focused on that. But what people also report is that their own finances are fairly healthy, but they see the kind of uncertainty in the economy that is there. So we're a pandemic-scarred society. That's not just the economy. There's uncertainty as we navigate our way out of this pandemic, and then the tensions, between Russia and Ukraine are going to add to that uncertainty as well.
As you described the strength in the economy, if there were a policy decision made to stop importing Russian oil, what impact would that have? And do you see a resilience in the American economy to withstand that?
So again, we're in a very good position. What we know is that, from the U.S. economy, we don't import a lot of Russian oil, but we are looking at options that we can take right now if we were to cut the U.S. consumption of Russian energy. But what's really most important is that we maintain a steady supply of global energy.
Last one, Josh.
Sorry, just to follow up on that, we're reporting right now that you are considering a ban on U.S. imports of Russian crude. Should I interpret your answer just now that it might be more targeted than that?
So we are considering a range of options, but what's really essential is that we maintain a steady supply of global energy. We don't want to disrupt. Look, energy is a global market, and we do not want to disrupt that market.
Today's report, the jobs number was great. The wage growth is pretty sluggish. I'm wondering, is that normal to expect a disconnect there? Does one typically follow the other? And what do you draw from that? How can you get wages to keep pace with the actual job numbers themselves?
So from month to month, data can be volatile. And so that's why we don't focus on month-to-month changes, especially in wages. But we did see robust growth even for lower wage industries, and we know that over the year wages are up. But the president's economic plan is really about having increases in wages that are sustained by increases in productivity, and they're really premised on the increase in the economic capacity, and that help families by lowering costs on those, in those areas, healthcare, prescription care, childcare, that we know have been really squeezing pocketbooks over several decades.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome anytime.
Okay, I just have 2 items for all of you at the top. I just wanted to provide, I know we announced this yesterday or the day before, but a brief overview on two critical urgent funding needs the administration has sent to Congress. First, to provide assistance to Ukraine. The United States has already provided over $1.4 billion in assistance to Ukraine since 2021, and together with our European allies and partners, we are holding Russia accountable for its unjustified and unprovoked invasion. To continue this important work, we're requesting $10 billion to deliver additional security assistance for Ukraine, to provide life-saving humanitarian assistance for the Ukrainian people, and more support for stronger sanctions enforcement and for U.S. troop deployments to reinforce NATO's eastern flank and deter Russian aggression. This is an urgent priority. I think everybody would agree, Democrats, Republicans, the American people, and it is urgent so that we can continue to deliver on our commitment to support the Ukrainian people. Second, the other part of our request is on COVID-19 response. While we now have tools like vaccines, treatments, tests, and high-quality masks to protect people, we didn't get here by accident. It's a result of wise investments over the past 14 months that led to this widespread availability. And I would note that we did that while we had the rise of two variants that weren't even planned for, of course. Well, they were planned for, but we had to account for them, I should say, in our spending. We need additional funding from Congress to secure more medical supplies to keep this country moving forward. And let me be very clear, this is an urgent request, and this is what is at stake in our fight against COVID. By May, our current supply of monoclonal antibodies will stock out. By July, the current supply of pre-exposure prophylaxis drugs used to protect immunocompromised people will stock out. Funds are needed in March to secure additional supply in July. You have to order them ahead so that you have them when they're needed when you run out of stock. By September, we anticipate our supply of oral antivirals will run out if additional pills are not purchased now. And within weeks, we expect testing capacity to drop if additional investments are not made soon. And as I would note in the President's State of the Union, he also announced the American people can order more tests. So there, we obviously want to meet that demand. Given how costly COVID has been, with so many of our fellow Americans hospitalized or dying and our daily lives disrupted, we simply cannot afford to wait on investing now and keeping people protected. Also just wanted to give you a preview of the week ahead. On Tuesday, the President will travel to Fort Worth, Texas, to speak with veterans, caregivers, and survivors about addressing the health effects of environmental exposures, such as burn pits. Obviously, he talked about this priority in his State of the Union address earlier this week. It's part of his unity agenda for the nation. He supports legislation that would expand access to health care and benefits for veterans affected by these exposures during military service, and he was encouraged by the passage of a bipartisan bill in the House just yesterday. Wednesday evening, the President will deliver remarks at the Senate Democratic Caucus Retreat. On Thursday, sorry, I'm going to sneeze at some point. On Thursday, just wanted to not scare anyone, the President will welcome the President of Colombia to the White House to celebrate 200 years of positive diplomatic relations and consult on a range of regional and global issues of mutual interest. During their bilat, the leaders plan to reaffirm the bilateral relationship and discuss COVID-19 response, future pandemic preparedness, economic recovery, and regional responses to migration. That evening, he will deliver remarks to the Democratic National Committee members at their winter meeting, and on Friday, he will travel to Philadelphia, where he will deliver remarks at the House Democratic Caucus Retreat. I would note that Friday is also when we will be marking the anniversary of the American Rescue Plan. I'm sure you will all be celebrating with us, voluntarily or not. So we look forward to that. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. So President Biden has promised that there's going to be no American boots on the ground, and he's also acknowledging that the war in Ukraine is going to impact pocketbooks. We see, especially with what happened last night with the nuclear facility in Ukraine, no sign of Putin stopping, and in fact, he's telling Macron that he's in this till the end. So I wonder what makes the administration confident that Americans are willing to, pay for the price of Ukrainian liberty, especially if this is going to drag on for long. And then I have a separate question.
Sure. Well, to be very clear, and I think you all heard the president convey this in his speech the other night, the reason why we are seeing volatility in the global oil markets, the reason why the price of gas is going up, is not because of steps the president has taken. They are because President Putin is invading Ukraine, and that is creating a great deal of instability in the global marketplace. So what we are trying to do, and what the president is focused on doing, is taking every step we can to mitigate the impact of that. Obviously, he announced the release of more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, did that in a coordinated way. We have a range of options on the table we are considering. But where we are at in this moment is certainly we are taking steps to stand up for democracy versus autocracy, stand up to the actions of a brutal dictator. But it is because of his actions that we are in this circumstance.
One other question on the Supreme Court reinstating the death penalty for Boston bomber.
Yeah.
I wondered, I know there's a moratorium, on the death penalty the DOJ has put in place, but are there any other actions planned or any other steps taken to keep the president's pledge to end the death penalty?
Well, the president certainly supports the Attorney General's decision to issue a moratorium on federal executions while it conducts a comprehensive review of the practice. And that practice and process is ongoing. And the president has expressed before that he has deep concerns about whether capital punishment is consistent with the values that are fundamental to our sense of justice and fairness. Obviously, I can't. This is a case that the Department of Justice could certainly speak to, but I would just say that President expressed horror at the events of the Boston Marathon bombing at the time. He believes that Tsarnaev should be punished for responsibility in the murder of 3 innocent people at the marathon, for wounding dozens of others, and for his role in killing 2 police officers who were attempting to bring him and his brother to justice. And he knows the deep pain that his crime caused. As the president said at the one-year commemoration of the bombing, quote, "I know that no memorial, no words, no act can fully provide the solace that your heart still yearn to acquire." He has made clear, as I noted, his grave concerns about capital punishment as implemented, but he respects the process and the ongoing review that is being led by the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. Go ahead.
Thank you. Overnight, we saw the Russians. Nuclear power plant last night. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv noted on Twitter, it is a war crime to attack a nuclear power plant. Putin's shelling of Europe's largest nuclear plant takes his reign of terror one step further. So just to be clear, is it now the position of the U.S. government that Putin has engaged in war crimes?
Well, we have an internal review that's been ongoing prior to last night to collect evidence and data of the targeting of civilians, of the reported use of horrific weapons of war on the ground in Ukraine. That's an ongoing process. We have not made conclusions. It's a legal review and a process that goes through the administration. What I will say is that the intentional targeting of civilians or civilian objects would be considered a war crime, even as we are assessing that. Regardless of the legality, this action was the height of irresponsibility. The Kremlin must cease operations around nuclear infrastructure, and we have, of course, remaining concerns. I would note that just on the in the developments that have happened overnight as it relates to the nuclear power plant, I mean, obviously the Russian government's actions were extremely reckless and dangerous. They could have posed a profound threat to the safety of civilians in the region and beyond. We do applaud the ability of the Ukrainian operators to keep all 6 reactors in safe conditions while under attack and to report as they were able to the nuclear regulator, which certainly was helpful. As you know, last night the president not only spoke with President Zelenskyy, he also spoke last night to the head of the National Nuclear Security Administration for an update on the situation at the plant. So that is a piece of positive news for the moment. But we remain concerned, of course, about the fact that they have clearly taken control of the plants, or it appears so. The Russian military has. The best step for nuclear safety would be for Russia to immediately withdraw its forces around the facility.
And on the Hill, we've now seen this really sort of broad range of bipartisan support behind this legislation to ban Russian oil imports. The Speaker has said she's all for banning Russian oil. I guess first, just what is your stance on the Senate bill, and is this something that the President would sign?
Well, I think as we talked about a little bit yesterday, how the President has been approaching any of the steps we've taken as it relates to Russia and the actions of Russia and holding President Putin accountable is to take every step to the maximum impact that will impact President Putin, the Russian economy. I mean, the stock market has been closed now for the longest time in history. Russia is in a full-blown financial crisis. According to JP Morgan analysts, there will be a collapse in the Russian GDP. So clearly those actions are working. We will have one of his principles from the beginning has been to do that in a unified way, in a coordinated way, because we are stronger if we are together as we work with the Europeans. The third principle, or another principle, I'm not sure what number I'm on right now, has been to, while we're maximizing the impact, to minimize it on the American people, on the global markets, on and certainly we are mindful as we look at all of these options of making sure we're not having that impact. So we want to maintain, as Dr. Rouse said, a steady global supply of energy with whatever actions we take.
So is that a no? He would not sign this legislation?
Again, we remain in contact and discussion with members of Congress. We are looking at options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but we are very focused on minimizing the impact to families. If you reduce supply in the global marketplace, you are going to raise gas prices. You're going to raise the price of oil, and that is something the President is very mindful of and focused on. Go ahead.
CC alluded to something several officials have, and you kind of just did too, that there is a review of options that would allow you to cut consumption but maintain market stability and supply. Can you outline any of those options in detail that are under review right now?
Well, there are both international and domestic options. I'm not going to get into too much detail because our focus is on discussing what's possible, what will have the maximum impact, and not putting any of them at risk. But broadly speaking, part of what we're trying to do internationally is have conversations, as we have been for weeks now, with global suppliers about meeting the needs, the supply needs in the marketplace. The reduction of supply, the reduction of oil would raise prices, right? right? So that is one of the things that we have been focused on. We've talked a little bit about engagements that Brett McGurk has had, that Amos Hochstein have had. These are ongoing discussions. There's not a day that goes by, or maybe even an hour that goes by probably, where members of our national security team and economic team aren't communicating with their counterparts around the world about exactly this issue. There are also a range of domestic options that are out there. Obviously, the president announced the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That is something where the process is just getting going right now. It takes a little bit to get that going, and then he'll consider and continue to discuss with his team other steps that we could take domestically.
Does the potential for an Iran deal factor into supply considerations at this point?
I would say that the biggest priority with the Iran deal is having visibility into and preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Obviously, as a part of that, if you go back to the implementation of the JCPOA, would be the availability of oil. But I would say that our first and foremost priority focus is on preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon.
And then last one, there was significant preparation that lead up to the Russian invasion in terms of cyber defenses in the U.S. with the private sector. Does the U.S. intelligence community have any analysis as to why there has not been any offensive Russian action on the cyber front as it pertains to the United States?
It's a really good question, Phil. I don't think anything that I could provide to you from the podium. I would say that the cyber preparations, as you noted, but just for others, those began in earnest back in the fall, just as all of our engagements with foreign counterparts, preparations and discussions about efforts to avoid challenges in the global oil markets, making sure we were unified with our European partners. Those engagements with the private sector began. They continued back in the fall, but as it relates to this potential threat, they escalated, they increased back in the fall. But in terms of why not yet, I can't speak to that, but we are certainly prepared if that does happen. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. President is meeting with the Finnish president shortly.
Yeah.
Does President Biden want Finland to join NATO?
That would be up to leaders of Finland and the NATO alliance to determine.
Senator Lindsey Graham said last night that someone ought to assassinate President Putin. Does the White House have any take on that statement? Is it helpful at this point?
That is not the position of the United States government, and certainly not a statement you'd hear come from the mouth of anybody working in this administration.
It sounds like the Vice President is going to be heading abroad. Can you tell us a little bit more about where she'll be going and what the goal of that trip will be?
Not yet, but certainly the Vice President has been deeply engaged. She's obviously already made a trip to Europe. I expect there'll be more soon, but I don't have anything to report out to you at this particular moment.
And then finally, yesterday you said the U.S. doesn't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy, but now it sounds like the White House actually is considering cutting off Russian oil imports. What changed? Is it just this drumbeat coming from both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill that's getting really, really loud?
I wouldn't say our position has changed in any way since yesterday. There isn't a strategic interest in reducing global oil supply because that will increase the price of barrels of oil and increase gas prices. So we are looking at ways to, and I said yesterday, I believe, that we are looking at ways to reduce the import of Russian oil while also making sure that we are maintaining the global supply needs out there. I don't have anything to predict in terms of what that will look like, and we, of course, remain engaged with our friends in Congress. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. There have been some calls to establish safe passage corridors for humanitarian aid purposes. Is that something that the U.S. is at all working on? And then how would it be enforced? Because in 2014, the Russians killed a whole bunch of Ukrainians who were trying to flee in a similar fashion.
Well, we are in close contact with Ukrainian leadership to support their efforts, and you're absolutely right. Humanitarian corridors are absolutely critical to help evacuate civilians, provide urgently needed humanitarian aid such as food, water, medical supplies to ensure civilians can travel safely. We've seen and continue to see devastating attacks on cities and infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and houses. that are catastrophic at the hands of the Russian military. So what we need to see is sincerity about the implementation of humanitarian access, work to establish that quickly. In terms of the implementation of that, I don't think I have any more details to convey here, but I think obviously saying you're going to do humanitarian corridors or conveying an openness to that, as to your point, is very different from allowing food, water, medical supplies, and civilians to move. And certainly there would need to be an implementation component, and they would need to take the implementation of it seriously.
Is that something that then the U.S. is going to discuss with NATO about potentially getting involved in doing?
I just don't have more details on the implementation for you to outline from here, but certainly, the establishment and of humanitarian corridors, the implementation of it, the Russian leadership taking that effort seriously would be something we would welcome.
And then following up on Phil's question about the cyber attacks. Obviously, it didn't happen leading up to the invasion, but do we have, as the U.S., a capability of knowing whether or not they tried to do something like that?
We have a range of capabilities. I'm not going to get into them from here.
And then what happens if, you talked about the legal review is happening for the war crime element earlier. What happens next if the review finds that Putin did commit war crimes? Then what happens?
Well, there's a range of means. I would say first, we have our own internal review going on, and if we as we continue that, we will provide any information to both the International Criminal Court, the UN, other entities that are investigating from an international standpoint. We also helped pass a resolution at the UN Human Rights Council to establish a commission of inquiry, which would be an entity where we could provide information that could support future investigations and also determine, to your question, I think, accountability measures. We also joined 44 other countries in establishing an expert mission through the OSCE to investigate possible violations and abuses of international human rights and humanitarian law by Russia and its forces. So typically, obviously, we have a range of resources here, as other countries do, and our focus would be feeding that into the international process.
In terms of what you just laid out there, and I know yesterday you said that you didn't see Russia being booted from the UN Security Council because they have a permanent seat. How do you reconcile potential that you have a member of the Security Council that's flagrantly undermining the charter? Is there anything that can be done, especially if he is found to be committing war crimes?
Well, I think that's part of the accountability question, right, Jackie? And obviously determination about the future role of any country in an organization would be up to the member countries of that organization. We are one. We are not the only one, but certainly accountability would be a part of that process.
Because it would be a concern for the U.S. or for the UN for their, for everything they stand for to have.
I think the UN has been, and the vast majority of countries in the UN have been incredibly aligned and outspoken about the horrific and barbaric actions that they have seen by the Russian military and at the direction of President Putin on the ground.
One last one. Zelenskyy said yesterday that What's the president's response to that?
I would say that, one, President Zelenskyy has been standing up courageously and bravely in a moment where his country, his own security, his own concerns about his security are understandably under threat. We have been, the United States has been working for months to build a global coalition that will hold President Putin accountable. We have been providing a historic amount of security assistance, military assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance to President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian leaders, and we will certainly continue to stand by his side. Go ahead, Kelly.
Can you give us any sense of a timeline or a triggering event that would result in this policy change regarding Russian oil and any decisions that may be forthcoming? Is that imminent, or is there something that, is there an event, an outside event that you're waiting for?
I wouldn't say, Kelly, it's an outside event. I think our continuing concern continues to be, everybody wants to hold President Putin and the Russian leadership accountable. Everybody supports the efforts that the President Biden has been leading around the world to put in place crippling financial sanctions, and they have had an enormous impact. But what we are also mindful of is not taking steps that would have the impact of raising energy prices, raising oil prices, raising gas prices for the American public. And we also are mindful of doing things in a way that is unified with our partners around the world.
Can you speak to how the president has steeled himself, hardened himself, if you will? He's made a commitment not to put American troops in a military position in Ukraine. You've outlined all the steps the U.S. and allies are taking, but he's also watching what is happening, as are many Americans who are concerned about the atrocities that are taking place, the loss of life, the civilians that are being affected. Does the U.S. just watch this get worse? Is that what we should all be prepared for?
I would just argue we're hardly watching. We have provided $1 billion in military and security assistance, including a range of defensive weapons that we have expedited delivery to the Ukrainian leadership and Ukrainian military. We have been the largest provider of economic and humanitarian assistance. We have rallied the world to stand up against President Putin. We are not watching. The president is leading the world in responding to this. However, he is not going to put U.S. military, men and women serving, on the front lines of battle in Ukraine to fight Russia. That has never that has never been his plan, never been his policy, and he has no intention of doing that. Go ahead.
Understanding it's not the position of the U.S. government, what Lindsey Graham said last night. What Lindsey Graham did suggest is that there's no peaceful resolution here while Vladimir Putin is still in power in Russia. Does the president share that view?
The president believes there continues to be a diplomatic path forward. That is the path forward that will help resolve what we're seeing on the ground. President Putin has the ability to de-escalate. We have left the door open 4 months now to be engaged through de-escalation, if de-escalation occurs. Obviously, humanitarian corridors, a ceasefire, those would all be steps that would be welcomed. But no, we are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
Quick question on the Iran talks. There was a British diplomat that tweeted this morning that the talks are close. One of the reported demands of the Iranians is that this administration reverse the policy of the last one and remove the IRGC from the list of foreign terrorist organizations. What's the U.S. position on that?
Look, we are close. We are making progress, but there's still more work to be done, and I'm just not going to negotiate from here. Go ahead.
Jen, the NATO Secretary General gave a really pessimistic assessment of the conflict. He said the days to come are likely to be worse with more death, more suffering, more destruction. Is that an assessment that the White House shares at this point? And is there concern that the tide may be turning here in the favor of Russia?
Well, I don't know that the tide has ever turned against them in the sense that we've seen the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian leadership act incredibly courageously, bravely, stand up and hold off, I think to the surprise of the world, the Russian military longer than many would have assessed possible. But the ambitions of President Putin have never changed, right? The efforts of the Russian military to charge towards Kyiv have never changed. So we are continuing, and our assessment has not changed on what their intentions are.
And just Zelenskyy said, he reiterated his interest in talking to Putin. He said he needs to talk to Putin, the world needs to talk to Putin, there is no other way to stop the war. What conditions does the president need in order to have a conversation with Putin? And does he see any kind of engagement with Putin directly as constructive at this point?
For President Putin, I mean for President Biden or for President Zelenskyy? Look, President Biden has no intention at this moment of engaging directly with President Putin. He is in the middle of an escalatory war in a sovereign foreign country. This is not the moment for the President of the United States to engage directly with President Putin. What I would say is that he leaves the door open to diplomacy. That has never closed shut. There are certainly steps. Well, I'm not going to outline from here because we'll engage on this through diplomatic channels, what exactly it would look like. There are obvious steps that can be taken. Humanitarian corridors, a ceasefire. Those would all be welcome steps. But in terms of what conditions, it's not the moment now, and I can't predict for you if and when the moment would be. Go ahead.
Can I just ask briefly, the President spoke, of course, about the need to confirm his Fed nominees in his State of the Union speech. The Republicans on the committee issued a statement yesterday digging in essentially on Sarah Bloom Raskin. I'm wondering whether the White House remains committed with Senator Brown and advancing all the nominees in one slate, and if you have any response to the Republicans.
Yeah, we absolutely do. All 5 of our nominees, including Sarah Bloom Raskin, are well qualified for these positions, and we're calling on the Senate to confirm them as soon as possible. I think it's important to remember what is happening here. The Republicans are not showing up to a committee vote. If one of them showed up, there'd be a quorum to have a vote, and there are enough votes to move her past the committee. That's what's happening. They're not doing their job here, which is just to show up. They don't have to vote for her. They just have to be in the room, which is essentially what people have elected them to do. So we stand by all of our nominees. We're continuing to engage with Senator Brown on moving them forward. And certainly we believe at this moment, when inflation is on the minds of Americans, when rising costs is on the minds of Americans, one thing that the Senate could do is confirm these nominees. Go ahead.
Russia has cut off access to Facebook inside of Russia. How does that affect U.S. efforts? Does the White House have concerns about that source of information to Russian citizens being cut off?
You know, this is part of their effort, as you know, to cut off a range of information from their public. They had talked about this a little bit yesterday, but there are concerning steps they have taken to crack down on any form of information being shared with our public. Certainly Facebook is a part of that. They've also threatened fines for journalists reporting on the ground. They've threatened, they've conveyed that there are only certain words their own Russian media can use at the risk of being fined or even jailed. This is a pattern. This is not necessarily a new approach that they have taken, but to crack down on information in their country to reach the Russian people. So certainly we are deeply concerned about this and concerned about the threat on freedom of speech in the country.
One other completely unrelated question. Loved ones who have lost people to COVID, some of them are advocating for a COVID Memorial Day or a physical memorial. Does the White House have any view on that? Would you support something like that?
I think there's no question the president feels it's important to remember, to memorialize, to take a moment to think of all of the people who have lost, whose lives have been lost, and all of the loved ones who have lost loved ones. He talked about this in the State of the Union, right? In terms of a memorial, I would say there's an openness, but right now we're still battling the virus and still battling the pandemic and working to get funding from Congress to make sure we can continue to do that and moving towards hopefully getting vaccines approved for kids under 5. So there's more steps we're taking, and right now I just don't have any prediction of what that may look like. But certainly memorializing lives lost is something we are open to. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Jen. 2 questions for you. First of all, just on the idea of a ban on purchasing Russian oil. The Wall Street Journal had a pretty good story earlier this week, noting that the price of Russian oil has declined as the price of other oil has increased. And I wonder how much of this idea might already be sort of baked in, how much of the pricing might already be baked in, whether that is something that you're thinking of, the White House is thinking about as it's deciding whether or not to do this ban.
You mean how much of it is baked into the Russian economy in terms of having an impact?
How much of it's baked into the rise in oil that, given that Russian oil prices are going down and people are, it's not being purchased out of the concern that, there's some uncertainty about delivery and there's some uncertainty about, whether there could be larger scale bans, that the ensuing prices are all going up anyway. So you're not really losing that much by banning Russian oil because nobody's really buying it.
Well, I think what most experts on the global oil markets would say, though, is that reducing global oil supply would have an impact on the price of barrels of oil and ultimately gas prices. So that is our concern. Now, again, we will continue to have a range of conversations, but I think part of our assessment here is that while maximizing the impacts by taking a range of steps we've already taken, we are mindful of minimizing the impacts on the public, and certainly the rising price of oil and the impact on gas prices is one we are focused on.
And just quickly, there's a Washington Post event earlier today where John Bolton said that Trump, quote, may well have withdrawn from NATO in a second term, and that Putin was, quote, waiting for that. And I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
Well, I think that's, I saw those comments. Another reason why the American people are grateful, the majority of the American people, that President Biden has not taken a page out of his predecessor's playbook as it relates to global engagement and global leadership, because certainly we could be in a different place. I mean, there's no question that the strength and unity of NATO has been a powerful force in this moment, and it may take longer time to have the hopeful impact, but that is the strengthening of NATO. We think is unquestionably good for our security here in the United States and for the global security. Go ahead, Trevor.
Jen, you said earlier in the briefing that you'd be providing information to the International Criminal Court about any war crimes being committed by Vladimir Putin. It's long been the position of this administration that the ICC should not get involved in countries where they don't have jurisdiction. You've made that argument about the U.S. You've made that argument about Israel. Do you have a different position when it comes to Russia, and if so, why?
I think my point is that we would provide any information through our own process that became available to all of the international entities that are looking into and exploring this exact question.
So there's no change in your overall view that they shouldn't
Well,
take
we're not
action?
a member of the ICC, right? Neither is Russia. They are exploring this. There are other entities. I mentioned that we were a part of moving forward a commission through the UN, which is certainly another entity that is looking into this and exploring this question.
Okay, and then on Finland, can you confirm that Finland is asking for the United States support in becoming a major non-member ally to NATO? And would you support that? Would you oppose it? Where are you guys on that?
It's a mouthful of a title, isn't it? I know, you got it out there, though. Look, I think the president is meeting with his counterpart shortly this afternoon. I will let them speak to what their aspirations are. And again, it would be up to NATO, the NATO alliance, to make any determinations about next steps.
And just more broadly, just on kind of security guarantees to Finland, I mean, they're kind of in a similar position to Ukraine, right? They're thinking about what kind of military alliances they want to have with the West. And as they're having that conversation and that thought process, Russia invaded one. So does Finland need some kind of similar security guarantees? Do they need more security guarantees than Ukraine got? And what is the U.S. willing to provide?
Well, without getting ahead of the meeting, I expect they will discuss, of course, the strong history of the U.S.-Finland's defense relationship, which is complemented by Finland's close relationship with NATO. Finland's current status as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But again, this is a continuing conversation. I'm sure that their defense and security and our close ties will be a part of it, but we'll let them have the meeting, and then we will have more to say, I'm sure, after it concludes. Go ahead, David.
Just following on the Finland thing briefly before I get to my question, I think the phrase is a major non-NATO ally, and that is something the U.S. can designate by itself without having to go to NATO. As you suggested, Pakistan, for example, is a major non-NATO ally. Is that something that we are considering in Finland's case?
I think we're going to let the meeting take place, and then we will have more to say after the meeting concludes.
Okay. On your answer before on Iran, Has the president reviewed the current draft agreement? I understand there are some issues, including some with the IAEA, that are going to get addressed tomorrow when the chief of the IAEA is in Tehran. But has he reviewed and approved the agreement as it now stands?
He has been regularly briefed on the status of the negotiations, but I'm not going to get into more specifics beyond that.
His belief that any of this has to go to Congress, you've gotten that letter from 30-odd members of Congress.
We are aware of the letter. I don't have anything to convey on that either. Let's see where this lands. Obviously, there's more work to be done, pivotal pieces at the very end, so I don't have anything to convey officially on that at this point.
And the very last is just a follow-up on Phil's question. So on the question of why it is that we have not seen more cyber activity by the Russians at this point, do you believe it has to do more with the defenses, as you described, in other words, passive deterrence that wouldn't be able to affect us, or do you think it has to do with something that was happening inside Russia, decisions that they made about when to go use these weapons?
It's not a place I can get into from here, David. I would say, though, we continue to be prepared. We continue to be prepared for retaliatory action, whether it is cyber or other means, and it's something we've been preparing for several months. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple of questions. President Zelenskyy said yesterday that if the West is unwilling to put in place a no-fly zone, it should at least provide Ukraine with warplanes so it can defend itself. Is that something that the U.S. is considering?
We have provided a range of security and military assistance, including defensive assistance. We've recently provided helicopters that I think my defense colleagues confirmed earlier today or yesterday, but I don't have anything in addition to predict on that front.
And on a different topic, Ron Klain was on a podcast yesterday, and he suggested that the president was considering further extending the student loan moratorium, which expires in May. What can you tell us about that? When can we expect a decision? And is he looking at another 90-day extension?
Certainly understand your question. That is obviously something we will continue to assess and review as we get closer to May. Typically, there's a period of time where you need to make a decision, or you at least need to convey to the lenders what they should prepare for, but I don't have anything to predict at this point in time. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Since the mask rules here have changed,
it's like hearing your voice on the answering machine. Go ahead.
Since the mask rules at the White House have changed this week, has there been any change to the testing protocols for the president? How regularly is he getting tested for COVID?
There have not been changes to the testing protocol that I'm aware of. I would note that for all of us, we are still tested. If you see the president, you're tested that day. If you're not going to see the president, everybody is on a different version of a testing protocol.
Has he been tested since Tuesday night State of the Union?
Let me check, and we will get the answer back out to all of you after the briefing. Go ahead.
Ukraine asked for foreign reinforcements. What's the White House position on volunteer international fighters who want to go to Ukraine? Would you encourage Americans go there to fight, or would you rather warn because they are not protected by Geneva Convention, and maybe also it would play in the hand of Putin's narrative of...
Well, our guidance continues to be that American citizens should not travel to Ukraine for any reason, so that's where it stands. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. A very factual question first. Could you maybe give us the exact number of how many Russian people and entities have been sanctioned by the United States, and how it compares to the European Union, where altogether 680 people and 53 entities have been subjected to...
I'm sure we can get you that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but let us get that to you after the briefing.
Another one on oil imports again. Sorry about that. Do I understand it right that the United States really won't take that decision unless the Europeans take a similar decision, because Europeans rely way more heavily on Russian gas? And is there this idea that making that decision from here would somehow, not work well with allies?
Well, we have from the beginning taken steps in coordination with our allies and partners in Europe, and that continues to be the first principle for the president. And obviously, as we're making any decisions in this space, that would apply. But also, what also applies to this space is our focus, and I think the focus of the Europeans as well, on not taking steps that would create increased volatility in the global oil markets, increase the price of oil, a barrel of oil, or increase gas prices. So we're looking at all of that. Go ahead. Oh, good. Okay, guys, that'll be the last one. Go ahead.
Quickly, then, so would the president then welcome Iranian oil coming into the United States in order to increase that supply?
Again, there's not a deal at this point in time. While we're close, we're not there. So if and when we get to that point, we can speak to that question.
One more. So yesterday you said, less oil supply. You said it again today. It raises prices, and you said so I asked the American Petroleum Institute about those 9,000 leases that you've been talking about. The president and CEO of that group says that a lot of policies that have been put in place by this administration, including a ban on new development of federal lands and federal waters, is really hindering American energy development during a critical time. Also, he says the royalty fees increasing on drilling discourages investment. So are there any plans to reverse any of these policies to encourage investment?
I think he may have avoided your question. I mean, because the fact is that onshore alone, as of the start of this year, the industry had more than 9,000 unused approved permits to drill in the United States. I didn't hear him speak to that in particular. And of the more than 37 million acres under lease offshore and onshore to the oil and gas industry, nearly 60% are currently non-producing. Now, obviously, our view on drilling over the long term is different, I would suspect, than the person you spoke to, which is that what overall we need to do here is reduce our dependence on oil. Europeans are doing that, we're doing that, and I think what we're all going through now in this discussion of banning oil imports and the volatility in the global markets, oil markets, is a reminder of that. So, but there's no shortage of drilling leases that can be used domestically to enhance production in this moment. The oil and gas industry is literally sitting on stockpiled leases and permits. Thanks, everyone. Okay. I'm sorry. I think everybody has to wrap and go to the next engagement here. But see you all on Monday or later today. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now. We are just going on 3:30 Pacific time here on the West Coast, and we're going to continue our coverage on Ukraine. Fox 11 Los Angeles spoke in a special report to a Ukrainian woman who is currently in the war zone, hiding out in the countryside, and they spoke with her about her experience and her path forward. So I'm going to play that next here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
Face of war, what is daily life like in Ukraine? Here to tell that story, we are joined live by Jane Savorka. Jane, thank you so much for being with us tonight, which we know is dark and early for you, 5 a.m. just after that for your Thursday morning.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. We want to let our viewers know that you are in a undisclosed location, a small village where you're seeking refuge. We're not disclosing that for your safety, of course. How have you managed over the last week?
It's been really tough because the new reality hits you and you don't have a daily routine to that. Honestly, just take it day by day. But there are some habits that you literally develop. Like you don't accept the sky anymore as something peaceful. You accept that as a threat. You're afraid of the nighttime. Every time you see the plane, you understand that there's something happening nearby, and it's never good.
Yeah, and so let's walk us through a little bit of daily life. We've got some video of a bunker that you've sort of created. This is you here, and then we look, and that's the window, which you're clearly shielding. And then you're staying now with young people as well, different families staying together, including that little boy right there. Talk to us about your arrangement.
Well, basically, there are 3 families here, and we didn't even know each other before this whole thing started. We accidentally happened to be, it's my coworker's son, but my coworker is not here. He was, we work for a travel show, so he's in Portugal right now. And I met his wife because we were supposed to take the same flight before they shut down the airport, and I had nowhere to go, so she took me with her, and that's the house where her husband grew up. We're in Western Ukraine right now. So the house was semi-abandoned, and there's another family living with us. Their apartment got completely destroyed. He used to work for the same company, so the husband knows him as well. So he came here with his 2 kids. So there's 10 of us in this house, including 4 kids and 6 adults.
Wow. How, in terms of supplies, are you getting enough supplies? Do you have enough food?
See, because we're in a village, people tend to preserve a lot of food, but in terms of buying food, if you're not from here, it might be really difficult because the stores, mainly right now, they have ice cream and chips. I don't know why chips, but there's still some, but it's getting lower and lower. We have like empty shelves. And again, mind is that I'm in Western Ukraine. I have a friend that I'm constantly talking to. She's in occupied city, Nova Kakhovka. I don't know if you know what that is. It's by Kherson. And she's saying like there's no food there. And even for those who occupied the city, they're literally going to civilian houses and not asking for food. They're demanding food, and they're killing people if they see them on the street. It's just nonsense.
We've got a picture of some of the kids that you are staying with as well. This is all of you huddled together in safety at night. You're not supposed to turn on the lights. It's supposed to be quiet because of all of this as well. So we know that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that are leaving Ukraine. You've made the decision to stay. Why stay in Ukraine? Why not try to leave the country?
First of all, it's my country. Why should I stay? Why should I leave? They should leave. And because I need to fight for it. If everybody's going to leave, then nobody's going to win. We're just going to lose our homes, our lives, and it's pointless. And I don't have kids or anyone that, I don't want to say I'm not that important, but I'm needed here to help. And be proactive versus just escaping.
Well, that makes me think of your mother. She's refusing to leave her.
No, my mom, she's stubborn. She's in all volunteering groups creating those, because they didn't attack my city as much as of now. They're trying to create a circle. But my mom goes every single day and creates those exposures in the bottles. Like she braids the little things to light them up. She's one of the biggest volunteers in my hometown.
So your mother is creating Molotov cocktails to try to kill Russian forces. We hear about these grandmothers that are making Molotov cocktails, and your mother is doing that. And so we know also all of the men between 18 and 60 are being told to stay in the country and fight. I presume you've got relatives, friends, other people that are part of that. How do you deal with that, knowing that people that you love are literally in the streets fighting right now?
They're actually really patriotic about it, and there's not even, they don't ask them. A lot of people volunteer, and they're alliance of people who want to be active and participate and defend their homeland. So how I feel proud of them, that they're not escaping, that they're not just hiding somewhere. And honestly, even if you're a refugee in other parts of Ukraine, like right now in Western Ukraine, everybody who brought their families here, they have to go to the village government and say and acknowledge they're here in case that they need more manforce.
Yeah, the heroic stories are absolutely incredible. Getting back to your just daily life, it's Thursday morning, as mentioned, after 5 a.m. What do you do each day? What does your Thursday look like?
Well, today I'm in charge of breakfast, so right after we're done, I'm going to go and make one for the entire family. Then, well, we call each other family as of now. And then another girl, she's in charge of cleaning. After that, we'll probably take kids for a little walk because they're going crazy if they stay inside of the house. And then I'm going to put the youngest one to bed. One of the girls will stay here with them. Another one's going to go volunteer. By now, they found a group in this village to volunteer.
What do you, real quickly, what do you say to the young kids? How do you explain this to them?
Honestly, I don't know what's the right way, and their parents are a little bit more scared than I am. So I'm just trying to talk to them and say, we're safe, it's fine. But I don't know if that's the right way to downplay it, but seeing them crying, being terrified when we went to the basement for the first time and they all were screaming and crying, that was not the way to deal with it. So my personal choice was to tell them it's a semi-game. Like, we're just playing, you know, everything is fine, don't be scared. But those two kids whose apartment got bombed, they know it's not a game. The first day, the oldest girl, she was 11, she's been standing with a backpack the entire day and cried. She was ready to go and go and go because she woke up to the explosion.
Before we let you go, I want to know what you think of the U.S. response. What is your message to the U.S., and particularly President Biden?
Well, we definitely feel the support, and I want to say thank you. Everybody here is really appreciated, but we still need more. I see from the groups that I volunteer in my hometown, and they're still looking for helmets, they're still looking for bulletproof vests, they're still in need of ammunition and everything, because people I created the Molotov cocktail, not because we're so well armed, but mainly it's just because we don't have enough.
Wow. Well, we thank you for your bravery and courage in fighting for your country, your families as well, and for taking a moment to talk with us, because I think hearing from you brings this story to life in a way you can't quite get just reading about it on social media or seeing images. It really is quite something to hear from you and know that there are so many more millions of people like you going through similar stories. Jane, be safe, and please check in with us as well. It'd be great to be able to chart your story and hopefully a happy ending to this story as well.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you and your
Thank
family.
you.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation, continuing our coverage on Ukraine, which has entered its 11th day of war, the Russian war on Ukraine, and fighting remains intense in Ukraine. And we're going to continue our coverage. One Chicago woman heading on a holiday trip to her native home of Ukraine to visit family and to undergo a medical procedure. But then the war broke out. Now, she was able to flee to Poland after a 24-hour trip that was out of Kyiv, and Fox 32 Chicago had a chance to talk with her about her experience. Let's take a look.
Well, it started out as a holiday trip back home to her native Ukraine, where she was going to spend time with her family and undergo a medical procedure, and then the war broke out.
Yes, so this morning here in Chicago, where it's afternoon right now in Poland, Olga Tsoy, who calls Rogers Park home, has finally made safe passage to Poland after a 24-hour journey out of Kyiv, and she's very kind to join us. I want to say good morning to you. Thank you so much for speaking with us. How are you holding up?
You know, it's kind of a weird every day. Just seems like it almost like hasn't stopped, but it's also every day is a new day. I don't even know how long this has been going on. And my mom just told me this morning that it has been going on for a week now. And honestly, it feels like it has been way longer than that. But also the day almost hasn't ended. So it is a very mixed feeling right now.
And we understand during commercial break, you told us that you're staying at a hotel, but I want to hear about your journey and getting there. I can't even imagine. So you go there, you knew war possibly could happen, but then it does happen, and you got to figure a way out. Do you hear bombs going off when you're trying to get out of there?
When we were in the shelter, we were there for one night, and we heard the explosions twice. And then we were able to get out and get on the bus and start going west. So in Poland, we are lucky to be here, but also, you know, Kyiv didn't really get hit right away. So the time that I was there, I was lucky enough to be safe. We were expecting it to get hit at any moment. I'm from the South, and my other side of the family, my dad and his side, and pretty much all of my relatives are living there, and they didn't even have time to make it out. So we were just lucky to be in Kyiv, and we're lucky to get up and go right away.
This is a humanitarian crisis. 1 million people, you're one of them, have fled. And yet when I read your story in the Sun-Times, I couldn't help but be personally moved by your mom, Oksana, and her pets. And apparently there's a happy ending there as well, because you're not alone with us, right? Who's with you?
No, I have my puppy right here with me. He's right here. I don't know if you can see him.
Did you carry him? How did you transport him from Ukraine to Poland?
So we had a carrier for our cat. So we have a cat and a dog. And then our puppy is just very used to traveling. My mom takes him everywhere. He is 12 and a half right now. So he has been everywhere. And so he is very used to just, going on a bus and trains and planes and stuff like that. So he was fine. Our cat was actually not great. Right now he is in a hospital because of stress and stuff like that. So, he's doing fine. But it's so amazing that Poland was nice to allow the pets to come through, because honestly, if we weren't able to take them with us, we would have stayed, and we would have been still here, still in Ukraine.
I know that we're down there in the shelter, and you're with these other Ukrainians who left everything behind. You get to come back here eventually to everything that you've acquired over your life. You got your bed and your home, but they sometimes may have nothing to go back to. What were they saying to you about the future for themselves out there?
Well, my mom is also, she can't really, we don't have the passage for her just yet to come back to Chicago. And like you said, I am coming home, but it's so bizarre that you have to pretty much build your life from nothing again in a different country where you don't know the language. Like when we went to the veterinarian today, they were speaking English, so I was able to describe what's going on with the cat, but if my mom was here by herself, there's no way she would have been able to understand or describe. So being in a different country, even, it's not even about the stuff that you have with you. You can go and get stuff, you know. And I'm not saying that it's easy to be here without anything, but it's more about being in a country where you don't know anything and you don't even speak the language. So that's the hardest part, to be honest.
Well, I'll just be honest with you. Your poise is remarkable given everything you've been through. I'm so glad that your mother, Oksana's okay, and the dog, and we hope the cat's going to be better as well. But Olga Tsoy, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to you making a safe journey back here to Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this week, our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson spoke with the organization Save Our Allies, which is going to be helping those in Ukraine with evacuation and medical assistance. So I'm going to play this interview now here on Live Now from Fox.
And we want to continue talking about this way that there's been so many people here in the United States looking to help those who are overseas, especially as now we know that there has been multiple refugees who have already fled the country. New numbers have now said that there's more than 677,000 people who have fled from Ukraine since this invasion. So speaking with us now is going to be Chad Robichaud, who is with Save Our Allies. He is joining us here live. And Chad, I know last time we spoke, we were talking about Afghanistan. Not only have you guys been over there helping get people out of the country, helping refugees resettle, now here again, same story. You guys have special operations headed overseas. Talk a little bit about what you guys will be doing.
In Ukraine for about 2 weeks now, doing a lot of forward assessment for us, seeing what the real needs are, and how, who's there, who needs assistance, who needs to get out. And obviously there's a lot of people. You've said over 600,000 people have already fled. There's a big need for Americans to get out, vulnerable people, women, children, that aren't fighting, that aren't going to be fighting, and those who are wounded, who are already wounded, and needs to get medical care. And so I'm going to be leaving on Thursday and taking up another team to meet our teammate there. We're bringing in a team of very highly trained special operations medics, which we refer to as 18 Deltas, and going to go in and provide medical support and help with some other organizations and other efforts to move people safely out of Ukraine to get the medical care that they need. And, unfortunately, this is another time where, the veteran community is having to step up for the failures of our own government and do the right thing. We did this in Afghanistan. Save Our Allies got 17,000 people out of Afghanistan, second to the U.S. military, and and here we are. We're gonna do it again and do the right thing.
And is that some of the biggest needs that you've been hearing, is just even some of that medical attention for people, since so many have been flooding this war-torn country?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest things we're hearing is orphanages. Obviously, people are the Ukrainian people are just scared for their children. They're scared for their women. I'm getting private videos sent to me that we won't share publicly because we don't want locations to be disclosed. But orphanages where people are hunkered down in bunkers, and 50, 70 kids just bunkered and just terrified. And there, a lot of them are injured and need not just medical care, but to be medically evacuated out of Ukraine where they can get good treatment in places like Poland. And so we are going to be going into Poland. Our team is splitting up. One of our team members who is a former Special Operations 18 Delta Special Forces medic, and now a surgeon, is going to be meeting with some of the Polish people in Poland who are setting up a hospital there and being able to move people from Ukraine, from these devastating war zones where that's affecting the civilian populations, and move them safely into Poland where they get the medical care they need.
And as you've been speaking, I mean, I wanted to put up the map so people could see just some of those surrounding countries. We've been hearing, as you've said, so many people fleeing to all their surrounding countries that they can to get out of the path of this war as Russia continues with their invasion. So, Chad, how do you get yourself prepared mentally to go into situations like this, where you know that you're going to be seeing, unfortunately, some very hard things to digest?
Myself, I did 8 deployments to Afghanistan as special operations. I just spent the last 6 months involved in the evacuations of Afghanistan. There's really no way to prepare for, seeing such tragedy occur to human life, especially unnecessary. But me and my team members have been talking. None of us have to do this. We feel a burden on our heart. Most of us are people of faith, and we feel a burden on our heart that God's really just calling us and equipping us from our backgrounds and experience to go do the right thing to help people. And a lot of us have talked and just said, hey, if this was my wife, this was my kids, this is my family, I hope someone would come help us. And I hope someone would. I hope someone would come and help my family. And so that puts a burden on our hearts to go and do that.
And as we've been talking about, you're getting set to leave. What are some things you are hoping to come across? Because every time, of course, people are dealing with situations, you have to find a silver lining. Are you hoping to see some people, gathering together with other family members, meeting up with them? Of course, that might not be the case if they had to stay behind.
Yeah, what I was so encouraged about with Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the worst thing that the withdrawal was the worst thing I think I've ever been part of or witnessed in my life. But it was also one of the most beautiful things to see people come together. I run a Christian ministry for veterans called Mighty Oaks Foundation, working with Save Our Allies, and there was this Jewish organization that was donating their Christian ministry to go help evacuate Muslims. To see all these people coming together from different beliefs and walks of life and ideological positions, political positions, just come together as humans helping other humans. And I think that's what we're seeing in Ukraine right now. People that maybe don't vote the same or think the same and believe the same things, but just human to human getting together to do the right thing and help one another. And that's one of the things that I saw in Afghanistan. I'm really hoping to see that, and I think we already are seeing that in Ukraine.
That's one thing that I have seen is so many different displays of that support for Ukraine, whether it be changing the colors on people's signage, maybe even holding rallies. I'm sure there's so many people here at home who are just wishing they could do more. So if they want to help Save Our Allies, since you guys are going to be going over there and directly helping those who have fled the country, helping get more people out, how can we help you guys continue that mission?
Yeah, obviously these operations are very expensive. These are operations that the military should be doing, they're very expensive operations. So we have to raise money. And, for Afghanistan, we had such a generous, just overwhelmingly generous people step up to make that happen. And we've rescued 17,000 people. And so we're calling for the very same thing here in Ukraine. We need support. We need your prayers. And we need your financial support. And you can donate at saveourallies.org. It is a tax-deductible 501c3 donation. And so you can donate there, saveourallies.org. Our current operation for this feasibility study that I'll be doing in the next over the next week is about a $250,000 campaign right now that we're trying to raise for that. So we need people to step up and that can do their part. And this is one way that they can contribute and be part of the solution.
And I know you guys have said, too, you're going to be there as long as you're needed. Any expectations as to how long you could possibly be overseas helping these Ukrainians?
You know, for me, I'm going to be going there for only about 7 to 10 days to set this operation up. And then we'll have guys that'll stay and sustain operations. I'll probably rotate in and out with some of our other leadership. But this could, this is going to go on for quite some time. Even if this ended tomorrow, there's going to be medical needs. And I mean, the devastation that's already taken place is going to be, it's going to take months or if not years to redo. And but I don't think this is ending tomorrow. It's going to continue on. And we're going to be there as long as we need to continue to helping.
Right. And then just one way that you guys are showing your support again is by providing all of that help to those who have been trying to escape. And of course, we appreciate you updating us. I know that, again, it's such a tough situation to be called upon once again after you guys just helped those Afghanistan refugees escape the country, then setting them up not only in countries around the world, but also right here in the United States. And now here out answering yet another plea for help.
Well, again, I hope this isn't a third one for us. This has been but I'm so thankful to our team at Save Our Allies. We have such an incredible group of men and women who have stepped up and taken their skills or experience from the military and life and just put it into place to be able to make these make this operation happen. And again, we're ready to. I'm actually looking forward to getting there, getting my feet on the ground, meeting with my teammate, and planning this next operation and helping these people who need so much help.
Well, we certainly appreciate people like you. I know that there's many of us who wish we knew how we could help more, but obviously supporting Save Our Allies is just one of the ways that we can lend our own hand. So thank you again, Chad, for joining us and sharing a little bit more about the mission you guys have as you're going to be headed overseas. We hope that you guys can stay safe as you continue to provide support to everyone there, and appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Yes, thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We are going to be ending our YouTube stream for the evening, but don't worry, you can continue to watch Live Now from Fox on so many different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com. You can also follow us on social media, Live Now Fox, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also follow me on social media, Steph Weaver TV, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as well. It's going to be another busy week here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are going to continue our coverage on the Russia war on Ukraine. Ukraine as it enters more days and fighting remains intense in Ukraine and still more people fleeing the country. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to head to neighboring countries, Romania and Poland this week, so we will definitely have that coverage and information for you here on Live Now from Fox, of course, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Have a great evening, everyone.